You know, when we were on vacation, we were driving back and I was talking to Lady Monkey and my voice cracked. I don't know why we're both going through puberty right now, Jack.
Well, I mean, it had to hit sometime, right?
And Lady Monkey asked me, she's like, oh, what? We're having trouble streaming to your destination. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh.
What? Oh, the Rumble one, there's an issue. I should probably go fix that. But anyway, I didn't really go through a voice cracking phase. Did you?
Not really. I mean, every now and then it would crack, but my voice was always sexy. No, I got deeper over time, but yeah, I don't remember a whole bunch of times where I was like the nerdy kid from The Simpsons. So
My sons had a little bit of it, but nothing like where you like go, huh, his voice is cracking. Just a little bit. On television, so I'm like, oh, Mom, I can't talk right. And it's annoying.
yeah, yeah. Well, anything to make the men look bad, right?
Sure, sure. Oh, for some reason it did not update when I. Oh, okay. I see what happened there. Let's try that again. Okay. Now, hopefully the Rumble side of this will. They didn't miss anything. They listened to us talking about, or they missed us. Uh, Let me hit edit, save changes, and hopefully that goes live properly. If not, it's a YouTube exclusive tonight. Whoopsie.
Yeah, things happen.
This is Monkey in the Morning. I am the ranting monkey. He's Jack. Say hi, Jack.
Hi, everybody.
Jack, we're here to exploit a woman tonight.
Oh boy.
I feel like Shu would appreciate those jokes that I make. Um, she dropped a new video today, and we're going to be watching that. But there's a couple of things I want to cover before we get there.
Okay.
And if there's anything you want to cover before we get there, we can talk about that as well. Because we're going to spend a lot of time on the ShoeOnHead thing. Because we're going to watch the whole. Well, okay, not the whole thing. No offense, Shu, but I am going to skip your ad on my side of things. But otherwise, we'll watch most of it. I want to bring this wonderful lady on the screen here, Jack, because well, she's attractive, don't you know?
Sure. I'm sure somebody that works under a bridge that charges Billy Goat's Gruff coinage will be very attracted to this handsome woman.
Yeah, this woman is Christina Agayo. I'm sure I'm saying that properly.
No, that's not Christina Agayo. Christina Agayo is the host of the show.
Oh, okay. Christina Agayo's talking about. I'm sticking with Agayo for this woman because I forgot her name.
Oh, fair
This
enough.
this is a lady who my governor gave $20 million of my money, Jack.
Yeah.
Of,
Yeah.
not just mine, my state.
Yeah. Well, you don't have $20 million. Like, share, subscribe, and donate.
Bring back shoe. So this lady, she runs a, how do I put this, scam operation, but officially licensed by the state of Michigan. And she was looking for a $20 million grant, which she was granted,
Yeah,
of,
I already. Oh,
of which she paid herself a salary of $500,000 plus dollars,
then she went on some trips.
and bought a $4,000 coffee machine.
Look, when you get 20 million bucks from the government scot free, you're gonna waste it on something.
Mm. It wasn't scot free. She did pay for it by having a fundraiser for my governor during her last election cycle.
Oh, that's just payback. I mean, that's to be expected. That's a part
She
of doing business.
she did that while her application for this grant was in process.
Well, yeah, I mean that's a given, right? Like, how else are you gonna grease the wheels of government if you don't contribute to the cause? If you know what I'm saying. Look, it'd be a real shame if the governor didn't get that donation and she didn't get her grant. It's simpatico that way. You both get something you want.
And let's put Gretchen back up on the screen. She's
Big Gretch.
a little less horrifying to look at. Yeah, big wretch here, and you know, I saw this story, and if you read the title there, well, I don't know how much you guys can see of it, but the title of the video that we're not watching, because it's a local news thing, and we get in a lot of trouble for those for some reason. Those people are very touchy about their copyright.
Yeah.
But it says Michigan governor facing possible federal investigation over $20 million grant given to friend, and what you can't see there's and donor. Um, she's already under investigation for this by our AG of the state, who has all of the evidence of this in her possession. The AG who is besties with Miss Gretch here. So I'm sure that they're going to do a deep dive into this and make sure that my money has not been wasted on Gretch here.
If you open your window and listen closely, you could probably hear the sound of a shredder running right now.
Right? Oh, this is fucking insane. I don't know if there's a federal law that they can get them on for this shit, but I hope they do because I don't trust Nessie or Ness. What is her name? Nestle? Ness? I don't fucking
I
care.
don't know.
My AG. I don't trust that bitch to investigate her at all because if she did, she'd have already been investigating this woman. How do you not immediately start looking into the woman who's like, you know, that government watchdog that keeps saying I do bad things? We should get rid of them. Which is exactly what Whitmer did. Now,
Yeah,
I don't
it
know if
seems
they
to
ended
work.
up getting rid of that watchdog or not, but it was a proposal this bitch put forward. By the way, this is the same woman who it was just recommended by a government panel for her to get a raise. And literally every member on the panel was appointed by her.
Hold on. Let me find my bag of shock. I don't
Right?
think I unpacked it yet.
Ain't that some shit? Oh. But anyway, there's my governor. Hopefully she's going to get arrested and thrown in prison for the rest of her natural or unnatural, look at her, life. That bitch looks
Not
like
likely. She's a government official. So.
no, because the pertinent information is being destroyed right now in Lansing.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just curious, like, we keep hearing about, like, oh, they're doing such a great job at DC with the AG. Yeah, Pam Bondi hasn't done shit. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, did you see Trump's tweet today?
No. I saw
Well,
Laura Trump on TV, though.
it was a Truth Social thing. We all know that's just Twitter light.
Yeah.
But he put out a thing like, "Y'all stop it. Stop fighting. Bondi's great."
Yeah, that was yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, yesterday.
Yeah, today Laura Trump had interviewed Donald last night after he released that tweet.
Yeah.
And she came out and said there's more Epstein files coming. He heard from the base that they're going to release a bunch more stuff. I'm like, oh, I'm shocked.
He said in his statement there was more shit, which is interesting because Bondi and them are like, we ain't got nothing else.
Yeah, he says there is, but it was written by the corrupt DOJ of these leftists. Well, if that were true, it would have been released by now. So
True.
there's something there that somebody
Well,
doesn't want out.
not necessarily. I mean, we do know that government, because he specifically names Obama and Hillary Clinton. We do know they've gotten up to some shady shit.
Oh, sure. Sure. But I don't know. I think that you should just release it, say we don't know how reliable this is, and they should
Yep,
reinvestigate and let the chips fall where they may. Because as it
exactly.
is now, they're building more conspiracy than if they had just released all this shit to begin with.
True. But here's the thing: at this point, there's not going to be there's no amount of release that's going to come out unless they actually give a client list that says Bill Gates fuck little kids. That's going to satisfy everybody.
Yeah, but
Because of the way it's been handled, it will always have conspiracy attached to it, no matter
oh,
what.
absolutely, they botched this 5 times over. But the best thing they could do now is try and be fully transparent and mitigate the conspiracy. But it's never going to go away now. They've created a blight on Trump's record by handling this so poorly. Although
Yeah.
Pam Bondi did allegedly fire her ethics advisor. And I was like, you can't fire Satan. That ain't happening.
I don't have the hate for Bondi that everybody else does. I don't think she's been in that long enough to have pissed me off. I know people don't like how she's handled the Epstein thing, but bad PR doesn't. I want to see how she handles. Give me a year. If
Yeah,
she
I mean that's fair
yeah,
because I
the
don't
wheels.
personally hate her. I just don't trust her now because she lied to us.
See, I don't know how much she lied to us and how much she just isn't that bright.
When you're in that position of power, you do not make statements that you can't back up.
Again, that's why I say I'm not sure how much she lied and how dumb she is.
Yeah, that's fair, but
Yeah,
I don't think she's that dumb. I think she's just either incompetent or getting shit advice. So, or she's
I
covering stuff up. It's kind of tough.
okay. You want my honest take on Bondi?
Mm-hmm.
I think Bondi is the same as a lot of women in conservative spaces who come out and repeat things that males in those spaces are saying, and because it's a woman and we are so chastised as being misogynistic, we take women and we put them on a higher pedestal than incels do. Like, look, she's saying what I want to hear. And we don't pay attention to how goddamn dumb they actually are. This is how Marjorie Taylor Greene got into Congress. We can talk all day about how fucking stupid Jasmine Crockett is, but over there on the right side, you have Boebert and Green, for fuck's sake. So I think what happened with Bondi is that, oh, look, she's cute and she's saying what I want to hear. And nobody paid attention to the fact she might be really stupid.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
my
yeah,
personal take on Bondi.
that's probably a fair assessment. I don't know. I don't find her all that attractive, but I don't really like wrinkly
You
old
don't have to,
ladies.
you don't have to be all that attractive for that to work. I mean, I've seen some
That's true. It's
let's
pop.
call them mid to be nice, or just below mid. Just
Yeah,
below
I mean,
mid.
we were just looking at Big Wretch's donor lady that was
Right.
getting 20 million. Politics is celebrity for ugly people. Didn't Limbaugh say that?
Yes. Oh, I don't know if it was Limbaugh who said it, but yeah, I know that quote. Look at Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer looks like a dude. She looks like a dude, but she was saying what people wanted to hear, and Jack Posobiec might have been helping her in ways that aren't Christian. Um,
Ew.
what
Gross. Don't put that thought in my head.
you know that he was with her, like in the whole my tires got slashed, and look at this horrible Shakespeare
I
in the
did not
Park.
know that, but
Yeah,
that's funny as shit.
yeah, those they were together for that stuff. They both worked at Rebel Media. He helped her with the. Remember when she crashed the Shakespeare in the Park
Oh,
thing because
he's the one
Trumpistic?
that quit over that.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought that was somebody else.
Mm-mm. That
Oh.
was Mr. Military Intelligence himself, Jack Posobiec.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Anyway, do you have anything else you want to talk about before we get on to the meat of this? Because there's two things I do need to discuss before we move on.
Number one, we're pretty awesome.
That is close to one of them, actually.
I was watching some other streams earlier,
How dare you?
past couple of days. Well, I mean, got to get find out what other people are doing, what kind of moving and shaking in the world. And turns out we're way more entertaining than most people because I could re-listen to our stream and be like, yeah, these guys are funny.
Right?
I listen to them and I'm like, this is sad. This is really sad. I
I
was watching about Ethan Ralph and wow, dude.
I tried watching the unsubscribed podcast today, and I like a couple of the people that are on there, but god damn, that was boring.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that make better videos than they do live streams.
Oh,
Overlord DVD, Critical Drinker's in there for me. I
yeah.
think he's got much better, succinct videos than the live streams.
I fucking love Drinker's videos. I have
Yeah,
tried watching his live streams, and I can't. And that's another place where most of the people who are on there, I really like.
yeah, but I can't listen to live streams. Some people just are kind of boring on live streams, but they're
Yeah.
really good at videos. So I hold nothing against the man,
Um.
especially a drinker. I like both the Overlord and Drinker. They're pretty entertaining. They do a lot of like, what do you call them? Distraction videos.
Oh
You're
yeah.
doing something else while they're on. But
Lesser Logic says they're good sometimes. Sure, sure, but
sure.
most of the time I tune in, they're, and this is going to sound hypocritical coming from me, but they are so off topic, and it's not in an interesting way. That's why it's not hypocritical, because I'm interesting.
Well, we talk about stuff that we're interested in, and sometimes they talk about shit that they get off topic and they're
Oh,
just sort of like one person is interested in it.
okay.
Kind of.
You just brought up something else we just got to touch on. I watched that quartering video you sent me.
Oh yeah.
Two things. One, fuck you. Because okay, this is a stream that he did back, I want to say on the 20th. And Jack brought it to my attention. And he told me about the 49-minute mark is where they start talking about what you wanted me to see.
Uh-huh.
And I'm clicking around and I get to about the 47-minute mark. I'm like, oh, that's close enough. And then I watched him talk about how salad makes him poop for 2 minutes.
Yeah. Why do you think I gave you a timestamp?
I was like, what the fuck?
That's your own fault.
No, because you didn't give me you said around 49 minutes. So I'm waiting for the actual conversation
I
to
thought
start.
it was 49:40, so I was like, I'll just say 49, so that should be good enough, right?
Yeah,
Apparently not.
That meant I watched 2 minutes of his bathroom habits. Real quick, thank you, Matt Gates. Shh, don't tell anyone about the plan. Bondi's going to resign, and I'm going to get appointed during a recessed Congress without a vote. Matt is not going to do that. Matt is out there. By the way, thank you for the donation, Matt. He's making way more money than he'd make in government doing his little shitty. No, I'm totally edgy podcast that he does. For now.
Yeah.
Anyhow, the quartering, he was whining about how he's not getting views on his videos anymore on YouTube. He's doing great on Rumble, which should tell you about how I like Rumble. I don't dislike it or anything, Jack, but we do it because we have some fans who like to watch over there. I don't do it because Rumble does much for us. He had 40,000 people watching, and he's bitching about how he's not making money on YouTube.
Yeah.
If you had 40,000 people watching you on YouTube, you don't have to work anymore.
Well, that's just it. He's a well-off man, but it's never enough for him.
Well, he talks about how he let some people go because they were redundant and it was just costing him money, and then he hired other people to do shit that is unnecessary.
Yep.
I'm gonna add some memes to my videos. Yeah, that'll improve you.
Yeah.
He even admits that people have told him he's boring and he knows that's an issue. So yeah, that'll take care of the boredom. Throw a meme on screen.
He hired a meme guy and a researcher.
Yeah.
Why don't you just actually read the news?
Well, this is how we got onto this, because he says he's been doing videos about things he doesn't really care about. Like, why?
Yeah, we talk about shit we're interested in. Otherwise, you get boring. You're just like, oh yeah, this thing happened.
He's boring as fuck to begin with, and to talk about things you don't actually care about, and not just don't care about, don't know about.
Yeah, it's just a recipe for disaster. I did want to quickly shill somebody else real quick. Dark Sayings did a stream the other day, and I don't think it got enough views, so I wanted to drop his link in there because he's not boring and he likes what he's talking about.
Corey, thank you. Says, to be fair, Monk, we do have to hear you talk about your Willie. Yes, you do, and you'll like it.
Yeah, I mean, but we're actually like joking around and having fun, and some of these guys are just obnoxiously boring.
On the not fun front, one of the other two things I wanted to talk about, my father-in-law's cat passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is a cat that 20 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, and my father-in-law doesn't like cats, but they got this kitten, and it immediately attached to him, and he became the biggest cat dad you've ever seen.
That's usually how it works. I don't like cats. 2 weeks later, that thing's sleeping on him, and he's like, I love you.
And this cat didn't really like anybody else except me. And he was a little jealous of that. It's funny he makes jokes about being jealous, and there's a tinge of reality to it. But I would get up at 3 or 4 in the morning and go outside and sit and smoke, and she would come out and sit on my lap and get pet, and she really really liked me. And this time, same thing happened. And he said the day after I left, he or she went outside and hung around underneath the chair I sit in, and then stopped and left, and she died like 2 days later. Isn't that horrible?
Monkey killed his father-in-law's cat.
Oh, but R.I.P. Snowball, you were a sweetie. She weighed like nothing. Phoebe weighs 12 pounds. When I went to pick up Snowball, I almost threw her because I'm
Wow.
like, cats are heavy.
Well, only certain well-fed ones.
The other thing, apparently they've added an XP system to our chat here so you can become the #1 chatter if you chat enough. And I want to lay out some ground rules for y'all. By all means, have fun trying to be #1. Don't spam, though, because if you're actually spamming just random crap to get #1, I will have the mods bonk you. But being the Monkey Show, we don't do the #1 thing the way they want us to. In fact, if you want to be #1 in the chat, you have to be #4. Why 4, Jack? Do you know?
Because 1 through 3 is too predictable.
Nope. Anybody want to guess why I picked the #4 for this? It's actually pretty simple if you know me at all.
Your birthday month.
How did you guess?
I don't know. It's a fucking mystery after all these years.
Yeah, if you want to be #1 in my chat, you have to end the show at #4. If we had more chatters, I would make it 422 and complete it, but we don't typically have 400 people watch us.
Yeah, I don't think they'd even put the little notification up there for that.
So there you go. You got to be #4. Jack, was there anything else you wanted to discuss?
Let's see. Shell Dark Sayings said how awesome we are. My cat's playing with a toothbrush head cover.
Oh, well, that's something.
So if you hear a clicking noise, she's knocking it around the kitchen. So it's about all I got. I'm sure there's something, but I don't remember right now. So,
all right. Those of you who know who ShoeOnHead might be confused.
Yeah, this is not ShoeOnHead. This is some other chick with a big forehead.
This is not ShoeOnHead, but the fact that you sent this to me, right, and I got this right after I watched Shoe's video, I'm like, oh, these two have to go together.
Yeah, that's timing.
Right? It's serendipity. See, I know big
awesome.
words. I know big words. All right.
I know big words. Melatonin.
Melatonin. That is a word.
Yeah, it's a big word, too.
Patriarchy exists to rig natural evolution such that the weakest and cruelest men can still pass on their genetic characteristics.
Patriarchy exists so that weak men who are cruel can pass on their genetics.
You know what this reminded me of when I first watched it? Was the chick that says, I got to put my retainer in and I'll read the Communist Manifesto. And she's like, what are you, a filthy commie? And she's got that little lisp. This is the anti-version of that.
See, I don't think I've seen that.
Oh my God. What? How did you miss that? I will find it.
By the way, we do have the nose ring because apparently you got to prove you're stupid.
I have a lot to say about this.
Oh, go ahead.
Of course.
So bear with me because I brought notes. And again, this is a well-supported theory in evolutionary science.
It's really not. If you pay any attention to the animal kingdom, which ironically she's going to bring up, patriarchy seems to be a natural order.
Yes.
Kamala's vaginal HPV tumor. It's good to see you. I've been worried about you. I hope you're well. Monkey can talk to me about his willy anytime he wants. Okay, now I got to show it. I wasn't gonna show this video, Jack, but I have to now. Hang on, folks. I'm getting there. We gotta turn off the music for it though, because I think that'll get us in trouble. There we go. Oh wait, turn off the music there. Have you seen this?
I gotta switch screens. Yes. And that is funny as shit.
There is some music that goes with it. Not my choice of music. I would have actually had somebody going, because I think it fits. In fact, you guys can clip me doing that and repost it, and it's a whole new thing. It has been altered. All
Yes, we
right,
have fundamentally changed it.
we fundamentally changed it. Anyway, sorry about that. Um, Back to this cheeky poo.
So we know that in nature, female selection, especially in social mammal groups, drives the evolution of the species. Females are the gatekeepers of reproduction, and
Sometimes, um, in a lot of the animal kingdom, the male just takes the female. I've seen it happen, and the females are just like, "Yeah, put it in me." She makes it sound like they actually go out, like take lions, right? It's not like lionesses go out there and go, "I'm gonna go find me the biggest, strongest lion." Whoever's the biggest, strongest lion just kills the other one and gets to hump them all.
Yeah, yeah. The civilization is a lot different than the natural order, as the kids would say.
Yeah. Irish Laddie, thank you. This is cultist speak, rushing through the crazy. I you're you're jumping way ahead of the crazy bitch.
Yeah, yeah. It gets dumber.
She ain't even got started on crazy yet. And Dark Conservatarian, thank you so much. I sometimes forget what I really want to chat, but here's some money after not giving it any in a while now. I'm off to bed. We'll listen in the morning. Have a good night. Sleep well, my friend.
Good night.
Sweetest of dreams, and we'll see you on the other side of the moon. All right. Back to crazy.
this is true in humans as well when you remove the existence of patriarchy. Females select for mates.
She really makes it sound like we still have arranged marriages and shit.
I mean, yeah, like, or you could just go down and buy a bride at the bride store. You know.
You could have women choose their mates and still have a patriarchal society.
Oh, absolutely. It was done for a very long time.
Well, according to this dumb wench, it's still happening.
Yeah. Real quick. Thank you, Keldrick. Weak, cruel men are actually kept in check by what she calls the patriarchy. Yeah, well, that's what we call a hate fact around these parts.
It's based on health, stability, access to resources, and social standing. And this filters out unfit males.
Access to resources. Say you like money, lady. Just be honest, women. You like money. So do we.
They want a very rich man with a really nice car.
Thank you, Hoko. Perry the Platypus just distracts his women. Yes. Perry the Platypus. Did you ever watch Phineas and Ferb?
No.
Oh. Phineas and Ferb is a cartoon I recommend. I love Phineas and Ferb.
I have heard of it, but I am not familiar with it.
Perry the Platypus. All right. Where are we? Can we still Rumble rant? I don't know. I don't think Rumble's working right now. I tried to get it working, but it's not working. So I apologize. Yeah, it won't turn on. So unfortunately, it won't let me take those tonight. Dangerous. Anyway, where are we? Oh, unfit males. That's where it was. Is it possible, lady, that you can have somebody? Because did you notice her priorities there? None of it was caring or kind or anything that she's trying to avoid with
Yeah,
patriarchy.
she just wants a wallet.
Yeah,
She
everything
wants
that
a daddy, sugar daddy.
yeah, everything that she mentions you can have with horrific douchebag dudes.
Yeah, which are the type of guys she's gonna end up bitching about
Yeah.
later down the line because she's like, I don't want no pussy boys play Call of Duty and smell and eat Cheetos. No, she wants some douchebag football bro that's gonna beat the shit out of her every Thursday when he drinks heavily,
Yep.
and then she'll be like, he loves me and he's got a lot of money, but oh my god, shut up. I know women like this in real life. They make the worst choices in men.
Mm-hmm. And that's where a lot of this shit comes from. Okay, I see people in the Rumble chat. Is it actually playing on Rumble? Will somebody over there let me know?
I think just the chat's running. I don't know if they
Oh.
can hear us because I couldn't get it to load. But I'll try it again here.
Jack needs a load, y'all.
Oh, bang. Oh, it just says
I think
upcoming.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Can I make it start on Rumble? Can I? Is there a button
You
I
should
can?
be able to get the
Oh, I
code
know.
and put it in.
I did do that. There
Oh,
should be a no. All it lets me do is end the live stream.
real quick while you're doing that, thank you, Kamala's vaginal HPV tumor, for the generous donation. Lol, really long. I just spit out my dinner. That was awesome. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. We try to make you giggle around here.
Hang on, I'm letting the Rumble folks know that it's not working.
I told them
I'm,
that a minute ago.
I'm just going to end that live stream. There we go.
Yeah, it's
All
probably
right, so
yeah.
people won't watch it over there. Sorry, guys, you got to watch on YouTube tonight. Anyway, back to our crazy bitch here.
encourages the evolution of the species towards strength, cooperation, and stability.
What? um, she goes to the weak men. That's how she lays out the beginning of this. It allows cruel, weak men to still pass their genes. One, unless you think cruelty is passed through genes, that's irrelevant. But
My phrenologist says it is.
are you suggesting that the men at the top of patriarchal societies aren't strong or can't be strong? I mean, for the longest time, you had to be. Sure, once you let the Europeans coast for a couple of hundred years there in the mid centuries of the last millennium, you had some, let's call them flounderers, Jack. I'm looking at you, Louis. But
Neville Chamberlain. Oh.
but for the most part, I mean, these were men who actually went out into the field of battle and shit.
Yeah.
You're not talking about people who were just living the high life of a king. You had to earn the spot.
You know who was a very strong leader, very masculine man that she's talking about? Not a weak man by any
Hmm,
standards. Stalin.
true.
He made decisive action. He was wealthy. He had a killer mustache that all the chicks wanted to ride. So yeah, I mean she's advocating for a mass murderer.
Thank you, Frosted Glass. Schmortz, I can't say his name. Ink theme was the ringtone for my boss. That is the main bad guy on Phineas and Ferb, Jack.
Oh, that's pretty cool bad guy name.
He's an incompetent, evil genius.
Well, I've met a lot of geniuses, and that tracks.
Yeah.
So, the greatest part is if you ever talk to a really smart person, try and catch them on their way to the bathroom and say something that's going to make you sound slightly dumb. Not really dumb, but like slightly dumb. Enough they're going to stop and correct you. You got a pretty good chance that if the explanation is long enough and you look confused enough, they will piss their pants.
You're talking about the real eggheads, the
Yeah, like the super geniuses.
like the
Yeah.
Elon Musk type.
Oh no, wait, a little beyond that even. Elon has actually got a lot more social skills than some of the like engineer types.
He does now.
Yeah, I'm sure he didn't start that way. But he probably had hired somebody with all his money. But yeah,
Well,
some of those like uber genius types, engineers, programmers, some of those guys they have no social graces and they often don't pay attention to like regular wisdom stuff. You know, it's raining out. What do I do?
mhm.
Oh, it's raining. Yeah, you can tell me all about the rain, but you're standing in it getting pneumonia.
All right. Let's. I want to finish with this crazy. Oh God, there's 2 minutes of this. There's a minute and a half left.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
All
Sorry.
right, Apple Watch. How come all white bitches got Apple Watches now?
It's a thing like the Stanley Cups and boba tea.
It's annoying. It's really
Yeah.
annoying.
You know, it's weird
Although
seeing dudes with those, and you're not Dick Tracy.
I do like that Stanley has had this resurgence because my dad always drank his coffee out of a Stanley mug or a
Yeah,
Stanley
they made
thermos.
great thermoses back in
Yeah.
the day.
And then white bitches got a hold of him, so who knows what's going to happen.
So patriarchy evolved as a workaround. It emerged when men could no longer guarantee that they could pass on their genes. So they created a system to remove choice from the females.
That sounds awesome.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, you see, Monkey, at some point, Togor the Magnificent, that's what we named him, the Magnificent. Togor was like, we need new system. Dum-dums, no spread genes. And yeah, that's what he came up with. He named it after his buddy Pat, Patriarchy. Um, and Pat gave him the idea. He's like, "What if we just put all the men in charge?" He's like, "That genius!" And that's what they came up with. They were like the Engels and Marx of their time, replacing all other forms
Is
of
she
superior
really
systems.
suggesting that cavemen had like some kind of matriarchal society or even an egalitarian society where women
Well,
got to make whatever choices they want and nobody nobody ever was like, I'm gonna take that cave woman and make her mine whether she wants to or not.
well, you see, Monkey. That was the way it was. The perfect society. That's when we were thriving more because we had women
Yeah.
in charge of stuff, and it was like Wakanda. But then the men were like, we need to selective breed women so they're stronger or slower, weaker,
Yes.
tinier brains. So we bred them that way under patriarchy.
This
But
is
thankfully, she's a genius enough to crack the code that she learned in her sophomore college classes.
for the record, she claimed this is all evolutionary, and she is really not helping anybody who argues for the idea of evolution.
Oh, I don't know. I
You're
mean,
a
if
tard, lady.
if she's the evolution of women, think of how retarded they were in the caveman days. Like they probably needed a carer. Like the
Ugh,
smart one could count to two.
bring back clubbing. Stop it.
Instead of becoming better potential partners, they created institutions to force access to reproduction.
What?
Yeah, that's why we have all those rape studios. They're like brothels, but we just chain women down and you go and pump and dump. Doesn't matter how weak you are. Like the Revenge of the Nerds guys could just go in and plow. That's the
Institutions
patriarchy.
to force reproduction. Bitch,
Yeah.
what are you talking about?
Well, all the chicks have to wear these red robes and these white nun hats, and
Ah.
that they have to go to this institute where their tiny girl brains are examined, and then they're forced to take it from dudes. It's just it's the Department of Banging. It's designed so every neebish nerd boy could go in and get some. A little known fact. I didn't know if you knew about that. I mean, since the patriarchy is kind of waning these days.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Kamala's vaginal HPV tumor. I missed a donation there. Thank you so very much. Is this the same broad that was chasing the ducks in the pond because one of the boy ducks was enforcing the patriarchy?
No, this is a different chick. This chick's way younger.
Different insane lady.
Yeah,
And
that was
again,
great clip though.
thank you, Kamala's HPV vaginal tumor. Thanks, things are good. I had a mix of work and family trips, moved into a new position at work, and actually have to stop at night. Sorry, sleep at night. Fuck my eyesight, dude. Always catch the VOD. Regarding Apple Watch, I've started wearing my dad's Seek Diver just to be different. Oh, Seco Diver. There we go. Um, I don't have a problem with people wearing watches. One, I really like to wear a watch, Jack,
Yeah, I do too. They're cool,
but
stylish accessory.
I never see these people actually use them.
No, I mean maybe they don't know how. I had a plumber out here the other day. Long story, but he had an Apple Watch on, and I'm like, you deal with poop, and you have a watch that you have to touch. That's bold. But you go. He actually answered a phone call on it, and I'm like, dude, that's fucking disgusting. So maybe not for everybody. I prefer the classic watches, the wind
Oh, me
ups.
too.
My dad and my brother both had some really nice Citizen watches that I inherited. And I wear those on like special occasions. I wore one to the memorial. So that was, I like having a couple of watches because they make good accessories, and I know what time it is then.
When I
So
worked
it's a lot of work to take your phone out.
when I worked at Walmart, we didn't have phones back then. And by the time they come up, you're not allowed to have them on the floor. I
Yeah,
always wore a watch, but I always wore really cheap watches. I wore cheap watches that looked decent
yeah,
because I was constantly banging my hands and arms and shit on stuff as I'd walk by it.
yeah. I do that a lot.
I probably broke in the 10 years I worked there, probably 5 or 6 watches.
Yeah, that sounds about right. It's retail.
Yeah.
Cost of doing business.
Yep. All right.
Um,
Anyway, back to our
oh,
crazy bitch here. Oh, good.
hey, thank you, Random Dolphin, for the generous donation. Scientists have pronounced how us dolphins are the second smartest animals on Earth right now, behind me, and she's proving how far back women are in third place. Third place? Dude, that's a very generous assessment, but thank you. And
Do you
yeah,
think
dolphins, they may be the rapists of the ocean, but
I was
they're
about to
very
say,
smart.
do you think there's any correlation to them being the second smartest in all the raping they do?
I mean, they're probably patriarchal too.
Huh.
But dolphins are probably smarter than us because they don't have jobs. They just swim around all day, eating and banging. That's pretty good life. I'd say they're probably smarter than we are, just like whales.
Did you watch the Cocaine Bear pitch meeting?
No.
The writer guy says, think of the most disturbing animal drug thing you can think of, and producer guy goes, Viagra dolphin, and he goes, yeah, you're actually right about that. Anyway, back to our crazy dolphin here.
Patriarchy is the furthest thing from natural. Then religion and law codified this system. So think virginity, purity, culture, and marriage. This strips away female autonomy. Then
Yes, that was codified by law. Women have to be virgins and have to get married.
Virginity exists, okay? And it is different. I know there's the feminist mind, they hate this notion.
Yeah, because they're
The
a bunch
first-
of whores. Oh.
The first time a dude dips his wick, it's not painful unless she's also a virgin and you didn't spit on it. But there's no guarantee. You guys have a hymen. That is a real thing. And when you have sex, if that hasn't been busted by all of the riding of the little pony in front of the store, that breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Does that have to mean anything? No, but virginity is a real thing. Like, no, but you just use that as a way to control women. I don't care if you've lost your virginity. Just stop banging so many dudes.
Well, it goes. The original intention of marrying virgins was, the children will be yours,
Mm-hmm.
and you know that she's not been passed around and probably riddled with diseases, because they knew what they knew what venereal disease was. The syphilis was a problem for hundreds of years, and of course gonorrhea and stuff like that. It burns when I pee after I bang that dude who burns when he pees. You kind of start to associate things. So that's what the whole point of virginity was. It makes you more prized as a mate because you haven't been around.
Oh, how dare you!
You pair bond better, and you're not riddled with disease, and the kids will probably be mine.
How dare you suggest being a whore is something men don't want in their women?
Well, I mean, it seems to be pretty ingrained, and not because of patriarchy. It seems to be something else entirely that is hardwired into us, that we don't want a chick that's going to be passed around all the time because she's probably going to cheat on you, because they don't pair bond well when they're a bunch of fucking used up whores.
religious doctrine makes this obedience holy, and it makes female pleasure sinful. And then legal systems were created to punish adultery, criminalize it.
Again, adultery goes to, we can't trust you. We don't know if the kids are ours. There's a lot of reasons for that to exist in nature. And God made it holy, not the church.
And it's not like men got a pass on adultery, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, it kind of applied to both parties. You filthy sinner, go to church, dirty whore. Real quick though, thank you. What?
Such a big deal is because you made a covenant. Marriage comes from religion, okay?
Yeah.
And you've made this covenant between you and your spouse, and you broke that.
Yeah, because you're a dirty tart who's for the streets.
Yes.
Real quickly though, thank you, Kamala's vaginal HPV tumor, for the generous donation. But what about the were virgins? I haven't met one. I keep looking though, but I got a silver bullet for them. I got nothing, dude. Thanks.
Faithless said all of these things came about before we could do paternity testing. Yeah.
And punish women who are raped and then trap them in marriage. Because
she's talking about Islam.
Yeah.
Think about who really...
that's a specifically Middle Eastern thing. That's not most of the religions anywhere. That's like the Arabs and the Islamic crowd.
I really do want to tell women like this, the guys you're hanging around with, you know, the liberals who are telling you what you want to hear, have you noticed they're the ones who are treating you people like this? That are so horrible to you?
They're the ones trying to slime their way into your pants when you're like, oh, we're such good friends. Hey, I'll drive you home now that you're super drunk. They're the ones you can't trust, lady. They're the veiled abusers.
Benefits from a system that operates like this. It's only the males who are emotionally unavailable, who are violent, who are narcissistic.
Okay, if we're being honest about domestic abuse, women do it way more than men. It's just not as violent because you guys can't be as violent.
And men don't report it because they know they'll be mocked by the police and the prosecutors.
Yep.
Who are entitled and insecure, who would not survive the natural selection process.
The arrogance that you're displaying says, lady, you would have a problem.
This is the part where I'm like, oh, we gotta talk about this.
Why do you think I sent it to you, dude? I was like, Monkey's gonna hate this video.
Sweetheart, the only reason you exist is because men created the society for you. Natural selection would have kicked your ass.
Yeah. Have you seen Naked and Afraid, lady? You aren't even a survivalist, okay? And most of the women on there have a hell of a time.
So instead of adapting, these men just weaponized control.
Sweet irony.
Yeah.
Women have weaponized control, and you can see it in today's society. We're not going to talk about the patriarchy she thinks still exists in her Western world, where it does not.
Yeah.
You have to be on the feminist side or you're bad. And it doesn't matter if you're left, right, or center. You're bad just as a man. You start off with the original sin of penis.
Yep.
Patriarchy limits human flourishing. It literally dooms our species.
Yeah, it dooms our species so much we achieved space flight.
Let's talk about it. By her count, Jack, it's not really until religion becomes a thing that everything goes to hell. And civilization as a whole. How was humanity doing before all of that?
You mean when the matriarchy was running stuff?
Yeah, when the matriarchy was running stuff and we didn't have cities, we didn't even have trading centers, we were hunter-gatherers. How much evolution did we do during that time?
Not much. No, according to her, she probably ascribes to Graham Hancock. It was Wakandian utopia.
Yes.
Atlantis didn't fall till Jesus showed up and was like, God loves you. And she's like, no! And then Atlantis sank. Pretty sure that's the timeline.
Thank you, Cryptic. Big Dro is Sheikh Mohammed Al Oink Chapistan. Oh, hi, Monk. Hi, Mark.
Oh, hi,
thank you,
Mark.
Cryptic. I appreciate that.
When women can't choose their partners freely, and by freely, I mean free of a patriarchal system in which we were all raised.
So you're not free to choose your mate now?
Right? By her
Interesting.
telling, because we were all raised in this patriarchal society, she has nothing to judge this against.
Yeah. Okay. Well, go out to the Congo and find some remote tribe and see what they're up to.
We are 100% living in a matriarchal society right now.
Yeah.
If a woman says something completely fucking stupid, like, I don't know, you can be born a man and turn into a woman, you are not allowed to question it. In fact, questioning it, you are the worst, most horrible person to ever exist.
Damn cat. Real quick, thank you, Denims, who says, "Come please me, Mr. Jack." I can't. I'm on stream right now. Maybe after the stream. But
Higher
thank you.
populations
Oh.
ultimately suffer. And this is well backed by data, so I'm going to look at it. In communities where women do not get to choose their partners freely, there are higher rates of abuse, trauma, and mental illness, lower emotional intelligence in children, and society.
But back up. Lower emotional intelligence in children, meaning children aren't just sitting around whining and crying all the time about how, oh my God, everything's so horrible. You know, when kids are just allowed to be kids, Jack.
Oh my god, they're so dumb. Those kids with their stupid brains being all stupid.
But what I want to know is, because she said that we grew up in a patriarchal society where women aren't free to choose their mates. Why do you need a study on this? You should be able to just point to it.
You would think it'd be obvious, but they got to explain it to us dumb old men.
She also doesn't tell us what study this is or where it came from.
Oh, of course not. She's busy woman-splaining with her tiny pea brain.
Val showed me this on Wikipedia, so I'm sure it's true.
It's probably on Feminist Frequency or some equally retarded thing.
Bearman says, so the Middle East? Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Societies that are built on dominance, not connection, which ultimately falter and fail. And if you want,
Well, according to you, up until apparently yesterday, this is the society we live in now.
This is the world we live in.
We were all raised in this patriarchal society. She literally just told us that.
That's why we need communism. It's clearly the fix that we're after.
we do a video specifically talking about more of those stats.
Okay, anyway, she says, if you want her to do more of this, please tell her. So please go tell that bitch, I don't know who she is, that we want more, because Rome Girl is a distant memory, and I like stupid women, Jack.
Yeah. Oh, I gave you the link to the chick I was comparing her to. These women are something else.
Oh, she's kind of cute.
Yeah, she's super cute.
We're not going to watch her, though, because we got to get onto this video. We're going to be here for days.
No, I'll fall asleep at some point around 6 a.m.
All right. I'll have to leave a comment saying, hey, Shoe, we start talking about you at 53 minutes.
But yeah, right. Don't jump earlier because you might hear about Quartering's poops.
Last time I titled a stream that ShoeOnHead almost gets it.
What? Oh, he dropped.
There we go.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Last time I did a video titled ShoeOnHead almost gets it. She was upset that I didn't give very pointed criticism. And this time I'm going to be much better about that.
Now, we got to talk about her makeup or...
No.
I don't like her shirt. Does that count?
You don't like her shirt? I think her shirt's cute.
Nah, it's just not my thing.
No. There's a lot that I'm going to agree with her on here. And then there's going to be a point where I'm going to be like, okay, stop. Because this is one of her more, sorry, Shu, but this is one of your more disjointed videos. I get what you were going for. The male loser epidemic is the name of this. And it just seems like there's more topics in here than there should have been, or there should have been clear changes to what the topic was. That's just my general thing. But otherwise, I do agree with a lot of what she says here. And she's actually going to bring up some stuff we brought up before.
Well, we're pretty awesome like that.
We are.
So,
We absolutely are.
Steven Crowder, won't have a lot of jokes.
Hello again, friends. Sorry I've been gone for quite a bit. Hopefully
Where
nothing
were
too
you?
crazy
Why did you abandon us?
She's got a kid, bro.
That's an excuse, not a reason. We were here first.
Put that little fucker down and make a video so I don't have to do hard work.
Yeah, just do your Jedi mind trick thing that women do and be like, sleep, baby. And then it'll go to sleep. I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
I'm sorry I called your kid a little fucker.
Well, I don't know how children work, so I just assume you tell it to go to sleep and it goes to sleep.
Not generally, no.
Well, you're a man. Women can do it, right? They like cradle them and rock them in a certain way, and then they're like, "Go to sleep, little prince," and then they go to sleep.
Actually, I'm very good at getting babies to go to sleep. I put them up on my shoulder and I rock and spin a little bit at the same time.
Oh.
And I have this voice, so I just lower my voice and talk like this, and it lulls them right to sleep.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. So
I
anyway,
heard that whiskey works pretty well too. But
sorry for calling him a little fucker. Now I do feel bad about that. I'm so sorry. I'm sure he's wonderful, or her. I don't know if she had a boy or a girl. I think a boy.
I don't know.
I'm sure she said, and I just don't remember. I want to say it was a boy because she's mentioned it before, but anyway, it's
gender neutral.
It's entirely no. She would not ever do that to her kid.
I don't know. I mean, people are weird.
She might, if the kid grows up to say they're trans, go along with it, but at the baby stage, no, that's one she would reject. I don't mean to speak for you and the little fucker, but just in case, correct me. Did I really just make it that now I have to call her baby that all the time? No,
Yep.
I'm going to stop that.
No, that's stream lore.
Sorry, Shue.
All babies are known as little fucker around here.
Don't Ethan Klein me.
Oh,
happened. I feel like every time I take a break, like a war breaks out or something, but
Try doing that every time you sleep, lady.
Right? Your powers are weak.
There's a difference between men and women. All I got to do is sleep for 2 hours and war breaks out.
Well, that's the patriarchy ingrained in the DNA.
Yes.
See,
she's got to take a month off for anything to happen.
Yeah, she had to go have a kid and take time off to play with it. Amateur.
Thankfully that did not happen. But at least we found out the real Epstein files were the friends we made along the way. Well,
okay, I did laugh out loud when the first time I watched that. I have watched all of this one, by the way.
I only watched a few minutes, but I laughed at that one. That was pretty funny.
Shue is funny, or whoever. I'm fairly certain it's her because she's had the same sense of humor her whole career on here. But just in case there's a man involved, whoever's helping write her script, it is funny.
Well, I think the baby wrote that joke.
Shue is just mean, and it's easier to be funny when you're mean.
That's very true.
Yeah.
welcome back to the ShoeOnHead channel. If it is your first time here, run. I am ShoeOnHead, and on this channel I like to cover cultural issues, mostly surrounding men's issues. It's what I've been doing for over a decade, and frankly, I'm exhausted. Many of you—
Wait, would you say she's mostly done male issues?
Not really.
In the last couple of years, sure, but before that it was more... Was it... I don't remember her... I feel like it was more just cultural issues in general before.
Yeah, it seemed to be much more generic cultural issues, but I'm not a regular viewer of hers, so I don't know. But she sounded that you could tell she's from like the northern part of the country because she had a slight accent right there.
She's from New York.
Yeah, so it was a borderline Canadian accent almost. Yep. That was weird.
I don't know what part of New York she's from, and I don't want to know because that's creepy. But I do know she's in New York or grew up in New York. So yeah,
New York.
New York.
That's better than better than Brooklyn, I guess. patriarchy writes her scripts. Yeah, that makes sense. Dangerous.
Go.
You have been along for the ride, and you have seen me go from a chipper, lively 24-year-old making fun of BuzzFeed and Tumblr feminists to a bitter, calloused 34-year-old talking about very real and growing men's issues. One of the main men's...
You don't know what I've seen, lady. I didn't notice any of that. I was looking at your eyes, trying to figure out if you were boxy, and then I was looking at your boobs. All right? I didn't hear a word you said. I remember the little button thing you had. That was about it. So don't tell me what I've seen.
Yeah, her pay gap button was genius.
Yeah, that was genius. She probably spelled it correctly, too, unlike the reset button we gave to Russia.
Issues I have been covering in great detail lately has been the male loneliness epidemic. Yeah, but turns out I was wrong. We don't have a male loneliness epidemic. We have a male loser epidemic. It's not a male loneliness epidemic. No, it's a male mediocrity epidemic. It's a male loser epidemic.
The male loser epidemic has gotten so bad.
Did she put baby oil on her boobs?
I don't know what she's about to do, but I've seen a lot of this shit lately.
She lube it up for like a string of dudes that are gonna plow her. Is this Bonnie Blue? I don't know. I don't know what that whore looks like.
This is a chick she's gonna make herself pretty so she can go out and bang, hot dudes who treat her like shit because she treats herself like shit.
And we'll never call her back.
How come they never call back when I put out on the first 10 minutes we meet?
Yeah. We bang in the bathroom at the bar and he didn't call me.
I'm not saying there are no male losers out there. There's plenty of them, but there's always been plenty of them.
Yeah, it's not exactly a growing epidemic. It's just noticeable. And what is defined as a loser is very, very vague right now.
I would say that the problem has gotten worse as women have become more entitled and think that they are owed the world.
Well, that's the thing is they've shifted the Overton window so far that even if I remember watching a Man on the Street video with these two chicks getting interviewed, and the one girl said, "Yeah, my man gives me all his spare money," and she let it slip that he made $28,000 a year, but she was really happy with him because he took good care of her, he was nice to her, always opened the door for her, and he'd give her whatever available money he had, and she was very happy with that. And her friend was like, "I'd dump him," but that's the Overton window shift. It's no longer about like he treats me well, he provides. I like him. He's got a fun personality. We have things in common. No, now it's you're a wallet, you're a dick, and
what about love?
Oh no, love is right out the window, dude. That is love, is giving them money and things. It's materialistic. It's very disgusting, actually.
That it's honestly so pathetic at this point.
Now, I don't always talk about men's issues. No, sometimes I talk about politics, and sometimes I mix the two together.
Okay, we're going to jump ahead. Shoo, I watched your video twice earlier just to make sure I knew what I was talking about. I'm not going to watch your ad. Sorry.
Yeah, guys, we're not getting paid to shill for you.
She's shilling Ground News there, and if you're interested in that, Ground News, apparently, Jack, they show you a whole bunch of headlines and even tell you who's covering what. You've probably seen commercials, guys.
Oh, yeah, everybody's getting promotions about it except us. So we're not going to promote those fuckers because they didn't give us any money, and she's not going to cut us in.
I will say this. If you are interested in that, go use her link and help her out since, I'm stealing her content here.
Yeah, well, we're commentating on it. So I will actually find the link to her video and drop the video link in so they could go give her a like and a follow if they want.
Appreciate it.
Well, thank you to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad.
I watched it both times.
Now let's get back to the video. With all these issues men are facing, they seem to be moving to the right and the Republicans more, since the left and Democrats have essentially just become the young men eat and die movement. Months ago.
But, okay, this, you're not wrong, but you make it sound like that just happened. It's that men have finally started fighting back against that. That is why you see men moving towards the right. They've been so conditioned growing up to be so pussyfied, such he bitches, that it was good enough for a long, long time. This shit has been going on my entire life. I'm
Yep.
50 now, Jack.
You're old.
I know, but you're older than me, so fuck you.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Never mind. Shut up. We're spring chickens.
This is shit that started with second wave feminism, really kicked in with third wave feminism. And it's not like the Democrats have just decided fuck men. It's been going on. It's just men finally had people standing up going, this is wrong. And instead of things like the Red Pill, the movie with Cassie J,
Yeah.
where Cassie J just gets obliterated by people who used to love her because she goes to talk to these red pillars, not the modern red pillars, not your Andrew Tate red pillars, but guys who more would have been MRA than what's called red pill now. And she's like, "Oh my God, they're not horrible people. They're just trying to get equal rights because we've shifted things so much towards women that men get fucked." Literally, there were states that, like, if these guys get divorced, the child immediately goes to the mom, no ifs, ands, or buts.
Yep.
If there's domestic violence in the house, the man gets arrested even if she did it. That's a real fucking thing in one state. What was it, Kansas or something like that was doing that?
Yeah. It's actually a lot more common than you think
Mm-hmm.
in a lot of states. So it just wasn't mandatory except in one state.
And it got so bad that Donald Trump standing up and getting elected, especially the second time and him coming back and it looking like he's going to win and then does win. You have men that are like, wait, it's okay to be a man? That's all it was. It's not like the Democrats just started shitting on men.
No,
Fuck, you've been covering it for 10 years, lady.
yeah, this has been a long time coming that there's pushback. And
Yeah.
just wait until like Europe becomes a lot more Islamified. You think the patriarchy's bad now? Ooh, give that a decade and look at how France is going to go. Did you see that court ruling in France?
No.
They have to take in refugees from Guyana or wherever. They said they have to. It's required. Or Somalia, some shithole country that's going through some issues.
Yeah.
They're required to take them in.
I'm not shocked by that.
I'm not either, but it just goes to how far everything has shifted. You're going to start seeing a growing movement of way more patriarchal systems that are very unfriendly to everybody in Europe. So you think it's bad, the scary patriarchy now? Just wait. Give it 10 years if this shit doesn't change.
So I covered how the Democratic Party was losing young men, and I predicted Kamala Harris would lose in part because of young men overwhelmingly voting for Trump, and I was correct.
It's not just young men. I mean, older men were already going for Trump, but it's just men. The difference with young men and why it's so much more noticeable is because they had been going towards the Democrats because they had been so indoctrinated with this misandric bullshit for so long.
Well, now the Democrats have unveiled their final solution to the right-wing male loser epidemic. Democrats spending millions to learn how to speak to American men and win back the working class.
I do love this push that they tried for.
I heard that dumb fat bitch.
Yeah. $20 million to try to learn what men want. And that's not even what they did. It wasn't, hey, let's find out what is important to them. It's like, how can we hoodwink them?
Yeah, it's a scam.
Yeah. There was a New York Times op-ed the other day, and it was this guy saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't ignore our family and cut out our family over political differences. And somebody had tweeted it out with the tweet something to the effect of something is changing in the culture. But if you read the article, there was nothing changing. What this guy wanted is the whole reason that he wanted to cut people out of his life was to shun them into acting how he wanted. And he even says this in there, the Scarlet Letter was there to make Prim behave herself. Like, you're retarded, bro.
Yeah, you're not changing anyone's mind. You're just an asshole.
But that's his whole thing is now that you should be nice to them because he didn't used to like his brother-in-law, but they started surfing together and they surf and his brother-in-law, he's really smart, you see, but his brother-in-law is really good at surfing. So out on the water, the dynamic changed, you see. He's the elite on the water instead of being the big brain, I'm going to cut off my family over politics asshole that he was. And as you read it, the whole thing is still just him trying to manipulate his brother-in-law to thinking like him rather than just treating him like a person and allowing even for disagreements to be out there.
Well, there can't be disagreements. Like any good cult, communists, leftist, they can't have that disagreement. They have to have assimilation. So if you have to do that through manipulation and trickery, so be it. But they have to win converts in order to grow.
He even says we both changed. He says, I've learned that people I disagree with aren't really evil. And I'm sure he's learned stuff too. Like, you didn't even bother to ask him.
No, I hope that guy didn't learn anything and he actually learns to despise you.
You just spoke for him and couldn't give a single fucking example of how you've changed him. But anyway, sorry.
Democrats have blown millions of dollars on efforts to appeal to American men who turned to President Donald Trump in droves on Election Day in hopes of winning back the working class. Democrats have spent $20 million on their efforts, with donors and strategists holing up in luxury hotel rooms, brainstorming how to convince working class men to return to the party. Ah yes, nothing more relatable to working class men than luxury hotel rooms.
True.
Right? It just reminds me of, she makes a good point, but first of all, great pause game. She looks like she's... that's the judgment face I get from women all the time. Did you really say that? It reminds me of that commercial they did with all the, rough and tumble manly men. The one guy sitting on the back of the truck with his legs crossed and his hands on his knee.
Yeah.
Dude, you guys are really bad at messaging.
Nothing more relatable to working class men than luxury hotel rooms. Great job, guys. The plan? Codename Sam, or Speaking with American Men.
Can we talk about their thing there? They called it Sam Speaking with American... That should be SWAM. Am I wrong on that?
No, you're right. But if you join a group named SWAM, it sounds like some kind of covert homosexual bathhouse.
We're talking about Democrats, so I don't know how covert it would have to be.
Well, they don't want it to be that on the nose. They got to kind of hide it.
There's a lot of semen involved.
That's how Tim Walz
strategic plan. Promises to use the funds to study the syntax, language, and content that gains attention and virality in these spaces. The effort...
Oh, man, that is some college doublespeak nonsense. The syntax, it sounds problematic, so we have to use big words. So, we're going to shift the paradigm of the syntax of the paradigm.
What's funny about it is you can actually see this in action right now. Go watch Taylor Lorenz and what's his name? Wilson, Andrew Wilson on Piers Morgan. Actually, that might come up in here. Maybe not. But go watch that and watch Taylor Lorenz trying to use bro words. She keeps going, why are you crashing out? You're crashing out so hard. Because that's the newest code word that guys on the internet are using.
Yeah, it's so skibbity.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But when I get put it into action.
Well, yeah, but that's just the problem with it is you sound like a boomer, as the kids would say. You sound so out of touch trying to be in touch. That's like my goal when I'm old is to purposely use all the modern slang so the kids would stop.
And the stuff that they need to learn, the syntax and the language that's used, those are things that they are philosophically opposed to because it's mean.
Yeah. They're going to half-heartedly try, and it's going to come off as disingenuous, out of touch, and kind of weird.
It will be funny when you see, Tim Walz put out a tweet like, Donald Trump is so faggy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Trying to talk like the young men on the internets do.
Yeah, you don't come off as masculine. You come off as out of touch, kind of creepy, and a bit of a loser.
Yeah.
We all had teachers that tried that shit in high school. It was like, Jeepers, kids. I am down with the kids. I know what the latest gnarly rad stuff is.
I would be okay with this if their underlying idea was to understand what concerned men rather than just trying to talk like them.
Yeah, they want to lure them in and trick them into believing what they believe. They don't want to even listen.
No, exactly. We're just going to pick up their language patterns and that's how we'll get them.
Yeah, we'll trick them through words.
Yeah.
Because we're big brains here. They're too dumb, and those sucker rubes will fall for anything.
Oh. Anyway.
Also recommends Democrats buy advertisement in video games, among other things.
Yeah, that's what I want in my video game is a fucking ad for the Democratic or Republican Party.
Yeah, there's a reason you're playing video games, and it's unless it's a political simulator, it's probably got nothing to do with politics.
For the record, I do play political video games. I played Democracy 3 and 4. I played, what the hell's the name of that series? Is it just Election? The first time I played it was way back when the very first one that came out was Bush versus, I can't remember if it was his first or second election. Anyway, you actually run for president. I play those kind of games. I don't want to play that shit in like GTA and be driving down the San Andreas highway and see a billboard for Tim fucking Walls.
Or you hear a radio ad on the station you're playing.
Steam doesn't allow ads in games now. It depends on how it's integrated. You can still do advertising. You can't have ads like you would get like on phone games, where now if you play a phone game, every level, like now you got to watch 8 commercials for other games you don't care about.
So boring.
Yeah. You can still have sponsored stuff in games.
Yeah, well, you shovel enough money at Steam, they'll let you do whatever you want, I'm sure.
Look, if I'm going back to GTA, if I'm playing GTA and there's real world, instead of ammunition billboard up there, there's a billboard for Coke, it's not going to affect me in any fucking way. In fact, it actually makes more sense to have the Coke one than the ammunition one. But there's a lot of people who are offended at this idea, Jack, of having like sponsored advertised like that in game. It depends on how you. If I'm playing an NFL game, right? I'm playing Madden. I should see all kinds of ads because if I watch it on television, it's all around the stadium. Advertising. Yeah.
I don't know. Is it a circus of value? Because those are the only ads I'm willing to watch.
I don't think that game makers should be excluded from that kind of revenue stream because some gamers are going to pretend like it's going to ruin their whole fucking experience. Just saying.
Democratic Party is treating young men like exotic animals they're studying. Now, as you can see here is the young man in his natural habitat, in a dark, messy cave surrounded by Taco Bell wrappers and empty Mountain Dew bottles.
I appreciate the joke she's making here, but they're not even doing this much of it. It's literally just, what wording are they using?
Yeah.
We'll just talk like them. It's so annoying.
Well, look, they think that men are stupid because they watch TV shows.
Yeah.
So that they don't need to, because straight white men, they're the dumbest fucking people on the planet, because that's what the messaging they picked up over time was. So they just have to talk like them, and you'll convince them to fall right into your honey trap. And why did she use Asmongold as a prop right there?
Because she's going for the gamer bro. This does connect in later.
Oh, okay. I didn't watch that far.
Actually pretty good.
Taco Bell wrappers and empty Mountain Dew bottles. Here is another young man, as you can see, also dwelling in a dark cave. This one has dyed his hair blue to scare off potential predators. Unfortunately, it also scares off potential mates, but moving on.
Coughs and revenge porn.
On here is another young man. We think.
Are you familiar with that creator?
I have no idea what that is. I assume it's a VTuber of some kind.
Yeah, I forget his name, but he does a lot of what's now called slop content. He covers a lot of drama, and I believe he does politics as well. How do you say his name? Nux Honori? Not Nux, whatever.
Some weeb shit.
Yeah. Just name yourself Steve so I can call you by your name. Nux. Yeah. I've seen quite a bit of his stuff. I don't watch a lot of it because he does long form shit, and he could probably get his point done in about 10 minutes, and he's got hour-long videos on shit. Yeah, learn to condense, Nux. Or don't. More people know you than me, so.
Yeah, I suppose, but we're pretty awesome. So.
Frank, thank you. Nuxanor is great. Yeah, like I said, I like his content. It's just he repeats himself a lot because he's dragging shit out.
Yeah, that's kind of frustrating. Plus, whenever I see these anime avatars, I just think I'm watching anime, so I kind of tune out mentally.
Oh, see, his is great for the way I do it when I'm playing a video game and I'm listening to shit in the side.
Yeah, if you're just listening.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't think I could watch that.
We're not quite sure about this one. We're still studying it. Listen, Democrats, instead of spending $20 million to do that stupid, maybe you should, I don't know, actually listen to men. I listen to men.
I have a better idea. Take that $20 million and pay off Kamala's debt.
Yeah, a better idea. Take that $20 million and split it between you and me. We'll tell you everything you want to know about men, you dumb twats.
But see, that's the problem is they're not interested in learning. And that's what she just pointed out. You know, you could just go talk to guys. And not in the Obama way where you come in and tell them what's wrong with them. Go in there and ask them what their issues are.
Oh, they don't want to hear honest answers.
And you know what? In all honesty, they probably wouldn't get honest answers because they'd be afraid, especially if it's being recorded, of saying the wrong thing and getting their life destroyed over it.
Oh, absolutely. Lose your jobs because a bunch of blue-haired feminists were mildly offended.
Yeah.
And for free all the time. All I have to do is read my comment section. Let's see here. ShoeOnHead is a perfect example of why we need to repeal the 19th. Greetings from Albania. I hate women so much it's unreal. Ooh, shoo, mommy, milkies, 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 mommy, mommy, mommy. One time I got my penis stuck in a soda bottle. Okay.
What?
I need fans like this. Why aren't you guys leaving me comments like this?
Because they don't want to get banned off of YouTube.
Nobody has ever told me about getting their genitals stuck in stuff in my comments.
We will make fun of you on stream. Ruthlessly. Well, I will. I don't know about Monkey.
She has a weird audience, bro.
She really does. It's quite a diverse audience. I'm sure some of them still think she's boxy.
Probably.
But, yeah, I don't know. I don't try and figure out. Because women YouTubers are a lot different than male YouTubers. They attract a bunch of psychopaths.
I have a new line for her to use as a tagline. Because you keep mentioning Boxy. By the way to be hip with the 10-year-old reference.
That reference is probably 15 years old.
But remember the movie Crazy People?
Oh, yeah.
When everything goes south and they're not doing good with their fake ads that they're supposed to. If you don't know the premise of the movie Crazy People, go watch it. It's a great movie. But one of them that they have to do is Volvo, or maybe it's the real ones that they did. But for Volvo, they say boxy but good. She could use that as her tagline: boxy but good.
Yeah, I mean, boxy hasn't been around in a decade, so she could probably just be like, it's like Megan 2.0. She's Boxy the sequel.
But you brought Boxy up twice already in this, so it would work for her.
Mm-hmm. That's true. She's the Boxy Strikes Back.
Boxy, but good.
Boxy,
on second thought, maybe my comment section is not the best source.
It's Trump.
Actually, and in all fairness, your comment section, I'm assuming most of those are done humorously.
Yeah.
It's actually a really good place to look. Because you have guys were just being guys, goofing off, being silly, being men. And it's okay to be men. That's what Democrats need to learn. Frankly, Republicans too, which she's going to get to here in just a minute.
Scored big with young.
Somebody summoned Yog Sothoth. Jeez.
Hi, did you miss me?
Yes. You were only gone for like a second, though.
Well, Joy Behar came on, and even my internet connection was like, no.
Yeah, I didn't know what kind of Lovecraftian health spawn you summoned, but I was hoping this was part of Shoe's video.
All right.
Democrats are spending $20 million to learn how to speak their language. I think it's a waste of money. Maybe these guys should spend their money on teaching men to not be such sexists. Maybe that's
But the stats don't bear that.
Yeah, that'll work.
Men, listen to me. It's never going to be enough for women like her. The sheer amount that men have given up of everything we once had, even as limited patriarchy as we had in the States, Jack. Mm-hmm. We've given everything to women. We've let you into everything, and you've ruined it all for us. And this bitch is up here like, maybe they need to teach men not to be sexist.
Yeah, what they want is for women to be blindly worshipped.
Yes.
And you agree with everything they say. You put them on a pedestal, and you turn yourselves into some sort of like eunuch slave.
Yeah, because not just put up on a pedestal, but while you're doing that, you need to flog yourself for the sin of being born a man.
The sin of the penis.
Penis sin. Yeah.
Look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men. There are a lot of young women out there that want to get married. They want to have kids. They want to have stable families. But there are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement in order.
Where's the motivation for men to get married?
There is none right now, no.
Yeah. It's a loose proposition.
We're almost to a point where romantic comedies are going to be made for men as men. Remember the thing we talked about on the last Shoe video we watched, where there's that anime movie and this is what men really want, and it's just a loving relationship.
Yeah. How dare they?
We're going to have a whole thing of this where Hollywood's going to be like, oh, we need to make romantic comedies for men because they're so desperate for love.
Yeah, it'll be like the Bro channel. But a Hallmark version of that with like sword play and women that like masculine men.
Because in all the Hallmark movies, it's some chick who comes back to her hometown and there's a florist there. What would the equivalent be if that was reversed? Like some guy comes back to his hometown and he meets the chick from the movie Tomboy. Did you ever see Tomboy?
With Chris Farley?
No, not that's Tommy Boy.
Oh, my bad. No, I don't think I've seen that.
Tomboy is an 80s movie. Basically, it's the chick from Better Off Dead when she comes out from working on the car. She's got a little smudge.
Oh, yeah. Look at how hot.
Yeah. So it's going to be a woman who can actually work on cars and they fall in love at his bakery.
Oh, I think it'd be the opposite. I think it'd be like a truck driver going home and he's like all lonely and sad because his dog ran away or some country song thing. And then he finds this damsel in distress, and he helps her. And she actually appreciates it, and they have this romance despite all these screeching harpies that look suspiciously like the staff of The View. And they try to talk her out of it, and he has to rescue her. And then they ride off into the sunset. It'll have like Western themes.
I'm trying to pull up the. Okay, here we go. You never saw this movie?
No, I don't think so. I've seen that poster before, but I don't think I've ever seen that movie.
Oh, you get to see her boobies in it if you're interested.
Well, you just sold me on it.
Yeah.
Excuse me, we call that the plot.
She has two nice plots.
Yeah, look, I love when the plot is explained to me in a movie.
Yeah, I like the pointed plot.
Yeah, nice perky plot points so that I can tell what's going on.
DoorDash.
Oh no. The very night I was sitting on my couch, right.
The plot is woke. You have. Okay, I was watching this when I was much younger, Jack. I didn't care about the plot of that movie at all. I got to see boobies.
Dude, I just found a collection of movies for $32. It's got Malibu Beach, Hunk, The Van, The Pom Pom Girls, Cave Girl, My Chauffeur, My Tutor, Jocks, Tomboy, The Beach Girls, and Coach.
So all basically the same movie in a different setting.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
80s movies, man. They were
I've seen
great.
about 3/4 of these, and there's a lot of boobies in this collection here.
My Chauffeur is one of my wife's favorite movies.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, you're looking at some all-star cast here. Crispin Glover, Patrick Hauser, some great 80s films.
Her dad owned My Chauffeur on Laserdisc.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had a copy of My Tutor, and only a few minutes of it was really well used. Real quick, though, thank you, Frosted Glass. My godson just turned 2 at midnight. Oh, happy birthday to him. And I'll be damned if he doesn't get an awkward birthday song from you guys. Haven't thought of an official screen name for him yet, so for now, let's call him Stinky Butt.
Hard Bodies was an excellent movie.
Oh, Hard Bodies 1 and 2. Yeah.
I wasn't a fan of 2, but yeah, 1 was great.
Hot Dog, the movie. There were anything with women in prison.
Hamburger, the movie, too, yeah.
Yeah. The Kentucky Fried movie was great for that matter.
Stinky Butt, we're going to just give your dad a second here to break this up so he doesn't have to play this part for you about Hard Bodies and other things we talked about. Stinky Butt, this one's for you. And a 1, and a 2. Happy birthday
to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday,
dear
Stinky Butt.
Butt.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Hope you have a good one. Really, really do. And hope you're enjoying the world so far. You're getting to the point now where you're going to be a pain in your parents' ass, and enjoy it. Enjoy it.
Oh, here's a word for you, Stinky Butt. Just remember this one. You can use it a lot. No.
No. Yes.
No.
My second youngest granddaughter, she does not say no. Instead, anytime she's saying no or yes, she has very exaggerated head movements. So like when she goes to say yes, she brings her head way back and then down, and there's like a little pause, and then it's almost like a chicken toy where it goes down once and then it starts doing it a little faster and faster and faster.
This dude I used to game. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I say, and she does the same thing with her no. It starts off way to one side and then no.
Oh, it's like a Doppler effect thing.
Yes.
That's awesome. I hope she keeps that throughout until she's like a teenager and she's like, no. Can I touch your boobs? No.
No.
My buddy Adam used to game with him. He used to say that Sean Connery would never say no. He'd say, not yes.
Not yes.
Yeah, because Scottish accent. But thank you, Kamala's vaginal HPV tumor, for the generous donation. Went to Disney World in Florida for family vacation. After 2 days, I needed to be away from people. Yeah, I bet. Took an Uber to a state park. Uber driver asked, what are you doing out here? You know, there's nothing out here. You have food and water, right? He's worried you're going out to end it all. I just want to be away from people. Yeah, but you're going to the park. Why?
It should have been like, I left evidence.
Yeah. I just need to dispose of something. Oh, man. Yeah, I get it, though. I mean, after a while, being around that many people, you do just kind of want to be like, all right, let's wrap this shit up.
Young men out there who want
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm just not a people person. And Tommy, Lauren, look, I know you got dumped. I'm sorry, honey. But stop talking to dumbass men. How about that?
Tommy Lauren is exactly what's wrong with conservative women. They're still all raised in feminist.
Yeah. Thank you again, Kamala's vaginal HPV tumor, for the generous donation. Check in with the park ranger. First thing they asked her, what are you doing out here? there's nothing out here. You have food and water, right? Yes, ma'am. Why does everyone keep asking me that? Apparently, they're going to abandon you. It sounds like you're walking into a horror movie. Like, are they filming Wrong Turn 7 out there?
I'm guessing they've had a few
Sad
hikers
people?
come up missing.
Yeah. Jesus, I think you're going to get abducted by aliens or something out there. There's going to be a missing 411 episode on you. Don't disappear, dude. Have food and water with you and maybe a personal locator beacon just in case, because there's something wrong at that park.
For the record, it's not just women who have all been raised feminists. Men have been as well.
Yeah, the last 20 years has been way worse than ever before. It gets progressively worse last 5 years, I would say. But it's shocking how much they've been able to kind of conquer the education system with this nepotistic gatekeeping they do. But it's kind of sad that there's so many men that are just yes dear types now.
I don't have a problem with the yes dear types because sometimes it's easier to go along. It's not worth, you know what I mean? Not worth.
No, but they're all like that now. They're all henpecked.
But they're doing that before they even have a woman to be saying yes dear to.
Oh yeah, you have to pedestalize the vagina, and it's disgusting. You're not allowed to have masculine. If you watch an '80s movie with a younger person now, they're probably going to be like, "Oh my god, this is so upsetting."
Well, this is one of the things I've really enjoyed about the reaction channels that I watch. Watching the one chick watch Scary Movie. She was so offended by some of the shit that was in that movie.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even all that outrageous at the time.
No,
it was funny, but it wasn't outrageous at all.
Yeah, that's a fairly tame movie, really, for the standards of the time. I mean, they weren't breaking any new ground there.
Okay. Back to our video. Shue, if you're watching this, I don't expect you to watch the whole thing. Just saying.
Live in mama's basement and order DoorDash.
Oh no. The very night I was sitting on my couch writing the script to my video about how the Democrats are spending $20 million to relate to young men, this came on my TV on Fox News. A Tommy Lahren and Laura Ingraham segment about stay-at-home sons, men who still live at home. Literally minutes after this aired, it went absolutely viral on Twitter.
We talked about it at the time when that one happened. Fuck Tommy Lahren.
Tommy Lahren got pumped and dumped, and she was incredibly bitter about it.
Yeah. And we know this because and she will play a clip from it. There was a video long before this where she's like, I'm canceling boys because me and my girlfriends can't keep men. Stop putting out on the first date, honey.
Yeah, maybe it's something wrong with you. Have you figured out the common denominator here? Or your choices?
No. See, because it's her and all her girlfriends, it has to be men. It can't be that the like-minded group of women are the problem. No. It's all the different men. Yeah.
That's the problem with single women. Once a chick gets married, she has to cut off her single friends because they have so much competitive jealousy.
See, I got to correct you there because I've recently come to a moment of clarity on that.
Uh-oh.
We've said many times that you got to cut off your single friends and your other friends because if a woman is having trouble with her man, she's in a relationship, she's going to bring that to you and you're going to hear the same stuff about how isn't your man horrible too? So you're right about the single women, but it's also the married and dating women as well.
I think these single ones are significantly worse than the married ones. The dating ones, that's on the fence. Are they fiancés? Because if not, they're out. I don't know, man. This mind virus, the backstabbing jealousy, the cult of rage, I guess is what it is. They are so jealous of each other's happiness. It's disturbing to watch.
I think that's part of it. I think a lot of it, though, is just misery loves company.
Oh, yeah. But The single women
And-
are almost always incredibly jealous that the married one is married. So they're always encouraging them to drop that zero and get a hero.
Shoe, if you're watching this, I know that you have a thing about, oh, they're saying it's all men. Now you're blaming all women. I'm not blaming all women.
Just
As long as she's in a happy relationship, fine. But women love to commiserate.
Oh, yeah,
And
they love misery.
you can leave your house and your wife is there with her friend and everything seems fine. And you come back and you're in trouble and you didn't do nothing. But she just listened to her bitching friend for the last hour and she needed to commiserate. And so you leaving your socks on the floor just became you murdered children.
Well, you might have done that in one of her dreams, and you have to apologize for that, too.
I have literally gotten in trouble for shit in dreams before.
Yeah, I have as well, and it's weird and kind of dumb.
Yeah, because women are hard to live with. So you got to limit their influence from other women, too.
Yeah. And
I mean, this is literally how we ended up with shit like that chick during Me Too. I wish I had been raped, so I had a Me Too story.
Oh, that was so fucked up.
Because women love to commiserate.
Well, and look at all the scam ones, not just like Duke Lacrosse, but Mattress Girl.
Oh, sure, yeah.
They ruined lives so that they could have a victim story.
For not good reasons. So we are going to unpack this piece by piece. Because even though everyone was mocking it and making fun of it, as far as I saw, nobody was really dissecting it and breaking down exactly why she was so egregiously wrong. So
You need to watch me more, Shoe.
Break it down. Yeah, we covered that.
well, come join me
Yeah.
in debunking the male loser epidemic. Because who else better equipped to talk about men's issues than two stupid blonde bimbos? Hold on one second. 3 stupid blonde bimbos. Sorry.
For the record, I just wanted to pause right there because before the show, somebody said they weren't sure how they felt about her with blonde hair. And the reason I went with the blonde hair on the thumbnail is because I really loved this joke.
Yeah, I get what she's going for, but I think she looks better with the darker hair. I do appreciate her mixing it up for the male gaze, but the Hannah Montana thing just doesn't work for her.
When she first comes up with it, I don't want to back it up. She has almost a Mariah Carey thing going on for a second.
Yeah. So she looks insane.
No, she looks like a munchie-chi.
Oh, yeah. That means happiness. So
Yeah. Mariah Carey looks like a munchie-chi.
she does.
Yeah. Anyway.
Sorry. I felt left out. Alright, let's go. Wait! I need my gamer fuel. See?
Gross.
I do drink it. That one's for you, Tectone.
It's a major problem. And you know, Speaker Johnson has been talking about those maybe deadbeat folks that are on Medicaid, and maybe some of those folks are the stay-at-home sons. We don't know. But I'll tell you this.
But I'm going to throw it out there like it might be.
Yeah. Like, I get that you don't like dudes that are shutting out, the MGTOW types. They're
Wait.
They've had too many bad experiences, whatever. But she's not bitching about that. She got stood up or banged and dumped. I don't know, but she's got a level of bitterness from something recent.
2 things in chat. Ebony asked, a what? A munchie-chi. They were these little dolls back when we were kids. These little monkey-like things.
Yeah, they're a little. They had a cartoon.
Yep.
Monchichi means happiness.
And they were
I'll find your
adorable.
clip, Ebony. Oh, they were
Unit,
fucking creepy looking.
Unit, thank you so much. Shu does more videos than you. I bet if you added up how many videos she's done total in her career versus how many I did in just that first year and a half when I was making them every day, I still have more videos. Just saying.
Well, we do mostly streams now, so.
But I'm just saying I've done more videos than she has.
Oh, yeah.
That's
probably.
all. Yeah.
Leave it to Gen Z to rebrand laziness and social awkwardness as something cutesy, like a stay-at-home son. But Laura, I gotta tell you, this is also a big problem when it comes to, I think, declining birth rates, people not getting married and having children. You know, that's a big...
I want to meet the guy that hurt her. I really do.
dude, his life is upsetting. I'm sure.
I want to buy
Um,
him a coffee or a drink, whatever he takes.
yeah, I have a little sit down and commiserate because, first of all, I think Tommy Laren's cute. I thought she was cuter with the old nose, but she's still not bad looking. I could see why you would want to plow that. But she seems like she has some really suppressed anger issues.
Somebody fucked her up bad.
Yeah,
And
I don't know what uncle it was, Uncle
no,
Bad.
no, not like that. I mean, some dude, she thought they were going to get married and she was in it for life and he was only there because she put out on the first date or
Yeah,
second or third. I don't know which one she did it, but because she put out.
yeah. I mean, I could see that.
And and I hope he banged her sister or something.
Wow, dude. No, I always find that like when women are this angry, there was a bitter breakup where she thought they were going to be together forever, like you said, and that guy was not taking it anywhere near as seriously, and he probably was like unemployed or lost his job and didn't bother, and he was leeching off her. Because I've seen that a dozen times. The chicks just don't know when to cut and leave. When it's
Well,
time to say, "All right, if you either get motivated or get out."
do you remember the Lauren Southern expose she did on right wingers? That
Vaguely.
her thing was that you had all these right wing influencers who were basically using the girls in the space as groupies,
Oh
and
yeah, yeah.
they basically were. And if you do the timeline, those her suddenly becoming bitter is right around the time that Lauren is saying all this shit was going on. So my guess is Tommy here got uh, used up a little bit, and she thought it was like marriage material. But that is all speculation and besides the point.
Problem. They blame it on women. Well, look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men. There are a lot of young women out there that want to get married. They want to have kids. They want to have stable families. But there are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash. And that's why.
And who enabled this behavior? The women.
Yeah,
If women didn't put up with that shit, it wouldn't be happening.
it's women almost demand it. You have to be my little cuckold. You gotta do what mommy says, even if that means waiting outside and not listening to what I'm doing in here.
Yeah, they've created an infantilized culture where people are obsessed with stuff that little kids do. I mean, I fucking have a comic book channel, so I can't bitch too loud. But
Okay, I want to address that for a second because I think Tommy's going to say something about that here in a second. But I play video games. I was wearing a Spider-Man T-shirt just yesterday, Jack.
oh, I'm a little jealous about that.
My phone is sitting in a holder that looks like Spider-Man trying to lift something really heavy. Over here, my pens are in a Spider-Man pen holder. Hanging right there on the wall is Spider-Man.
He
We
does
had
whatever
this
a spider can.
we had this weird thing where you were supposed to let go of things you liked. And as we've evolved as a species, we've realized that sitting at home watching whatever slop ABC puts on for 3 hours a night is not the only way to entertain yourself, and that you can still like things you liked before.
Yeah, but it's the obsessiveness that is being pushed now. That your entire personality is based around like Funko Pops or stupid shit like that. It's not a hobby anymore. It's not like people like us have hobbies. We have things we do. But you're still a responsible adult. You have kids and grandkids that you are dealing with all the time. You have adult things you're doing.
Oh,
Unfortunately, what we're seeing from a lot of women is this push to try and have a man child. And then they bitch about having that, but they created it.
Frank, let me get this real quick. Frank, thank you. And you're sitting in a basement. True. And Ebony said that she thought I must really like Spider-Man. For the record, I do. And all four of those things I mentioned, my wife bought for me.
Yeah, first of all,
The,
everybody likes Spider Man, so that's not fair.
the issue, though, is that you're right about infantilized men, but women expect that as soon as you get married, men, you've seen this throughout the ages. Women will marry a guy she met in a bar, and then they get married, and she's like, I thought he'd stop going to the bar every night where I met him.
Yeah, it's the whole thing where they think they can fix you.
No,
And
no. See, you're right that they think that, but they don't want to fix you. They expect you to immediately fix when you're married.
yeah, that's a better way of saying it. It's
It's
you're
some
supposed to flip a
switch.
switch and then
Yes.
become this whatever they desire. You don't know what fantasies are going on in their head, but you're expected to fulfill all of that as soon as you're in a relationship with them.
Yep. True story. So they'll indulge your things, and then they're like, but don't be a little kid.
Yeah, it's such a almost Janice Head situation where, on one hand, they encourage the infantilization to a point, and then when they're ready to settle down, you have to go to the other half and become this magical, fully formed adult when they've been treating you like a grown child up until that point. And you see it with mothers as well. They spoil the kids, and
Yeah,
he
that's a
didn't
big
do
part
anything
of it.
wrong. All these justifications for shitty behavior.
Natalie says she bought her soon-to-be husband a lightsaber, a nice one. Cool, you're a good woman.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Unless he hates Star Wars, in which case, damn, you're a bitch.
Yeah, she wrote a discipline stick on it and hits him with it when he's bad. Fuck Star Trek. Smack, smack, smack.
Yes.
Ugh. No,
We
but
have declined.
it is this whole culture of like they you're a pseudo child until they need you to not be one.
And they expect you to know immediately how not to be a child anymore.
Yeah, yeah. And,
There's no growing up about it, and it's not just women wanting men to be that way. It's mothers and fathers who are keeping their children. You're going to be on my insurance till you're 26.
yeah, my dad would have been like, "Get the fuck out, you leech." They put up with a lot from us, but they didn't put up with that shit. Go get a job. Either go to school or get a job was what my dad told me when I graduated high school.
No, he loves Obi. Oh, cool.
Birth rates and a lot of other problems in society. It's time to go out, get a job, breathe the fresh air, meet people in real life. Let's just get back to basics.
So first of all,
I want to say this: men and women shouldn't spend time together. Hank, you should spend time together when there's important things that need to spend time together. You know, you have dinner, you're going to a birthday party, you're doing something family oriented. The rest of the time, the man should be in the workshop and the woman should be doing whatever the fuck women do.
Yeah, you need your own time and space.
Yeah. And I'm not going to judge you for reading your little porn that you say is a romance novel, and you don't judge me for killing literally the entire world in a video game. We'll both be fine.
Yeah, but that's how it used to be, though, is you had separate interests that you'd pursue, and sometimes you'd be reading in the same room or whatever people did in the 50s, but you weren't necessarily doing stuff together, other than like watching TV for a little while and then banging. But you had your own hobbies, you had your own friends, you did your own thing, and now it's a controlling thing where they expect you to be at their beck and call. People spend way too much time together. It's unsettling.
Look, I am at my wife's beck and call. She just doesn't call all that often.
Well, she calls you when she needs you, not when she's
Yeah.
like, I'm lonely.
And no, you know what? Sometimes it is just she's lonely. And I'm like, cool, I'll come hang out with you.
Yeah.
But it's not needy.
Yeah,
It's not every day. It's not 24/7. Monkey, come sit by me and you be bored while I play on my phone and watch a TV show you don't care about. My dad spent a lot of his time in his workshop.
yeah.
He loved both my mom and my stepmom. When they had stuff to go do together, they did it together. But he had his man time. Men
Yeah,
need that.
that's healthy to have time away from each other. I mean, you just be in another room, but you need that personal time. And I think that's something that modern feminists do not understand.
This stay-at-home son thing is not a real thing. It was a random throwaway, self-deprecating joke some contestant on Jeopardy said. One f***ing guy. Because
I didn't even know that.
I had heard that. I didn't know if that was true or not, but
I had no clue. And in fairness to myself, it sounded like some millennial shit, like quiet quitting.
yeah, it sounded like some made-up nonsense. But I could buy that it was on a game show. I just never heard it was Jeopardy or anything.
Well, I mean,
like that.
we've seen that happen before. The whole people freaked out because Starbucks took the Christmas off their cups. One fucking guy wrote a blog about that, and the news blew it up like the Christians were losing their shit.
Oh, yeah, that was. Oh my God! Oh,
And
Jesus is sad now.
It wasn't even a big blog. It had a couple thousand people, if I remember, who read it.
Yeah,
And
but that's the clickbait nature of the news cycles now.
Yeah.
Oh, real quick. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Suddenly, it became the Christians are insane. Look, they lose their minds over a coffee cup.
No, people like predictability. They like stability. But some people look forward to that stuff every year. So I imagine there were some complaints, but of course they're going to blow it out of control.
There was literally one guy when that story blew up.
Yeah.
Same as what's happening here. One dude makes a joke on Jeopardy, and Tommy Lawrence losing her shit because she got pumped and dumped.
Yeah, and God forbid you actually admit why you're upset. Instead, it's all men. It's this generic, all-encompassing thing. No, it's fucking grow up, you guys. Tommy, call me. I'll fix you. Thank you, Frosted Glass. Any feminists who say men are too infantilized, start a movement of women who aren't obsessed with Harry Potter, Disney movies, or Nightmare Before Christmas, and you're going to be an army of one. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I still don't get the whole thing with Nightmare Before Christmas. I know that's sacrilege, especially to women, but that movie is not very good, and the art is crap.
Corpse Bride was a far superior film.
Guess there's nothing else important going on that they could cover on the news. They literally made this into a fake phenomena so they can on young men. Meanwhile, Democrats are spending millions of dollars trying to win back young men. Oh no, the young men are leaving us in droves. How do we get them back? Don't worry, I got this. Hey, you fat, lazy, Cheeto dust-covered slobs, you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean...
And the thing is, this isn't the only time we've ever seen this from conservative women.
Yeah.
Conservative women will turn on men on a fucking dime.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, look at Ashley St. Clair. She went all super feminist as soon as she got pregnant.
Nice. Thanks. I love you.
Oh,
I love you too. Is the amount...
Wait, me and her play with Barbies the same way.
It was when I watched it, I'm like, okay, she understands men a lot more than I think she does. Because, yeah, that's how we would do it.
Yeah. Hey, it's a romance. We were just talking about men's romance movies.
She made Barbie scissor. Oh, I love that. Whoops.
Of young men living home with their parents increasing? Yes. Is it because they're lazy bums and just want to order DoorDash all day? No. And also, they're...
Okay, for some of them it is. All right?
Well, yeah, but those are more like the shut-ins or the MGTOWs.
No, I disagree with that. It is the ones who are being raised on communism, and I have personal experience with this, Jack, where you have guys who are like, what's even the point of doing it?
I'm never going to own a house. That sounds like a woman.
One, if you're single, you don't need a fucking house.
No.
You guys do know apartments have existed forever, right?
Do you know how much upkeep on a house is? I mean, you got to have homeowners insurance, plumbing costs, roofing. Believe me, I'm finding all this out the hard way.
Yeah, that shit's expensive.
Yeah, stuff adds up real fast, and there's no landlord to call. You got to figure that shit out on your own.
But you've given lazy people, humans are lazy by nature.
Oh, absolutely.
And I know there's going to be one guy who's like, I love to work all... Not you, faggot. Oh. need
that
that.
part's getting edited out.
I need that technical difficulties thing she just had.
Yeah, you got to talk to Adonis about borrowing his, because yeah, wow, oops.
I don't think it would have helped me there because even I didn't know that was coming out.
No, this is
Anyhow,
the old '90s force of habit.
humans are lazy by nature, and you've given them the excuse that the man is just keeping them down. And this is where I'm going to say the shoe almost gets it, and we'll get into it even more later on. The mega corporations are keeping me down. I can't even get a good job. Well, then go get a bad job. I shouldn't have to work a bad job. This is where that shit happens.
Yeah.
Can you imagine a man back in the 40s looking his father in the eye and going, I shouldn't have to take a bad job? His dad would have kicked his grown man ass.
Yeah. And thrown him out of the house.
And everybody would have been like, yep.
Yeah.
And now it's like, oh no, you shouldn't have to go work for that evil corporation who's just exploiting your labor. This all does come back to communist bullshit.
What corporation isn't trying to get people to work as much and as hard as possible? There isn't one.
You see, people would work hard if only they were compensated well.
You're offered a compensation package. If you don't like it, you don't have to take it, and then you'll starve to death. So too bad.
I've seen too many people with really good compensation packages who were lazy as fuck to believe that all you got to do is throw more money at them.
Oh, absolutely. It's a laziness problem, and it's across both genders. And what I really hate is, okay, so my buddy, who shall remain nameless, his daughter got in an argument with me about McDonald's. And she said, minimum wage should be $22 at McDonald's. I said, why? She says, well, I make more than that, and they work hard. So, okay, it's an entry-level job. You're not supposed to stay there. Oh, well, some people have kids. Well, that's not my problem. If I'm their employer, they got to show up and do their job.
Yeah,
they want to get paid. That's what this is. What we're offering. If you don't like it, don't work there. Well, some people don't have a choice. You always have a choice. You can starve and be homeless, or you can work. Now, if you can't find other work and you have no skills, you end up working entry level. Maybe you should learn how to do a job. Maybe go to night school or something and work your ass off, maybe get promoted, whatever, pick up a job skill, and then go somewhere else and work. How about that? No, they just don't want to work because they're told if they don't get hired in at some high level, then it's not worth it. Fuck it. I'm better than that. No, you're not. No, you're not. You have bills to pay too. Suck it up, bitch. Get that fucking job. We need to stop enabling this bullshit and start kicking people out of the house. Sink or swim.
BV's about to get mad at me. Says, if is the pay worth my fucking time, then I'm not taking the job. Eat me. And that's fine. But if you don't take the job, then you should be left to deal with the consequences of not taking the job, which means starvation and homelessness. If you're offered a job and it will pay your bills, or at least start paying your bills, and it's the only thing you have an option of, you should do it. This whole idea of that is beneath me, I'm not making enough. Fuck that. That is nonsense.
Yeah.
And it's a luxury of the modern world, because if you grew up on a farm or you had to run a farm to make sure you had sustenance, what are you going to do? I'm not paid enough for this cow. I'm not doing it. It's a luxury. Communism itself, the whole idea is based on luxury.
Yeah.
And whether you know it or not, what you're talking about is, I deserve better than that. No, you don't. You don't deserve shit.
No one owes you anything. If you think you're better above something, that's fine for you. But at some point, there are consequences for that. How much money do you have saved up? Because one emergency can put you under. So you better have a bunch of money saved up if you want to have, this is beneath me because I demand specific things. Well,
yeah, this is why we used to instill a work ethic.
Yeah,
and we don't anymore.
A lot of people are probably too young in our audience, probably too young to remember 2008. But I saw a lot of people lose jobs.
Yeah,
and they had that same attitude, but then they'd lose their house.
Yep.
Because they couldn't afford their adjustable rate mortgage, which they stupidly signed. So yeah, you may be put in circumstances where you have to take something that you think is beneath you. I was 30 around that time, and I was working retail because I'd lost my job and had to take a commission based job selling women's handbags, and I actually made pretty good money doing that. But you don't. I didn't want to take that job, but it was a job, and they were offering me something when I needed it. So you take what you could get sometimes. But I'm not you. You make your own life choices, but there are consequences for those choices.
Firstly, you don't know me at all, so you don't know how much of a badass than most of my generation I actually am. So calm down. I'm not upset. You can be whoever you want. I'll just tell you when I think you're wrong, and you're wrong.
Yeah, we
Um,
disagree with your perspective on that, but
and goes on to say, and you don't know that I am that motherfucker, so I won't hold it against you. I hope you don't hold it against me, but I give my opinion regardless of what the consequences are.
yeah, look, maybe you're awesome at whatever it is you do, but that's especially if you're like an upper 1%er, the rules are different for those people
Well,
because
this
you have a lot different set of options and skill sets.
this is it's just with the general society. I remember being a kid, Jack, and people being celebrated for going out there and doing whatever they could to feed their family. He works 3 jobs to make sure his family's fed. And now they treat it like, I had to work more than 40 hours this week. That is so unfair.
Oh, you remember that she that was sitting on the floor at Starbucks whining they
Yes,
had to put in 8 hours?
I have to work a full 8 hours, and I'm a part-time student too. And oh wait, I'm sorry. They said they were a full-time student. My bad.
Then they were mentally ill because they're a pussy. Yeah, that offends me more than anything. Like yeah, we all have bad days, but that person was whining and crying about their part-time job at Starbucks
Hmm.
because you had a long day at work. Oh, shut the fuck up. You work at You're not digging ditches or working in an oil rig where you'd probably be paid better, but you're sitting there whining and crying into a phone instead of doing your job. We only have 3 people. Yeah, and one of them sitting on the floor in the back room crying.
Right.
What do you think the other 2 people are thinking?
All right, we should probably get back to the real point of this. Okay.
They're not paying for DoorDash, Tommy. They're financing it. Come on, get with the times.
There are
Okay.
a lot of young men out there.
Hang on, I gotta make this point. Guys, if you're paying for DoorDash, you are wasting your fucking money. You
True.
could be buying video games with the $10 you're paying for that delivery fee. Just remember that. 6 DoorDashes is a new game. Idiots.
Who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash. And that's why we have declining birth rates. It's time to go out, get a job, breathe the fresh air.
Have either of you tried applying for a job as a young man recently? Or tried buying a house on the salary of one of these young men? Have you experienced the
Why is it always buy a house? Why is it always fucking buy a house?
It's some weird commie metric. I don't know what the obsession with that is. If you live in a major city, you're probably better off renting because housing prices are insane.
If you're living in New York City, you're not going to buy a house. You might buy an apartment.
Yeah.
Because
If you're lucky,
if you're in
you'll get a
Manhattan,
rental.
if you're in Manhattan, there's not commercial or houses out there like that.
No, you're gonna end up living on like Long Island or somewhere where you're commuting. So that's a bit silly.
But it's
Houses are overpriced right now, but and they're always looking at like, well, new houses. They want a new house. They don't want a fixer upper. They don't want to pay like $100,000 for a rundown house that they're gonna have to work to fix up. No, they want the fancy McMansion types that are in like an enclave where there's an HOA. That's what they're always talking about. They're not talking about like any house. They're talking about middle class living, which you have to earn. You don't get handed normally.
where hang on, I want to get that comment. No, it's a Very old metric of stability and ability to raise a family. And again, not the outlier of living in New York City or LA. You mean where like almost, what is it, 8% of the population lives?
And how much percentage of the commentators on the news?
I get what you're saying about it being a metric of stability, but in the day, what you would do is you would get an apartment and then you'd meet a girl and then you guys would get married and you'd move into a house. There weren't a whole bunch of single guys just running out there buying homes.
No, that's weird. And
It was
a lot
buying
of
the
times,
family home.
yeah, a lot of times as a couple, you'd have an apartment for a while, so you could save up for a down payment on a house.
You know what used to be a really old metric of stability? Getting your own farm.
Yeah, or just having a job for that matter.
And in the Amish community, that's still how they do it.
Yeah, that's true. The Amish, you know what? I'm starting to like a lot of the stuff they do, except for the whole being smelly thing. Thank you, Volt Potato. What would be nice is if businesses want actively only advertise in foreign languages and only hire people from their ethnic backgrounds, which is a real problem in Australia now. That seems to be a problem in Europe too. The UK seems to have that same issue. But that's what they want, that cheap labor. And foreigners are a great way to do that. Who else are going to pick your strawberries in the marijuana fields?
Dating market, been on the dating sites as a young man? No? Interesting, okay. Just wondering. Listen, I know the average age of a Fox News viewer is like 70 nowadays and you need to pander to them, but Tommy, you are like 2 years younger than me. You know this shit isn't true. Why are
Yeah, but you're in a healthy relationship right now, and she has been harmed, and she's never letting it go.
Oh, man. Chicks hold grudges longer than anyone else. I don't know. Is that a non-binary thing too? Because I don't know about all the made-up nonsense genders. But women, there are like elephants. They're like, damn, bitch, let it go.
Will you talk to the audience for just a minute?
Oh, of course. What's up, sexy audience? We're fucking overrun by street shitters. Yeah, that sounds right. 8-year-olds to pick those berries. Yeah, no shit. Bunch of kids out there. Did you see one of the guys they caught was a sex offender too? ShoeOnHead does some weird shit. Yeah. She seems to be a little bit of an odd duck, as the kids would say. Dating sites suck. Yeah, tell me about it. Talk about meeting the weirdest of the weird. And the older you get, the weirder they get too, because they get bitter and they have all the porters. What do they call them? Children, to carry their baggage and bitterness, and they are absolutely going to compare you to their ex. Unless their ex died, like in the military or something, then you're probably okay. But if they had a bad breakup, you are going to be the responsible one for all his problems. You're too sexy for this podcast? It happens. I get it. Monkey says the same thing to me off air. I'm too sexy for this show. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Trump still wants H-1B and farm worker imports. There probably will be. There always have been migrant visas. That's not anything new. That's been around for a very, very long time. Remember, she was dating Armored Skeptic and everyone else is just a clone of him. I forgot that Monkey's a clone of Armored Skeptic. Thankfully, I am not, because I wasn't around for that era. And I'm not Canadian, so +1 for me.
Definitely a bonus.
Yeah, nothing. No offense to the native-born Canadians, but you can't convert to Canadianism. That's not possible. That's not a thing. You have to learn French and everything. Fuck that.
are you talking like this? Why are you talking like a fucking boomer? I'm sorry, I have no other word for this, but I hate this like generational pick-me shit. I was born in the wrong generation. I'm not like those other young people. And you know what? She's not like those other young people. Not all young people can afford a nice nose job and lip filler and get a cushy job on Fox News based entirely on merit, I'm sure. The main
See, this is one of the parts where I have a problem with what she says here, is because she's blaming this all on how young men just can't get ahead. They just can't do anything. My son just bought a house last year, Jack.
Oh, does he want to buy me one?
He did not go to college.
Oh. Does he got like job skills?
I don't want to get more specific,
That's fair.
but he's not in a high skill industry. No.
Well, he must be good with money.
Yeah, it's almost like he got himself a job and then grew his family and took care of his finances, and it can be done.
Oh, no, it can't, Monkey. It's impossible. I have to order DoorDash and a bunch of worthless shit on Amazon right now. That's
Yeah,
the problem is they don't teach financial responsibility anymore.
the whole notion it can't be done. The American dream is dead. No, it's not. You just actually got to get off your ass like you always had to do.
Yeah.
It's not just boomers that are like this. I'm a Gen Xer, by the way.
Yep.
We can see the value of instilling you need to get out there and get a job, even if it's the lowest paying job out there. You need to be working, because you don't build a skill set, you don't build a career sitting on your ass at home because, oh my god, it's impossible to do.
Yeah, it's that defeatist attitude, this learned nihilism that they're teaching now is purposeful to keep people from trying. They want people that will go along to get along and just be empty shell vessels that will live in a pod and eat bugs.
Yeah.
You're not going to get anywhere. You're never going to get ahead that way. You can sustain working that job you hate, bitching all the time and doing nothing to improve your situation, but you'll never, ever improve. No job fairy shows up and is like, here you go. Here's a $100,000 a year job. No, you got to go out and get that shit. You got to learn skills. You have to put the effort in. You have to have financial responsibility, plan for the future, and have a life plan of some kind. Like, all right, by the time I'm this age, I want to kind of be in this general vicinity. Think ahead. For God's sake, a little forethought goes a long way. One of the things that pissed me off the most, I think, was when they took home economics out of my high school. It was like a year or two after I had it. We learned so much in that class, and I didn't really appreciate it at the time. But as soon as I graduated, you could kind of see where those life skills would come into play. They taught us cooking, sewing. I already knew how to sew, but money management, how to balance your checkbook, do your bills, stuff like that. That's stuff that kids today don't know. So you don't realize how much money you're pissing away on things like DoorDash, video games, mobile game, 99 cents here and there. That all that adds up. Knock it off. Save that money. Then you can afford a house, you fucking idiot. Sorry. A little angry.
Problem with this brain dead boomer ass take is not only is it cringe, but it's completely divorced from reality. This slop is specific.
It's not. Do you guys think in the 1960s people got out of high school and immediately got a $40,000 a year job?
That's TV shit. That doesn't happen in real life.
No, you had to start at the bottom and work your way up, and it was a struggle for people even back then to raise a family, especially only on one income at the time. And now it's like it just can't, stuff can't be done anymore. There's no opportunities. We have a ton of unfilled jobs.
Oh, but those are beneath me.
Kamala's vaginal HPV tumor. Thank you again. The male rom-com would be going to a pick and pull, looking for a engine control module for your 2005 F350, and finds a golden retriever Labrador mix, all caps for monkey's failing body. Well, thank you so very much.
That's actually a really good idea for a romance.
Yeah.
Look, things are different now. There's when we were younger, there was a lot more manufacturing in the States. Thanks, NAFTA. So yeah, a lot of the entry level stuff is harder. You have a lot more competition with the illegals, that sort of thing. But if you're not willing to go in an entry level job, you are limiting yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So unless you already have a set of skills that are marketable, what are you doing? What's your game plan here? You're just going to be like, well, that looks like work. I don't want to do it. Well, then get the fuck out, you deadbeat. people need to stop enabling that behavior. But you can get a house, you can save up for it. You just have to put the effort and time in and stop complaining. Get out there and actually do stuff. Learn skills. I don't know why we have to tell people this. This should be fairly obvious, but I guess they don't have men in their lives or something. I don't know.
Specifically designed for people who paid like $5 for a fucking house.
This is the incomes versus what it cost, and it used to be 3 times your income for a house, and now it's what's the math on that? 5 times as much, so it's gone up a little bit. What's not calculated for there, Jack, is what caused this.
Yeah.
We used to have, we still have a housing shortage. We have for a while. The last time we didn't have a housing shortage, we still had a housing shortage. People just couldn't afford them, so they weren't trying to buy them. That was the housing burst.
Well, yeah, they were building a lot of like higher end homes too. So you're asking too much for the houses because there's not that many people that can afford those. So you have a surplus on that end. But at the same time, there are other factors, and a lot of it is just fiscal irresponsibility and single parent households. Single parent households are not going to own houses unless they got it in a divorce or somebody died, because you're not creating that generational wealth that way.
What is the square footage today compared to what year are they using there? 1985.
Yeah, well, houses are built differently. There's different standards and codes now, and let's face it, a lot of people just aren't. They're not trying, dude. They're just not, or they're getting houses that are way out of their league. Again, look at 2008. How many people that had fancy houses, first of all, didn't need those fancy houses.
Yep.
And they bought stuff that was way out of their league. And then when their mortgage adjusted, because they were stupid enough to get the adjustable rate mortgage because it was free money, they got something that they couldn't afford. So buy affordable. Yeah, it's not going to be the nicest place, but you can fix it up or just live modestly. You don't get to live. Not everybody gets to live in the suburbs. Some people have to live on the cusp of the hood, where the housing's significantly cheaper.
And listen, not all boomers, okay? My parents are boomers. They are lovely people. A lot of you guys are boomers. But when the baby boomer generation sends its people, it is not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're sending...
You're saying this as you're talking about how wrong Tommy Lauren is. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Yeah. And she said her parents are good people. I need some evidence of that. Source.
People who have lots of problems. They're bringing the housing crisis. They're bringing wage stagnation. They're falling for AI-generated photos on Facebook. But some...
I love the wage stagnation, too. We kind of need it after the wage inflation of Biden.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. If you work at McDonald's, you are not worth $17 an hour. You are replaceable by a machine.
And you're going to be very soon.
Yeah, because they can't afford to pay you.
I assume, are good people.
Well, they've already started doing it. They have the kiosks now instead of cashiers.
Yeah. Which, by the way, those kiosks are pretty cool.
I fucking hate it.
I don't like talking to the cashiers at McDonald's because they tend to get my order wrong.
What wage inflation? Were you not there with the signs all over fast food places that were paying anywhere from $15 to $20 an hour starting? From an industry that had been minimum wage for whatever your state is, but many states it's the federal minimum wage, which was less than $8 an hour.
Yeah, it was like $7.80 or something like that around me until the pandemic hit.
Yeah.
But my God, I truly believe they do not understand how good they had it. They could support a family on a single income. A single income from a job that didn't require a college degree. Their leader...
And whose fault is that? Oh, yeah, feminists. Because you doubled the workforce and drove wages down.
And communists, because you're forcing people into college that they don't need and giving them massive debt that they should never have for a job that they don't need that shit for.
Yeah. Oh my God. Plus, there are so many factors at NAFTA where all the manufacturing jobs that were good paying are gone because they could pay some kid in Bangladesh 10 cents an hour to do the job you were making 15, 20 bucks on. Yeah, that's kind of part of the problem too.
Didn't prostitute away their economic future for some cheap plastic shit from China. They inherited the greatest economy known.
Yeah, maybe if you guys bought cheap plastic shit from China instead of the most expensive that they send, then you guys could buy a house too.
Yeah, look, you don't need a fancy purse, ladies. Guys, you don't need every video game. It's nice, but you don't need it.
You
can
could
do
still
without
buy
for a
shoes
while.
at Walmart for $25 instead of spending $200 on some fresh kits.
It's being you could get generics instead of brand name food. There are a few things you don't skimp on, like toilet paper, but you could buy generics of lots of things. And there are too many people that feel very elitist when it comes to that. I deserve this.
Yes.
You know what? If you want to save the money and actually get the house, you're going to have to make sacrifices in most cases. So,
this
like
goes
that.
back to Riley Dennis. It's a human right to have a refrigerator. No, it's not.
No.
You have this idea that people came out of high school in the 50s and suddenly they were just raking in the dough and had no problems at all. People struggled. People worked their asses off, and if they couldn't make ends meet with their one job, they got two. There were tons of dual income households back in the day, but it was one person doing both jobs instead of two people doing it.
Yeah. Maybe your wife took in like laundry occasionally to get a couple extra bucks, or you had some chickens that you sold the eggs for, bring in a few extra dollars, little things like that. Maybe she picked up some day labor during the summer. Yeah, it's ridiculous. This is a fantasy that doesn't exist. It's like out of Leave It to Beaver. They just created this fantasy of everybody had a house in the 50s. It's bullshit. And if you go back to the 30s, during the Depression, you saw what happened when people lost their jobs. If you didn't work, you starved. There might be some soup lines, but people have to work. You don't like that you're poor? I'm sorry, there's going to be poor people. What are you doing to get out of it other than complaining? Because that's what this really comes down to, is people have this victim mentality, and then it's defeatist, and it's easier to do nothing except complain. I'm so tired of this fantasy that they're created.
This is why I say she almost gets it, because she's right about how young men are treated in our society, and that it is struggles for them, but she's doing the same thing that has caused it. She's making excuses for why they're like this.
Yeah, instead
Get
of
your ass out there and work.
Yeah, stop justifying it and start saying, all right, we just need to get men motivated to get out to work or devoted to working.
Or even live within your means. I can't afford my phone bill. Then don't have a phone.
Yeah, get a slower plan. Get a prepaid. When you run out of minutes, you run out of minutes. Suck it up, bitch.
People used to get their phones cut off all the time.
Yeah, mine was shut off yesterday. So it's just the way life is. Sometimes you forget to buy a card or whatever, but I'm on a prepaid plan. So I go buy a card every month and recharge my phone that way. Because you know why? That makes me fiscally responsible. It's so much cheaper than going on a plan for like $80 a month. That's ridiculous waste of money. I don't need all those features.
To man, and they pretend it's a paradise that they earned. I just don't understand, like, why don't boomers and spiritual boomers like Tommy Lauren see people struggling and go, wow, I wish I could fix this. They should have it better than I had it. And you wonder.
I'll tell you why. I can't speak for Tommy or the people you're talking about, but for me, because most of the time I see this shit, it's what we've been talking about here. It's somebody who's just giving me an excuse. I can't do that. That's not going to pay my bills. How would you fucking know? You didn't try. And
Yeah.
the majority of the time, it's a bunch of entitled motherfuckers who think they should come right out of high school or college and be at the top of the game.
Yep.
And they have this weird fucking sense of how the world used to be when it was never fucking like that. And they don't pay any attention to how much fucking money they're spending. They do not know struggle, and they act like, oh my God, I had to work 8 hours today. Is some kind of in an air conditioned box store where worst case scenario you got to pick up 10 pounds. You're talking about people who farmed land and built big ass structures that we still use today. These are men who worked with their hands, and they blood, sweat, tears, literal death to make this country what it is. And now you have people like, but I have to get up at 8 in the morning to have that job.
Yeah, I might get dirty. Shut up.
This is the whole Mike Rowe thing, where Mike Rowe once said that people don't want to work, and this guy's, actually they do.
No, they don't.
No. Most people, if you walked up to them and go, I'm going to give you enough money that you never have to work again, will you still work? They would go, nope.
Yeah, they might lie and say, yeah, I'll work. No, you won't. You'll quit. Be like, I don't need this shit.
Yeah, the first inconvenience. Nah, I don't have to put up with that shit.
Yeah.
And we've gotten to that point now, except for the people don't have the fuck you money, but they want to act like they do.
Yep. Well, they have fallbacks because mom and dad will take them back in and coddle them a little bit and be like, you can move back home. No, it's time for people to learn to put up or shut up. And there needs to be consequences for actions. And unfortunately, there's too many safety nets.
Worst case scenario, mom and dad aren't going to give you money. The government will take care of you.
Yeah.
You had AOC accidentally in her Green New Deal say people who it's going to take care of people who can't or won't work.
Yep.
Can't or won't. We have a lazy, entitled society, and everybody's running around making fucking excuses for them. That's my problem. That's why I can't just be like, well, we should make it better for them, because that's the fucking problem. Is everybody is out there to take care of their problems instead of making them grow up and do it on their own.
Yep. That is not a recipe for success. If you're just handed everything, you don't appreciate anything.
Why so many millennials and Zoomers don't want kids. I want to make the world a better place for my children. I want to make the world a better place for my children. Ugh. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you spoiled brat.
Okay, that mom or grandma and great grandma there would not have put up with the shit kids are doing today.
Yeah.
They would have had that kid working in the grocery store for 10 cents an hour bagging groceries to help the family back in the day. They weren't like, my special baby shouldn't have to work until he's 26.
Yeah. And I think she misses the point about the entitlements here, because she's like, oh, no, look, you're responding as if these kids are owed something and they're not.
She's responding. I'm sorry. She's responding as though these guys are out there working their asses off and still can't make it. No, they're not even working.
Yeah, that's the point. She made that very clear. They're in mom's basement playing video games. So if they're doing that, they're probably not working. So if they got like a pizza delivery job and it makes enough to pay the bills and that's what they want to do, that's one thing, but that's not what she's described as the scenario here.
You had a novel idea of quiet quitting, which literally just meant doing your fucking job.
Yeah, the minimum of your job.
I'm not going to do any more than I have to. And then you didn't get ahead, and you can't understand why you can't afford a fucking house. Weird.
Yeah, it's almost like there's a connection between effort and success.
Children. Not happening.
Wait a second. Because the effort is wasted, they get called all manner of worthless fucker no matter what. One, as a man, being worried about what you called is kind of a woman thing. And two, where is the effort? It's not going to be worth it, so I'm not going to try is not the right idea, the right mindset.
Yeah.
That is a defeatist mindset.
you have to have a much different mindset. You have to change your way of thinking, because that's the mindset they've instilled in you. Is
Yeah,
like, if it gets hard, quit.
Eddie Izzard in his really great Dress to Kill talks about how in America he always got this feeling like it can be done, where in Europe it was like it can't be done. We have adopted that European mindset of it can't be done. America used to be fuck you, we're going to do it.
Yeah, that's how we got to the moon.
And now it's like, but it might be hard. I might not get everything.
Yeah,
Well,
life is struggle. You're not going to get everything you want. Sorry.
So I'm not going to try because I might fail. That's an excellent thing we should be teaching all kids. Don't try, you might fail.
Homer Simpson said it. Trying is the first step to failure.
True.
Well, look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men.
Young men are becoming lazy because they're becoming feminized. So
true.
Yeah.
They're becoming lazy because they act more like women? What did she
True.
mean by this, chat? I know there's like
women like to bitch.
Women give up instead of pushing through hard shit. It's why men do the hard shit.
Yeah, it's one of the things that is part of the complementary nature of men and women. You motivate each other in different ways.
A decrease in testosterone or something happening, but men are moving right wing all over the world. Does that correlate with the feminization? Or, I mean, they're...
Yes, it absolutely does.
They're starting to see that the right wingers are much more masculine. They're the entrepreneurs, the people that go out and do stuff.
Do you not see, and no, not in your Muslim countries or your African countries that are still tribalistic, but in the Western world, do you not see the feminization everywhere?
Yeah, look at Justin Trudeau, for God's sake.
No shit.
That's about as early as it gets.
Or that woman dressed as a man who replaced him.
Yeah.
Suspiciously a lot of far-right femboys, so maybe. But here's the thing, Tammy. There is absolutely no evidence that young women want to start families more than young men. None. In fact, all the data says the exact f***ing...
And here's where she's getting back to where she's right. You can't just blame this on men. As our previous video showed us, women still are the entry point. they despite what that bitch said about how women don't get to choose their mate, they do. Women, and especially here in America, I can't speak for other countries because I haven't studied enough, but they've been picking their own mates for about 200 years. And the difference is they've just stopped picking it because they keep being told how much you should never settle, girlfriend. They've been Oprahized. Yeah, I put an extra R in there. Oprahized.
Let's face it, a lot of men don't want to date these women because the women are overbearing. They're largely trying to make themselves unattractive, and their expectations are completely bonkers. But so you've got women choosing these, like, because they can't get the guys they want, they're selecting these beta cuck boys, and then they're complaining about that because those guys are a bunch of pussies, or maybe they're dating the loser, lazy guy, but the guys that they want that aren't even in their league, like they're in a totally different class. They want that CEO type, but they want him to meet their standards, and they're totally unrealistic.
Logical male, thank you so much. Speaking of feminized men, Superman sucks. I've heard mixed reviews on it.
Yeah, I've heard some really mixed reviews.
Women are not supposed to settle for anything. Meanwhile, men are told, if you can't take me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best.
Yeah. That was Kevin Samuel's whole thing, is like, you want high-value men, but you're not a high-value woman. So the standards are skewed in the women's favor every time. They have unrealistic expectations that you're never going to meet, most likely, unless you're super rich. And at the same time, they're willing to bang these losers and then have babies with them. That sends some really mixed messages.
Opposite. According to Pew Research, 64% of women younger than 50 say they just don't want to have children. No reason, they just don't want them. Versus 50% of men who say the same. Another study by Archbridge Institute shows the same. 63% of women without children said they have no desire to have a child, while only 50% of men said the same.
That is disturbing on a biological level.
It says there's definitely something wrong with the culture because the genders are on different aspects of the spectrum. They're just not meeting anywhere.
In both cases, at least 50% of the population, male and female, don't want to have kids. That is a rejection of biology. We have a biological desire to procreate.
Imperative, I think, is the word you're looking for.
Yeah.
So either they don't want to have babies with the opposite sex because they don't find them appealing, or they've been ingrained with this weird Moloch cult of death that doesn't think we should have children because they hate humanity. So I don't know which, probably an element of both, but there's something terribly wrong with the culture if we're at that point where people are not even interested in having kids because there's something with the opposite gender that they're opposed to.
JB says, I'm at a loss. What is Shue's argument? Shue's argument is that, one, she's switching to something else. This is one of those places where video's kind of disjointed. But the first part of it there that we watched is that the reason men are like that is because they don't really have a choice because the economic conditions of the country have forced them to be these losers. Which, I'm sorry, I'm never going to agree with that.
No, I think it's a cultural issue. We've disincentivized people from working hard. Instead of okay, there's not a lot of jobs, I should go where the jobs are and find a job. They're like, it seems like a lot of work. It's nothing around me. I'll just stay at home. I mean, shit, we don't have traditional jobs. If you don't have a job, maybe start a podcast. Not at the time of night we do it, because that's rude.
Hi, I'm back.
Hi, welcome back.
Anyway, I was explaining Shue's thing. Her other thing that she's doing here is that Tommy had mentioned low birth rates and blame that on men somehow, and Shue's just pointing out that it's actually women who aren't wanting. There's 13% more women who don't want to have babies, which is going to cause a problem. When there's fewer women who want to have men than men who want to have women, it's always a problem.
Yeah.
Women still outnumber men in this country, but when it comes to mating potential, there's a lot less, unless you're talking about just hookup culture, and that's not what we're talking about. Anyway.
Men, the most commonly cited factor was personal finance, but among women, the strongest reason not to have a child was their desire to maintain their personal independence.
That is a fucking issue.
That is selfishness.
Yes.
On both fronts, I think. I think there's a level of selfishness that's been ingrained in both genders. It's just more noticeable and a little worse with the women.
Well, with the most commonly cited things there, I understand guys being like, I don't want to have kids because I can't afford it.
Yeah.
Because that's still, you still want kids, you just can't afford them.
You can't justify having one without having the financial backing. Yeah, I get that, but...
Just for the record, if you wait until you can afford children, you're never going to have children.
Yeah, you'll be like our age.
But for the women there, it's just like, I want to be free. I don't want to have responsibility. How many times have we mentioned that feminism is all about, especially third wave feminism, it's about women having no responsibility?
Oh, well, I mean, accountability is like kryptonite for modern women. So, yeah, that's not surprising.
Basically, they don't want to give up their brunch and mimosas. They've been ass-blasted with propaganda their whole lives, telling them their lives will be ruined, their bodies will be ruined,
True.
They'll never have fun again, they'll be miserable forever if they have children. And as someone who has had a children, best decision I've ever made. 10/10, highly recommend, would do it again. But yes,
But she's absolutely right there.
Yeah.
This is what I've talked about with, we haven't just ruined young men, we've ruined women because they have been given this line of bullshit.
Oh, hold on. I got to correct you there. Feminism ruined women. We
True.
didn't do that.
Well, I mean, our society embraced it. You and I didn't do it, but as a whole,
Men allowed it to happen.
absolutely they did. But it is what's preached to little girl. That I watched a show just the other day. I was watching an episode of Dexter. And I'm rewatching the series. I'm only watching the first four seasons because that's as good as the show ever was. But there's a comment in there where one of the ladies says to one of the other ones about why she's not having children is because it'll ruin. She's not ruining this body. That's your concern about kids.
Yeah, look, time is going to do that anyway.
No shit.
You might as well have the kid, and you can work out and fix most of anything that's gone wrong.
Find a 60-year-old lady who's never had a kid, and I guarantee you her titties is sagging.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and she's probably depressed because she doesn't have anybody that loves her now.
This idea that men are the ones primarily responsible for the low birth rates is laughable. We're laughing over here. But honestly, it's not really...
I personally wanted to adopt, and that's a good thing. But I am curious why you don't have the... Most people turn to adoption because they can't have their own kids. And if the thing is that you just want to help the world, that's beautiful. But it is kind of weird that your instinct isn't, I want my child. We are biologically predisposed to want our own offspring.
Yeah, there are people that can't have kids for various reasons. So that's tragic because, that's the experience a lot of people want to have as their own kids. You want your own offspring. I never had kids that I know of, so I never had that, but I wanted kids. And I think most people, if you really got down to it, they don't want to die alone in a nursing home. They want family around them. And if you're just like the aunt that buys toys, I'm sorry, you're going to die alone in a nursing home.
I've told you this before. My favorite moments in life are when my entire family is here for whatever event. And they're all talking with each other and interacting, and I'm just standing back watching it. As the patriarch of the family, it is a wonderful feeling to just sit there and see your family enjoying themselves.
So you can look at all the women you've enslaved.
And there's a lot of things I didn't do or couldn't do because I had kids. And you know what? I wouldn't trade it. Ever.
That's what most people say that have kids. That for all the things that happen with the kids and all the expense and problems and fears, it's overall the greatest experience of their lives.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, if it's not, I don't know what to tell you. Some people shouldn't have kids, but majority of people want kids.
Women or men's fault. There are a lot of factors that play into this. True. But Tommy, I really gotta ask, is it men or is it you?
It's her. It's her. And this is where Shue is going to play the old video of Tommy, the one that I mentioned earlier. And this is why every time I've seen Tommy talk about this stuff, it just reiterates to me that feminism is so ingrained in our society.
Yeah.
That even somebody, I'm totally the most conservative person ever, they can't help themselves because it's literally the propaganda they've been taught their whole life.
Yep. And Tommy's of that age group.
Yep. And yeah, she's of the age group where it really kicked into high gear.
Yeah.
This is going to be the summer of canceling boys. All of my friends are attractive. All of my friends are successful. All of my friends have something going on.
Let's back up just a second. All of my friends are successful, and Shue might talk about this in a second. Men don't give a shit.
Yeah, no, men don't care about any of that. Seriously, watch some Kevin Samuels, bitch.
That is you feeling inferior to men, so you have to prove you're successful and then say that to men, and men are like, but do you put out?
Yeah, and men don't care. Like, well,
can you cook a casserole like mom?
Yeah, can you cook? Are you fun to be around? Are you annoying? These things all matter.
This is part of the thing that they've done to women, is insisting you can be successful, and that's great. Go out there and be successful. But if you're trying to get a man, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
He'll support you. He'll be
Yeah.
like, oh, good job, honey.
Yeah, good job. All right, good job. You have a career. Are we having dinner tonight together, or you got a meeting? Oh, that's annoying. Look, men will date waitresses with like no money, so it's got nothing to do with your job.
This is you trying to act like a man and not understanding that men don't care about that shit. And again, this isn't to say women shouldn't work or anything. Go out there and do it. And your husband or boyfriend, be supportive and all that. But when it comes to why he wanted to date you or be with you, it's not because you got a PhD or because you broke the glass ceiling.
Yeah, we don't care about any of that shit.
No, that is your own ego trying to make up for the fact that you're what Freud was talking about. You're the one thing he got right. You wish you were born with a penis.
Yeah, or you're trying so desperately to overcompensate because you're boring or something.
You feel inferior.
Yeah, a little penis envy maybe. Real quick, thank you, Evolved Potato. I know they're adults, so it's ultimately their responsibility, but young people are being taught it's okay to be entitled and lazy.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's part of the problem. We got to break that conditioning. With the same way that men let women ruin society, the parents let their children become entitled losers that don't work. Yep. We have a too permissive society. And that's really hard for a lot of young people to hear, honestly. They don't like being told they've been brainwashed and lied to. Nobody wants to hear that because you've been living a lie. No, you got to get out. You want something, you got to go work for it. You got to go get it.
You're saying that men didn't marry you because of your career, your accomplishments. Johnny said it's because you can start a Harley. Yeah, indeed.
That's a great thing.
For the record, it's not just that men don't care about women's like that. Like if a guy came up to me and was talking to me about, I got a PhD, I'd be like, why the fuck are you telling? I don't care.
Yeah, that's
unless we're talking about the subject that you have a PhD in. I don't give a rat's ass about your PhD.
Yeah, it's you're bragging. It's a social status thing, but most people don't care. You just sound like a douche.
And I'm just pointing that out because it's not a sexist thing. That's not how men measure each other, unless it's in a very specific context. Like if somebody was the CEO of Walmart and we met at a bus stop like Forrest fucking Gump, and he's like, I'm the CEO of Walmart, I'd be like, oh, that's cool, I guess.
Good for you, buddy.
But if I'm on the floor in a Walmart working and the CEO comes in, I'd be like, dude, it's good to meet you.
Yeah, that's a totally different scenario.
Yes.
Whereas, like, if we're in a contest and we're in an herbalism contest, your PhD in psychology means nothing.
Nothing.
It's all in the scenario that you're in, and it changes day to day. There's a lot of people that are really super well educated that are some of the dumbest fucking people on the planet. That means nothing.
Maureen Dowd, who used to write for, I don't know if she still does or not, she used to write for the New York Times. She wrote once that she was lonely, Jack, and it was because men were intimidated by her intelligence. No, you won't shut up about how smart you are, and he doesn't care about that.
Yeah, you won't shut up, or you're creating this like scenario in your head where you think you have to sound smart. So you're just boring him with big words. He's like, this bitch is dumb because she keeps trying to overcompensate by sounding smart. Nobody wants a dick measuring contest with the chick they're trying to date. Unless you're into that.
Even not trying to date, just talking to.
Yeah, well, yeah, because, I mean, pre-date, there's been a lot of people I've filtered out over the years that you didn't even get to the dating stage. You're absolutely right about that, because you talk to them for a few minutes, you're like, oh my God, this person is just obsessed with themselves.
And it's the same way we would treat men. We just put up with it longer with women because we want to bang them.
Yeah, we want to stick our pee-pee in their hoo-has.
Anyway, back to time. What? You can also hear it in the language that they use because they tell little, you're just as good as a boy.
Yeah. No, you're not.
Almost every single one of them have an issue with men. But if all of these women, including myself, are having issues, then I have to think it might not be us.
Or it might entirely be you.
Yeah, it's your friend group. I'm guessing that you guys didn't all date the same guy. I mean, you probably didn't. Like, I won't tell. But you're talking about how your friend, none of you could find a good guy. Not one of you in your specific group.
Well, that's the thing is, again, it comes down to what if all your friends have the same unrealistic standards you do? Or maybe you should self-analyze. Notice how she immediately jumped to, it's not us, it's you.
Yep. And
a little self-reflection goes a long way.
Which is more likely? That her and her very pretty friends, Jack, they're all very pretty.
Oh, of course they are. I'm sure they have great personalities too.
That all of you in this, let's say she has a large group of friends. So her and 20 other women are the problem. Or her and 3.5 billion men. Which group do you think is more likely to have the same groupthink and annoying habits?
Yeah. Well, women tend to be much more collectivist. Are collectivist as not as in the political term, but as in like the hive mind. They tend to hang around their own and like-minded people. So maybe you're just annoying twats, or you think you're smarter than you are, and you're the only ones that didn't get invited to the corporate dance or whatever the fuck. I don't know what people do now. But you're the only ones that did get invited by somebody else, and you're off on the side by yourselves. Maybe you're the loser squad. I don't know. But I'm suspecting that it's not the men, or it's your choice in the men. You're looking at guys that are out of your league that are willing to bang you and not hang around because to them, you're just a pump and dump.
Well, it is amazing to me that she put the emphasis on how pretty they all are. You can be fat and ugly and get a man. There's tons of fat, ugly chicks who got men.
Oh, yeah.
But she superficially went to, we're so pretty.
Yeah, because that's some weird thing. They all have to be pretty. Well, you're so beautiful. No, look, you could be uggos. It's okay. Because uggos can get other people too. And maybe you're a really good cook. Maybe you're just easy to get along with. Men like that. Men like somebody that's easy to get along with. Somebody that'll be like, oh, yeah, we could go watch that action movie, and next time we'll go see the rom-com. It's nice to have somebody that's, what's the term they used to use, helpmate?
Yeah.
It's nice to have that. Somebody that supports you and you can support them.
Look at her professionally done nails, her professionally done dye job. That is a dye job. Her sunglasses on her head, I guarantee you those are at least $200 sunglasses.
Probably.
Her ridiculously expensive lighting she has hanging in the background there. You're a high maintenance bitch. That's why, and your friends probably are too, because you were probably the cool girls in high school and you think you're still in high school. So everybody's going to fall over you. And you're in the big pond now, and guys notice that, pretty chicks are a dime a dozen, especially the ones who pay to look that way. You're not as special as you thought you were, and that's what you really need to come to grips with if you want a man, Tommy.
Well, I've noticed that with both genders as they age. You're starting to see it with millennials now. As they get older, they're starting to realize that they were sold a bill of goods because now they're lonely. They don't have kids, or they have kids with no dads, and they can't get a new guy. You start to realize that you were sold a lie, and you really can't have it all. And you made poor choices, and now you have to suffer those consequences. And I think Tommy's at that point where she's starting to realize that I am not as good as I think I am, but she still can't admit it to herself.
I think she's doing what a lot of people do in that situation and blaming it on everything. She'll get there. Give her another decade maybe and she'll get there. But there's some people who never do.
Yeah, it's just such a sad cope though, because It's not me, it's everybody else. It's the Principal Skinner thing.
I'm just saying that looking at Tommy every time I've ever seen her or heard her talk, that's a high maintenance bitch, and nobody wants to put.
Yeah, nobody wants to put up with high maintenance. It's you're a hot house
the guys
flower.
in Los Angeles now.
What's that?
Sorry, we developed a lag.
Sorry about that.
No, she's a hot house flower. Everything has to go her way, or it's the worst thing ever. There's a great song about it by these two chicks that were like Disney girls. It's called Hot House Flower, and I think of that song all the time when I see people like this, because they have such weird standards that you have to live up to, or it's just the worst thing ever. Real fast though, thank you, JB. Money for Jack, yay! I like money. This conversation is killing my brain. Sorry, dude. I took a break from reading Journey to the West to listen in, and now fallen in a rabbit hole. Oh, well, believe me, I fall in those all the time. Little internet adventures are good for the soul. My one question is this. If women have it so bad, why do we care? Lol, patriarchy forever. Just kidding. No, I'm with you. Patriarchy built the entire civilization, Western civilization, so it's not that bad. But if women have it so bad, why do we care? Because they make it our problem.
I care because their problem isn't a real problem, and that annoys me.
Well, I think unless we have a depression, this shit's going to go on for a long time. Because until things get really, really difficult, people aren't going to wake up to it. They have to get kicked off their parents' plans. They have to get thrown out of the house. They have to actually suffer consequences. And we live in a very comfortable society where that's unlikely to happen short of a massive war or some kind of major national disaster like the Yellowstone fault line kicks off and we have a massive super volcano eruption that is a class 10 or something and the earth wobbles. No, this nonsense is going to be an uphill battle for a generation at least.
Yeah. But why are guys so viscerally offended and butthurt over women choosing to be single and a spinster? Are we?
I don't think we are. I just think it's people making poor choices. I've been saying the entire time, suffer the consequences of your choices.
I'm not this. I am when I get judged as a man because women choose to be single and then are bitching that there's no men out there. I have to correct the record. There's plenty of good men out there, lots of them.
Yeah, you're just not picking them for whatever reason, and it's really sad. These people are only hurting themselves.
And I would say the same about women. I think there are a lot of good women out there.
The problem is they have tiny brains.
I think especially right now, though, it's a lot harder to find a good woman and a lot scarier to even go look.
Yeah.
Because of the society we have built around us.
You want a good woman, go to a former communist country and get one. They're out there. That's where your more traditional family-oriented woman that is going to reject this feminist nonsense, which is covert communism. They're out there. That's why so many guys are going overseas to like Asia and the Eastern Bloc to get wives.
I'm happy single and it's going to stay that way. That makes me sad.
Nashville, Dallas, and they're not any better in the Midwest. Quite frankly, I think they're trash all over this country.
My friends are successful.
Are you dating guys all over the country?
I bet she banged some dude in like St. Louis or something. And
Tommy, how much have you slung that shit around?
It's a good question.
Because she's been all across the Midwest and Texas, and she's just giving it out to everybody, and they all suck.
Well, maybe don't meet up on Tinder.
It used to be, Jack, that people married for financial gain back in the day. Families married their kids off to each other. And then we started letting women choose their own partners, and people married for love. And now we're back to doing it for finance. Who going to take care of me? I'm not about the money, but I I need somebody who can pay for my dye job and my fingernails.
And my
And
4 kids from 4 other dudes.
yes,
Yeah,
it's a
that
circular thing.
it really is. Like, I don't know, man. There's a lot of issues I have here, but there's a lot to be said for going overseas and finding somebody that maybe you have cultural differences, but that's probably a good thing at this point because this nonsense. She's too difficult. She's a difficult person. Granted, I'd have sex with Tommy. Call me. But she seems like she's a handful, and I don't want to deal with that on a long term basis. Nobody does. You're a pain in the ass, and you complain.
They're not any better in the Midwest. They, quite frankly, I think they're trash all over this country.
My friends are successful. Men don't give a shit about that. They'd marry a Walmart cashier if she was nice to them.
Fact.
True. We don't give a shit.
Yeah. As long as she's easy to get along with, you can have a conversation with her. Not intellectual, just like somebody you could talk to. It's really sad how more complicated feminism has made relationships. It's not that complicated.
I think men between the ages of 20 and 30 are not ready, in most cases, for marriage, are usually not ready to be husbands and fathers.
That's a cultural issue. So, look,
No, I would actually, back to your point,
Yeah.
I think it's a biological thing.
That's stupid.
So the age most men have been throughout history having children, they're just not ready to do it.
Yeah, that makes no sense whatsoever. First of all, most people, when they have their first kid, they're not ready for it.
You
It's
can't
a
be
huge
ready.
life shift. Yeah, you could not. There's no training classes for that. What are you gonna do? Watch somebody else's kid? That's about as close as you can get, and then it starts screaming. You give it back. But yeah, that's a dumb thing to say. I would argue that there's like I said, the unrealistic expectations are on both sides, and it's largely due to feminism. So I think that's your issue. Maturity, that's something that should have been instilled by their parents.
I mean, she's not wrong, but this isn't because okay, she's not wrong about men that age not being ready for marriage these days. She's totally wrong about men not being biologically ready. That there's some fault in us until we turn 30 where we can't be good husbands and fathers. Go fuck yourself, Tommy. My youngest was born when I was 22. I think I did okay, Jack.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
look, it's something you shit or get off the pot kind of scenario, you know?
Yeah, but the whole notion that they're not mature enough to do it these days, I do agree with. But again, we live in a society where you can be on mom's health care till you're 26, where
Yeah,
you're allowed to go off to college with no real goals in mind, just because that's what everybody does, and they tell you you're going to get a great job. Where you go act like an adolescent for another 4 fucking years.
yeah,
So,
or longer if you're me.
yeah, at best, you're coming out at 22, still a fucking child.
Arguably worse for the experience too, because they coddle you there too.
And now you got massive debt that I can't afford a house. Wonder why. Anyway.
Let me get this straight. Men are all trash and won't commit and won't leave mommy's basement, and they're destroying the birth rates. But also young men are biologically incapable of commitment and being parents. What? But wait, there's more!
Yeah, I mean, by Tommy's own reasoning, it makes sense that men her age are trash because we're not even biologically capable until we're at least 30, Jack.
Yeah, so of course they're going to be living in mom's basement. They're immature. What did you expect? Yeah, it's a hypocritical way of thinking, but she's not seeing that she's being a hypocrite. She thinks she's being consistent.
And this is another reason why I pointed out earlier that I think a lot of women in conservative spaces who blow up and make a name for themselves are really stupid, but guys are like, she's saying what I want to hear a woman say, so I'm gonna make her a thing. And then she keeps talking, and instead of repeating other people, she gives her first idea of her own, and it's like, oh my God, how's she not drooling?
Well, I mean, look, if you want drooling, you gotta watch Pearl. So
Thank you, JB. Money for Monk, LOL. Men only want one thing, and it's disgusting, and that's to crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations
lamentations.
of their women. This gives me the oddest boner. Isn't that from a show or something?
It's from Conan.
Conan, there you go. All right.
He also believes women don't have to bring anything to the table.
And as a woman, I want a strong man who is a protector and a provider that will go to war if need be, that will protect me, protect
Another one Shoes covering that we covered.
Yep.
my family, make money.
Make money with what, a printer? Or because that's illegal, lady. Don't bring me into your felonies, bitch.
For the record, she was asked what women are expected to bring to a relationship, and her answer is all the things a man has to bring to the relationship.
Yep, it's always what it is.
But I don't think a man needs to get something out of it to be a manly man, a protector, and a provider. If you think you need to get something out of it, I quite frankly don't consider you a real man. Never.
No, I'm kind of with Andrew on that. Like, you're bringing nothing, so why would you be selected as a mate? You might be a fuck, but you might be a one-night stand, or what we used to call a good time girl. But you're not gonna. Nobody marries the good time girl.
Don't wife a whore.
Yeah, because it's never gonna work. They don't hang around, and she has a lot of expectations for men, but she doesn't have to do anything. She's perfect the way she is, just like feminist doctrine says. That is really pathetic.
She lists off all these things that a man has to bring to the table, and then she says, if you're a man and you expect anything, then you're not really a man. That's a conservative woman, y'all. Yeah. I don't know what world she's a conservative woman in, but she's just a feminist. And
yeah, it's just a lower degree of feminism. I mean, she's spouting hardcore feminism there, but
we talked about this at the time, but just to reiterate it a little bit, she could have answered that in many ways. Like, what do you bring to the table? Even if she can't cook or sew or raise kids worth of shit, love, compassion, support, none of that. Nothing. She couldn't think of a single fucking thing she should have to bring into a relationship. But don't worry, guys. It's all men that are the problem. She told us that in two clips back.
Well, what gets me, okay, there's a Kevin Samuels clip where he's talking to one of these bitches, and she's a big, fat, ugly cow, of course. And he says, what do you bring to the table? And she says, I bring peace. Peace of what? What the fuck? That's a nebulous, meaningless term. It's a vague notion. You're not bringing anything.
And they're not expected to. Men are expected to still be everything men are supposed to be, but women can be anything or nothing at all.
Yeah, and like Tommy said, she wants a provider. Well, okay, how much money do you make as a TV commentator? Because I bet it's quite a bit. So you're expecting somebody that can provide for you, and you're making 80, 100 grand a year easily. You are looking at the 1%. People that have a lot of options because they're making more money than you. So they're making more money than almost everybody. You're looking at the top 1 to 3% of people. And you're telling me you expect to get one of them? Maybe you should have some more realistic standards, because that's probably not going to happen.
Dixie, why are you in the ICU?
What?
She said, thanks for streaming tonight and making my stay in the ICU better. Are you okay?
Yeah, I hope you're okay.
And if
you
you're
gotta
not,
get better. We can't lose chat members.
Have your doctor call me. I need to talk to him.
Yeah.
I have the best chat in the world. They better be giving you the best care in the world.
Damn right. Yeah, seriously, we hope you're okay. I'm sorry you're in the ICU. That sucks. Oh, jeez.
Whoa. Woman, take care of yourself.
Yeah. Monkey, talk sexy so her heart starts going.
Well, I can't help but talk sexy, sir.
Yeah, well, that'll
That's
hopefully
not.
get your blood
It's not
pressure up a
something I
little.
can turn on and off. I just open my mouth and panties moisten.
That's disturbing. Oh, I had an aunt who went to the hospital because she wasn't feeling good, and her blood pressure was 27.
Fuck.
And that was the top number, not the bottom number.
Was
And
her
they're like,
heart
how
even-
did you walk in here?
Was her heart even beating?
Barely. Like, they were seriously confused as to how she even walked in the building. And my mom had taken her to the hospital, and she's like, your heart rate's what?
Yeah, no shit. All right, here we go.
I
Before
hope
in
you feel
history,
better,
have women
Dixie.
Yeah, we're gonna go back to this, see if we can't get your blood pressure up.
demanded so much and offered so little?
Oh, yeah, I want to get that full quote in there.
Provider. If you think you
So
need
nothing.
to get
So you
something
should
out
have
of
nothing.
it, I quite frankly don't
Yeah,
consider
so
you a
nothing.
real man.
Never before in history have women demanded so much and offered so little. So before
And in fairness, I do want to point out that I don't think Tommy was being honest there. I think she was, speaking of Kevin Samuels, she was needing to put her dick away. She was trying to prove she could hang with the big boys with Andrew, who's kind of a cocksucker.
Yeah.
And so she was being insulting. That's why I don't think you're even a man if you expect something. She's trying to hit him where it hurts.
Oh, yeah, you got him. Oh, boy. That's real
Yeah.
productive.
Tommy, all he would have to say to you is, wow, you're looking kind of fat today. And it would ruin your month. And he doesn't even
Yeah.
care you said that.
Yeah, he'll forget about it in 10 minutes because he just doesn't care. But
You're
yeah, what are you bringing to the table? Can you cook? Can you sew? Are you going to do chores? Like what are you bringing? You don't have to have money. We don't care about that. We care if you're amenable, if you're going to be able to like talk to us and understand what we, like hear what we're saying, or
But that's another part of it is what she pulled there. I guarantee you, if she gets into an argument with a man, even if it's one she's dating, she has to fight back, and even if it's nothing, because she has to prove it that because that's what women have been told. You're just as strong as you can do anything, Amanda. One, you can't hang with us in the insult department. I promise you that.
No, we will destroy you and make you cry. It'll be awful.
Good. Yeah, you are way more sensitive than we are.
Yeah, and that's why you're wired that way, so you take care of kids and shit like that. But
Yeah.
look, it's really disturbing to see that you have to be a right fighter to be a woman now.
Yeah.
That's counterproductive. No man wants to deal with that hassle. We deal with that with other men. We don't want to deal with it with you. Oh, did Monkey drop again? Oh, Batman.
Sorry, I had to go check on the other dimension.
Oh, yeah, that'll happen. Multiverses and all. Oh, he dropped again.
Hi, miss me?
Yeah. Listen to the Bee Gees. She's already not feeling good, Divine. What are you doing?
I like some of the Bee Gees, but not very much of it.
Yeah. Well, Amanda, he was MGTOW, so of course you made him cry. It's not that hard.
No shit.
retarded manufactured stay-at-home son narrative. Let's check the Facebook comments of this Fox News video because I am really interested to see what like the typical Fox News viewer thinks about this. If the women are anything like these two, I can hardly blame the men for staying home and not wanting to date them. Blame, blame, blame. These two women have a combined age of 93 and they have 0 children between both of them.
Also
You
true.
both have repugnant personality types, so listening to this was like male birth control to me. My
I can't disagree with any of those comments.
Yeah. As soon as a woman starts talking like Tommy was just doing, it is a massive turnoff. Massive turnoff. You know what? Sometimes it's nice just to come home and have somebody say, "How was your day?" and like ask if you want a sandwich. Is that really too much to ask?
I don't even need that. How about just, oh, I'm so happy to see you. I'm glad you're home.
Yeah. It's just somebody that's like happy to see you and not wanting to start a fucking argument over the dumbest shit. Like, Tommy seems really difficult. I don't want to deal with that, especially as you get older. That shit gets old super quick. When you're younger and you're in your 20s, you're like, well, it'll be fine. We'll just go along to get along kind of thing. But as you get older, I have zero patience for that nonsense. You want to do this like dick measuring stuff, you're out the door. And that is what you find a lot on dating sites. You find these kind of bitter women that can't get a guy and they don't know why. It's like Charlize Theron, I think it was bitching that she was like in her 40s and had a couple kids and she couldn't find a man who would step up. Yeah, because you got a couple kids and you're very difficult to deal with. And you're clearly a giant bitch. So why would I want to waste my time with that?
But it's okay because she's out there fucking 26-year-olds in one night stand. Well, she didn't say one night stand. She recently banged a 26-year-old and it was great.
Well, yeah, probably because he's a young guy that could maintain for a while, and yeah, chicks like that sort of thing, I guess. But that's not helping your image. Now you look like a whore. So good job, I guess.
No. We're supposed to look at that and be like, isn't she so brave? She's acting like a man.
No, first of all, it's repugnant when dudes do that too. Like, you're just a whore.
Dudes don't generally do this. There was another Piers Morgan where they were talking about this the other day, and this is the one that had Taylor Lorenz on it. Oh, I hate that bitch. But Piers was asking, isn't this a bad message to be sending to women that what you should be doing is going out there and whoring? I'm paraphrasing. He's British. He says it much nicer than that.
Yeah.
And the response was, nobody says anything when men do it. Show me the men who are out there, even like with Leonardo DiCaprio, because they bring him up. Leo is not going out on talk shows and being like, dude, last night I fucked this 26-year-old chick. It was awesome. He's just dating and people see it and like, oh, here he is. And they make stories about it. He's not out there bragging about it. Women are out there. Charlize was bragging about going out and banging a dude 14 years younger than her.
Yeah.
At least. I don't remember how old she is.
She's like 50.
Okay, so almost half her fucking age. Bragging about it.
Well, that's what gets me is what women view as masculinity is like a parody of what men are. Like, it's not even a sitcom parody. It's just this weird, highly exaggerated. It's like men doing drag. That's how they're interpreting men. Is like this exaggerated, almost clownish behavior that real people don't do. That's shit from TVs and movies. And yeah, there are a handful of scumbags that are probably like that, but it's not as common as they try and portray it.
No, and we've talked about this so many times, but it's true. The idea of locker room talk is not real. There is a small cultural, especially in sports, where you run into that shit. But in the general population of men, we're not all running around talking about our conquest. Women do.
Yeah. Well, when men do that, it's braggadocious. They're trying to outdo each other, and they're exaggerating almost or lying almost every time. And if they're not, they usually end up with a VD very quickly.
And it's mostly a young man thing when that kind of thing is still impressive. Like, ooh, I got laid.
Yeah. After about 25, it's just kind of sad. Like, dude, you're a little too old to be bed hopping like that.
After 16, it's pretty sad to brag about your sexual conquest.
Yeah, it's kind of like pot smokers. Like,
oh, and Vouch, I'm talking about you personally being 16, not the person you banged.
Yeah, that's a good point. You better clarify in case.
Not saying he banged anyone that old, but he certainly likes the cartoons of it.
Yeah, it's pretty unsettling.
Anyway.
Goodness, boomers are ruthless. Bunch of sissies. I served 6 years, 2 years in Southeast Asia after Vietnam was over.
Were you plowing Vietnamese chicks? Because, I don't. What? Okay.
So I don't mean to diminish your service, but are you really bragging that you went to Southeast Asia after the wars and calling other people pussies?
I guess. I mean, Were the other 4 years in Thailand? Because there's a lot of dude chicks there. So I would throw the word sissy out if you're in Southeast Asia, buddy.
I don't even understand what the brag is here.
I don't know. You got me. Dude likes Asian tail. I mean, I get that, but
look, thank you for your service, but stop acting like being in a non-war zone, comfy, probably in an office job. It was like super masculine. All right.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of this comment. It's very confusing to me.
When I was 18, rent was $450 and I could afford to get my own place. She's so spot on. Nothing screams I'm a loser run from me than a guy living at home in his parents' house with his 12-year-old boy's bedroom decor at age of 30. Thank God we raised our sons to be men, who grew up, lived on their own, found their soulmate, got married, bought a beautiful home, and started a family. I was out the door at 18, worked on the assembly line at Dodge and in the Air Force at 19, never went back home. I can't relate to this. Yes, we know you people can't relate. We know. But the world has changed. Why can't you people get this through your heads? I will never let my sons.
Well, because it hasn't. You can actually get out of school now and go into the military and be fine. You probably can't start a family based on the entry rate, Jack, but you probably shouldn't be doing that if you're going overseas and stuff anyway.
That would be a bit unfair to them, yeah.
But if you stay there for just a little while, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Look, a lot of the factory jobs are gone. Let's be honest. Automation and NAFTA and various overseas trade pacts have destroyed our manufacturing base, so that's not around anymore. But there are plenty of other jobs that people could do that pay well. Just be like Johnny Somali and be a TikTok influencer.
Scum says the only thing I can think of would be Korean DMZ. I'm guessing he was in South Korea at the time, and maybe he was at the DMZ. My guess is probably not, given that he was bragging about being in South. He bragged about being there after the war. That's the part that, like, what?
That threw me. I'd be willing to bet by Southeast Asia he meant Australia.
Could yeah.
Like, after the war, I was hanging out in Malaysia for a minute. Then I went over to Australia and hung out in Sydney.
Yeah, we had a base there. Do we still have the base in Australia?
There's that secret base that's in the center of the outback. That is
no, I meant
spy sites.
We had an actual naval base there.
Oh yeah, I don't know. One of the Australians would probably know.
Stay home. I'm trying to push them out of the nest. Okay, I really gotta ask. Is this an Anglo thing? Immediately kicking your kid out when they turn 18 years old? My Mediterranean mind cannot comprehend this. And honestly,
you're a girl. That's part of it.
Yeah, you have a tiny brain, and certain things are going to be difficult, like numbers.
No.
And
not what I was getting at.
I'm sorry. I was trying to help you out there.
There was a time at 18 you were expected you're not going to be living at home anymore.
Or you're going to pay rent.
Yeah, even before then, there was a time when you were expected to stay in the home because you were helping with the farm and stuff. So there's different things there, but the overall point that the boomers are trying to get at is the leaving the nest thing. If Mama Bird doesn't push the babies out, they don't learn to fly, and they just stay in the nest forever and die of hunger.
Yeah, they've made movies about this. Failure to launch, they used to call it.
Mm-hmm.
But the parents have to. It's supposed to be a motivation thing to get your life going.
Yes,
you can't stay here, so you have to do something with yourself.
And this is a lot of the people who are like, it can't be done. Find out it can when they leave the nest and have to do it.
Yeah, you'd be amazed what you can do when you have to.
Yeah.
Like I said, make a change jar, if nothing else, and save your change. And it adds up. Look at that. Oh, my God, magic.
It doesn't mean that there's always a good outcome from it, because sometimes it leads to prostitution.
Yeah, look, some people don't have a fallback. They don't have parents that care about them, or their parents are gone or whatever.
I think there needs to be a nice middle ground there, Jack. I don't think it's always kick the kid out, and I don't think it's always keep them there forever. I think there has to be situational awareness of what's going on.
Yeah,
But
everybody's different, of course.
But generally speaking, it is much better for you to leave home when you can.
It's a lot healthier for you in the long run. You're going to learn a lot of life skills and how to deal with situations that you didn't have to before. And it's a growing experience. It can be very frightening, but it's still a rite of passage that needs to be done, because if you stay with your parents forever, you're not learning to survive on your own. You're not learning how to take care of yourself. You're just freeloading. And I went back home after school and hung out with my folks for a couple years, and it was like, this sucks. I don't want to be here, because it's not cool to hang out with your parents. You can't bring girls home in most cases. You can't. There's a lot of, you still have to abide by their rules, and that should motivate you to get out. But too many people just get comfortable with it, and that's not how you should do it. You should absolutely want to be on your own and start your life, get your life rolling.
GB says, I have a lot of respect for someone, though, who puts family first. Telling your child they have to get out of the house at 18, it's not what I did, and I don't think that's the right answer, but they do need to eventually spread their wings. But you're not just kicking them out and being like, good luck to you. If they have an actual issue and they come to you as a parent, yeah, you still help your kid.
Yes, look, you should still help your children and love them and give them advice and things like that. It's not like you're throwing them out and changing the locks and never talking to them again. You're just trying to get them to be adults. And for a lot of parents, it's very difficult. But finding that happy middle ground is not easy, I suppose. But it is something that you have to do. You have to learn to take care of yourself. That you don't have to leave right away, but you should be heading in that direction, getting a job, making your own money, saving up so you can get your own place. That's a very important touchstone in people's lives, and I think that's really being underestimated these days, because that's why a lot of people are failing, is they don't know what to do. They're so coddled, and they're given this sense of entitlement, so they don't know how to take care of themselves, and they're afraid. Did any of that make sense, or did I lose Monkey?
No, you're fine.
Oh.
Man, leave home, leave his mother's cooking for a woman who probably can't cook. Not me, though. Personally, I can cook amazing homemade meals. I'll have you know I am a great trad wife.
Skit time. You microwaved the nuggets? You couldn't even put them on a cookie sheet?
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to call her bluff. She said she's a good cook, and we saw this meal being prepared. But I am prepared to accept this challenge, and she has to make me dinner.
She comes from an Italian family, and I believe they're an old school Italian family, so I bet she's learned to cook in her lifetime.
I would hope so. Oh, man, I could use some lasagna right now.
How much she actually paid attention is an entirely different story.
That's okay. I'll hang out with her parents. I get along good with older people.
Bone apple teeth.
Now, unfortunately, Tommy...
That is funny, because I think there's a lot of women that is actually how they make your dinner.
Oh, that's just sad.
Well, they're not being taught to cook. And
thanks, feminism.
You should be teaching your boys and girls how to cook.
Yeah, look, I can cook. I'm not good at it, but I can throw together some hamburger helper when necessary. I can survive as an adult, but fucking hell, it would be so nice after a long day of podcasting, because this is the hardest job and the most dangerous job in the world.
True.
True. That it'd be nice to have somebody say, "Hey, are you hungry? I'm cooking dinner." Oh my god, that'd be amazing. I have fantasies about some home cooked meals.
We should check our chat stats here. Who's the number one chatter right now? It's Corey. Ebony's in second. Frank's in third. Cryptic is actually winning because he is number 4.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are falling behind there. Just saying. You're supposed to be shooting for 4th place so that you can be top. Let that sink in if you didn't listen earlier.
Lauren wasn't the only one pushing this stupid lazy young men go get a job bullshit. Mike Johnson did it referencing 29-year-old men playing video games all day. Steve Scalise did it with 35-year-old men playing video games all day. And just the other night, I saw this on my TV. Again.
A Wall Street Journal headline got our attention. The new dream job for young men, stay-at-home son. It's a phrase that's taken off since 20.
They literally turned it into a polling question, Jack.
Well, if you ask people, do you want to be a stay-at-home son? It's going to become a thing. So that's stupid. It's sad that people aspire to be lazy parasites, but that's the culture that we've created. And by we, I mean feminists.
Where was that? That was Sadistics said, don't you Yanks have cooking and home economics classes in high school? Not as much anymore. I don't know if they even still exist at all, but
I don't think they do. Most schools have gotten rid of home economics.
Yep.
And cooking was part of home economics, so that you had to like a course on that. They got rid of a lot of that to do other programs. That's usually what they cut first, was home economics and music.
In my schools, it was home economics and wood shop.
Yeah, wood shop got cut a couple years after home ec.
Because music still has the boosters.
Yeah, well, we had band, and you could join the band, but like regular music classes, they eliminated those.
Yeah. Those were actually just a simple music class. We haven't had those since elementary school, and in elementary school it was like one day a month that we'd go for music class, and they'd teach you to use a recorder and other weird shit nobody actually plays.
Yeah. Ours was much more frequent. We had like once a week, I think, but they cut that, and that teacher got unemployed real fast. But they cut all the music programs around the same time as home economics. So that would have been 94, I think. Our school district got rid of it. So yeah, that stuff hasn't been a thing largely in the States since the 90s, because that was a big wave of cuts where they started adding like cultural diversity shit.
27-year-old Brendan Leo won $59,000 on Jeopardy, and he has a master's degree in political science, but he's unemployed.
Which means he has hang on, we'll back that up because I stepped on it. Which means he has a degree in nothing.
Yeah, it might as well be underwater basket weaving.
Now, I know there's certain people who are going to take offense to this, but poli-sci is not a real degree.
What is it going to go along and complement your philosophy degree?
Yes.
Yeah, your job is at the whims of other people.
$59,000 on Jeopardy, and he has a master's degree in political science, but he's unemployed. Grow up, get a job, get a wife, build a family.
Just get a wife, bro. Just get a job, bro.
Oh, get a job? Yeah.
I'd love her for playing Always Sunny here, but
yeah,
he is making it sound a lot easier than it is, especially with the God. If you were a man, would you get married right now? But you are a man, and I'm
not married.
And you're not. I'm a hopeless romantic, so if I was single, I'd probably still be out there looking. But I understand the guys who don't.
No, really as a guy who tends to buy flowers, until I got the lecture too many times about how that's murdering something beautiful and it's a perfect allegory for relationships. Once you get that 4 or 5 times, you get sick of it, so you stop buying flowers. I have a romantic soul, but it's just not worth it. What you get at this point in life is you get a bunch of Christmas cakes, the leftovers.
Wasn't recorder grade 7 music? We did that shit in 2nd grade.
Yeah, we were doing that shit all through elementary. We had a bunch of those laying around. I think one of my friends stole a bunch of them.
Nice. I had my own, and I got to play it in front of everybody. Apparently, I was good at recorder.
Oh, look at you. Show off. Those bad recorder skills get you in your tail.
Do we want to talk about when we lost our virginities?
Nope.
All
Nope,
right.
that's probably not a topic that's appropriate for this episode. Real fast. Thank you, Evolved Potato. I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't stay at home playing video games all day if I could, but I know I can't yet because that's reality. Look, man, you just fire up a stream on Twitch and you too can have a job playing video games. A lot of guys are making money doing this. So they're bitching about what could be a marketable skill. Plus, you could always be a drone operator.
Just get a job while I strap on my job helmet and squeeze down into a job cannon and fire off into jobland where jobs grow on jobbies.
The term welfare queen must have fell out of fashion with Republicans because it seems even they know the approved safe demographic to go after now because it's very
true. And this is why we talk about how Fox News is not all that conservative. They're still a liberal news network. And the Republicans in Congress, they're not rhinos. That's what Republicans are. They're just as bad as the other side.
Yeah, they just advertise in a different way.
Yep.
But they all vote just like a bunch of goddamn rhino traitors. I mean, they all vote with the Democrats.
Those damn men in their video game. Why are the older folks still so mad about video games?
Well, video games are the gateway to Satan. See,
yes.
And they'll rot your brain. See, it's a leftover from the 90s moral panics, that's all. Just like D&D, make you worship Satan and sacrifice babies.
Well, it used to be that if you watched too much TV was the evil. But
yeah, before that, that you had the 10-cent plague, where comic books were rotting kids' brains and inspiring them to do criminal things.
I'm not even talking about the criminal side of it, just the notion of how they look down on people who play video games.
Yeah, they always have something to complain about.
I'm not just saying this as somebody who plays video games. I mean, the whole idea that, well, you play video games, so you haven't grown up yet. Your idea of growing up is watching make-believe on television. How are you more adult than me?
That's called ABC News.
If you're real grown up, what you do is you get up in the morning, you go to work, you come home, you have dinner, and then you sit on your fat ass for 4 or 5 hours watching TV that nobody gives a shit about, and then you go to bed, and there you go. You're an adult now.
Yeah, the definitions have shifted over the years. What makes an adult now is somewhat different than our parents' generation. We don't sit around watching cable news. We fuck around on the internet and play video games. It's a hobby. If it becomes all encompassing and that's your entire life and you're not making money doing it, then it's a problem. But if it's just a side thing you do to relieve stress, that's different.
I'm going to disagree with you there. As long as it's not ruining your life. If you spend every free moment playing video games, as long as the rest of your moments are taking care of your life, I don't care.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. That's fair.
All right, back to Shoe.
Very obvious what demographic they are talking about when they say young men in their basements playing video games. This just get a job.
I'm okay because I'm an old man in my basement playing video games. Yay me.
Yeah, you old man playing video games. Wait, we have a job. This is our job.
Evolve said video games are actually a lot, better for you than TV. Fuck.
Yeah, you learned hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, you have to use thinking skills in most video games.
Problem solving, puzzles.
Who would you rather hang out with? Somebody who plays video games or somebody who watches Fox News 24/7?
Oh, that's not even a question, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, look, a lot of my friends sit around and play video games. A couple of them have YouTube channels. Obviously, I'm not going to name names right now, but they obsessively play video games. You know what we do? Go over and hang out, and we shoot the shit while they're playing games. And sometimes they record videos, and then they're like, all right, cool, I'm going to play something else. I'm done recording. You want to hang out, or you want to put a movie on the other TV or whatever? Yeah, it's a hobby or a job, depending. But it's not They're not like, all right, get out. I got to play my game. That's weird.
I do know people who take it too far, but you have people who take everything too far.
Yeah, they have an addictive personality then.
You ever seen extreme couponers?
Oh my God. Yeah, they're weird. And you can always spot people like that because it's an obsession. It's their entire personality then. And that's unhealthy regardless of whether it's heroin or video games or, I don't know, hoarding cats. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, but it's a problem for you.
I'm not seeing enough people fighting to get fourth place with relevant comments here. Y'all are hurting my feelings. You're insulting my birth month.
Well, see, Scum, he's not in his basement, so it's fine.
That's true.
I don't even know anyone who watches Fox News, right? Yeah, I don't. I occasionally end up on it because it's in the cable lineup that Dad had, but I don't seek any of it out because they're kind of boring.
If I see clips from Gutfeld on YouTube, I'll watch him if it's a subject that looks funny to me.
Yeah,
but otherwise, I don't seek out Fox News.
No, Fox News has some pretty ladies on it, but I'm not going to watch it. I don't like any of the news channels. They're all very boring. They're all very the same.
Ebony says, I have nothing to say, but you just said that. See?
It's not surprising, but it's especially funny coming from Fox News of all places. Fox News that spends so much time yapping about immigrants taking American jobs. Fox News will talk for you.
They took our jobs.
Years about how Americans are being screwed out of the workforce. But when this issue manifests itself in Gen Z, suddenly it's a moral failure. The fact is, a lot of American jobs help.
What?
I think she's getting at that the Fox News people should know that these guys can't get jobs because of illegals, which this comes up in a minute. Night, Amanda. Have a good one, sweetie.
Bye, Amanda.
There is some truth to that especially entry-level jobs have been taken by illegals, but even with that, we have millions of unfilled jobs in this country.
Yeah, you have to go. Sometimes you might have to move to find a job. That's a possibility. You have to go where the jobs are. You can't just sit around on your ass.
That's another thing that used to be a thing that it really isn't all that much anymore.
Yeah.
Where people move to whole other states because that's where the jobs were. Now they're like, I don't want to go to Cleveland.
Yeah, like my ancestors came from Kentucky and moved to Ohio because that's where the jobs were. I mean, that's still true in Kentucky. There's not a lot of jobs around there. So you got to go where the jobs are. And otherwise, you end up working if you're lucky, you find something and maybe it doesn't pay much, but a job's a job. So, yeah, I mean, like, that's a thing that younger people really aren't told, that everything is not going to be handed to you because they're kind of coddled now. No offense, kids, but you're a little spoiled.
We are 2.5 hours into this 30-minute video.
No, we're 3 hours and 47 minutes.
The first hour was us talking other things. We started about the hour point. So 2 hours and 47 minutes.
What you're saying is, once again, we've crushed EFAP.
No, I'm saying, don't sue me, bro. I'm actually commenting.
Yeah. You can't pull an Ethan Klein. Ha ha!
By men are being lost to automation, offshoring, and yes, cheap foreign labor. Companies
and women.
Yeah, well, she said cheap foreign labor.
I
that's a derpy face. Look at that.
Shoo, I am sorry for that pause face. That's my bad. Wow.
Yeah, that's the look of a woman who is unsatisfied with everything you just said.
This is the face she needs to be making in a video where I disagree with her completely and I'm just ripping on her.
Yeah. I figured out why I don't like her shirt.
Why's that?
It looks like Roy Rogers tied up the knot on her shirt.
Oh, maybe.
It looks like a lasso to me. I don't know why. It just bothers me. So, yeah, I don't like that shirt. I'm sorry. I just don't. It's probably cute and all. I don't know. I'm not a fashion guru. It just isn't working for me. And I think she's a lot cuter with dark hair.
and billionaires would rather have cheap labor that they can essentially abuse, not pay fair wages to, just good little worker drones who won't unionize, rather than hire American workers for a living wage. The cheaper the labor
Oh, living wage. I don't like where this is going.
Yep, we had to get on this. They won't unionize those cheap foreign workers.
Well, first of all, unions are worthless anyway. They haven't been relevant in 80 years, but it's true. A lot of places want to hire people for pennies on the dollar that won't, tattle on them.
Sure.
But phrase living wage, who determines that? I have so many questions, but I'm not going to like any answers I get.
they hire, the more money they make. I remember when Bernie Sanders called open borders a Koch brothers conspiracy.
Open borders?
Open
borders. That's a Koch brothers proposal, which says essentially there is no United States.
But it would make a lot
me.
of global poor richer, wouldn't it?
And it'd make everybody in America poor. Then you're doing.
Get Bernie to say that today.
Yeah, good luck. Because it's not a Koch brothers conspiracy alone. It's also a Soros conspiracy. It's every rich guy's conspiracy that wants to work off the books and ignore labor laws. So yeah, shut the fuck up. This is every shady business guy. It's not every single business person. It's the ones that want to go around the rules.
Free trade used to be a Republican talking point. Bill Clinton took it over, and he made NAFTA a thing, and it became more of a Democrat talking point. The border situation used to be a Democrat talking point. We have to close the borders because we need to protect unions and American workers.
And look at the results of NAFTA. It's decimated the heartland.
Look at the result of the open border.
Yeah. It's crushing all the social services programs. How many billions of dollars have been flushed away on legals just for basic necessities?
Away with the concept of a nation state.
Where'd that guy go? A lot of these jobs being taken are jobs.
He's
sold out.
I can't even say he's sold out because Bernie has always been an opportunistic shitbag socialist.
Well, he's a communist, so
yeah. His whole thing, I'm an independent. The fuck he is. He's never been independent on anything. The fact that he was willing to go more socialist than most Democrats have been willing to say publicly didn't change what an underlying scumfuck he's always been. The man has no principles other than commie good. At least in the breadlines, you get the bread.
Yeah,
I hope Shue hears me say that.
Oh, that's the type of delusion that we need to very carefully avoid in this country.
Yeah, your hero there has always been an opportunistic shitbag. Sorry.
Yeah.
He's a politician. It's in their nature.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. A politician is synonymous with, like, low-level demon.
Yeah.
They're evil monsters. You can't trust any of them.
Traditionally held by men like construction and factory jobs, manual labor work. But it's not just manual labor jobs, it's also the tech industry and business industry, which are careers also mainly held by men. There are many, many examples of this, such as Microsoft recently cutting thousands of American workers while requesting 14,000 more H-1B workers this year. Some of those jobs...
We need to implement fines for this shit.
Yeah, well... Unfortunately, that's never going to happen because the politicians are getting kickbacks and they're corrupt as shit. But yeah,
I'm not against the H-1B visa program. I'm against the way it is used. We saw this with Disney. I mean, they didn't even need to have H-1Bs for what they were doing, and they're like, "Yep, we need all these, and we're going to have the American workers train them and then fire the American workers."
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons I'm glad Disney's failing.
Job positions include data scientists, which are 70% men, software developers, which are 80% men, and electronic engineers, which are 90% men, and many more like that. Another example of this was Tesla, where roughly 15,000 American employees were fired in April 2024, and many were replaced with H-1B visa holders. On Twitter, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy tried to chalk this up to these immigrants just simply being the best and the brightest. Yeah.
Okay, this is one I'd have to look into. I don't know who was laid off from Tesla.
Yeah, what positions were they laying off, and which ones are they hiring for? Because those might be different things.
But I got to be honest with you. If I'm looking for new employees, do I want somebody out of American colleges?
Probably not, because they're liabilities. I mean, shit, they're bringing their parents to job interviews. You're looking at a bunch of entitled crybabies who, if the temperature of the air conditioning isn't right, they're going to cry to HR about it. Oh, you need to respect my pronouns. Yeah, I don't know. I tend to think that the Indians will probably work a little harder too.
In the Microsoft example, what was it? Hang on, I want to go back and make sure I get this right.
Where'd that guy go? A lot of these jobs being taken are jobs traditionally held by men, like construction and factory jobs, manual labor work. But it's not just manual labor jobs, it's also the tech industry and business industry, which are careers also mainly held by men. There are many, many examples of this, such as Microsoft recently cutting thousands of American workers while requesting 14,000 more H-1B workers this year. Some of those jobs...
In that case, they're actually getting more people working for them. And I'm having trouble believing that they're saving money by hiring 5,000 more people. Does that make sense?
Like, I guess, but are they hiring? Do they have to come here in the States and work? Or are they foreign employees that are working remotely?
Bitch.
You there? Monkey! Nope, he's not there. Now, I heard her say manual labor. That's not how we pronounce it anymore. It's manual labor.
Manual labor. That's funny, actually.
Yeah, I've been sitting on that one for about 5 minutes now.
No, but if you're firing 9,000, which is what it said on the screen, and wanted 14,000, you're actually hiring in more than half. Which, in order for that to be cost effective, the ones you're hiring in, you have to hire in at like 66%.
Yeah, so are they remote workers or are they actually going to be in the States? Because that makes a difference if some of those are remote workers. Yeah, then you can pay them Indian wages and not, you can pay them 10 rupees. It's like 30 cents.
And again, I'm not disagreeing with her here. I just don't know enough about the people who were laid off.
Yeah, it matters on what positions are being eliminated and which ones are being filled. Are they one for one at the same job, or is it something else? And are they eliminating lazy people? I want to know why they're firing these people too.
Is it egregious as the Disney example, or is this they fired 9,000 people who are doing call work, and they hired in 14,000 actual engineers?
Yeah,
those are different.
Or were they temporary positions where the task is done now and they're just being eliminated because they're temporary workers?
Yeah,
like if you're like a software development team, is the game they're working on finished and they're technically contract workers, so they're being shuttled off now, and they go off to some other like freelance work. That matters. There's nuance here that we're not getting, I think.
Job positions include data scientists, which are 70% men, are replaced with substitutes for longer hours and more work, and they're willing to deal with it in order to stay in the country. It's coercive, exploitative, and, dare I say, not very America first. When conservatives confront...
And that is fair. If you can show me, one, the wages and the jobs that were done. And this is why I can't just be like, yeah, absolutely, this was horrible. I need the specifics. Go ahead.
With these more intellectual jobs, like the computer stuff, I mean, are they being forced to work longer hours? If so, where? Like, I need a little bit more specifics on this, because like manual labor jobs, we know that they take advantage of foreign workers.
Yeah.
Because they're paying them way less and they work them harder. That's easy to show. But with tech jobs, it's not as easy to show. It's a little bit more nebulous. So I'm going to need to see a lot more information on that.
Did Elon Musk for this last year? He told somebody, and I quote, take it.
Before we get to that, there's also a big difference in I can call ICE on you and them being able to go, you're not paying a fair wage.
Yeah, if somebody has an H-1B visa, they're not getting ICE called on them. Unless they lose their job, then they're going home. But
and I do get what she's getting there with, because if you get fired, then yeah, you have to go back home. I need a little more evidence of that happening, because I know what she's getting at. She's going to the big H-1B argument that happened a few months back.
Mm-hmm.
H-1Bs are not a bad thing. How some people use them definitely are, and it is case by case. And there's so many times where people will freak out over something, and when you pay attention to what's actually going on, it's not what it looks like.
Yeah, the news is very misleading on that, because most of the time those are like highly skilled jobs. They've been manipulating that pretty horribly in the last 10 years or so, but most businesses that use H-1B visas and similar visas are doing so to fill jobs that they can't find qualified people for.
Yep.
Because there's a shortage. It's not because you can hire anyone off the street and have them do this like really complex coding. I don't know anything about fucking computers. I have a gray one. So there's technical stuff that you need to know that we don't have enough people that know how to do.
And this actually goes to the overall point of the male, or what's happening to men, is especially in STEM fields and especially in software and computer related stuff. There was a huge push to shove women into all this stuff, and men have been pushed out in colleges. Google has we need to have this many women working for us nonsense going on.
Yeah. And look what happened. They filled their tiny little girl brains with all this math that they can't handle, and then they purposely get pregnant so they can get away from it, and like, oh, I'm full of baby now. I can't handle this coding stuff.
Yeah.
Big step back and yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend. So when it comes to replacing American workers in manual labor with cheap foreign labor, it's deport, deport, deport. But when it comes to replacing his American workers with cheap foreign labor, it's yourself in the face.
Again, show me that he's paying him so much less than he was paying American workers. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, and again, you're talking about a company that requires highly skilled workers.
Yeah.
I mean, they're making electric vehicles and God knows what other, like hovercraft or whatever. And he has a robot army, so let's not piss him off too much with flamethrowers. But you're comparing two vastly different things. Manual labor jobs are easier to fill because, let's face it, a lot of them are unskilled.
Yeah.
So that's a lot easier to get illegals to work, or migrants, that you can undercut American citizens or green card holders. H-1B visas are technical jobs, theoretically. And Tesla's going to hire somebody that has to have like engineering, electrical engineering, various coding, things like that. Stuff that you can't just grab Pablo off the street and expect him to be able to do. Whereas if you hand him a hammer and tell him to hit nails, he can figure that out in about 2 minutes.
Yeah. We have an annual cap of 6,800 H-1B visas a year.
That's probably too low.
Do you think that less than 7,000 H-1B visas are why young men can't get jobs, or is it the millions that poured over the border in the last several years?
Yeah, because there are way more manual labor jobs. Sorry.
And that's not to say it's okay to abuse the system, but again,
no, but it's she's comparing apples to oranges here,
Yes.
and it's really kind of annoying because this mindset is. I'm sorry, this sounds very communist to me.
It is very communist. Yeah.
You're comparing two very different sets of skills. I mean, it's bad enough that the manual labor jobs are being eaten up because, I mean, I've seen some people that I'm pretty sure weren't legals doing electrical work. So I'm like, I don't know about that. And building houses and shit. That skilled carpenter would be better, but they're going to end run it and hire somebody that'll work for day labor. You can't do that with computer programming. You can't do that with engineering unless you want a bridge to collapse, in which case just hire a woman to do it.
Interesting. There's also affirmative action and DEI, which are other things Fox News always pisses and shits about. But suddenly, when the conversation is about Gen Z men, the demographic of people who are victims of these things, suddenly these things just like don't exist anymore. Then it's, oh, young men are all just lazy. They just want to be in their parents' basement ordering DoorDash and playing video games. But it's not just the brown people taking your jobs. I am not beating the allegations with this one. The brown people are not taking your jobs, okay? It's not...
Yes, they are. You said it right the first time.
Yeah, they took our jobs.
And you're right, it's not the brown people, it's the illegals, because there are other illegals. Some of you European fuckers don't belong here. Go back home.
Yeah, we've got a lot of Ukrainians and Russians and Iranians. They're all considered white, just for the record.
No, I mean, you have British people like, I just stayed past my visa. Get the fuck out of my country, shitbag.
Yeah, stop overstaying your visa, you assholes. Real quick, thank you, Evolved Potato. With Australia, for some reason, recognizing Indian degrees at the same standing as Australian ones, I looked into Indian degrees and their standards. With a lot of H-1Bs being from India, I'd prefer a U.S. college freshman over an Indian master's degree. Well, most of the Indians are hiring are educated here in the States, but they have to get because you only have a student visa when you're here for college. Then you qualify for an H-1B because you got a degree here, and then they use that standard. Most of the time, they don't recognize degrees from India unless you're just doing tech support. So, the standard's different. But that's why there's so few H-1B visas usually, is because they're picking from people that are educated here.
Their fault. They're just cheaper. Aim upwards. But it's not just the brown people taking your jobs. It's the women, too. True. Many of the dying industries are male-dominated, while many of the growing industries are female-dominated. And
artificially female-dominated, unless you're talking about like things like HR.
Yeah, and let's face it, a lot of the female CEOs burn out very quickly. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Stigma around these jobs being woman jobs usually stops men from working them. Women are overwhelmingly entering and excelling in college and the workforce. And
men, do not avoid women jobs because you can go into them and be a superstar.
Yeah. And you should try and get into the WNBA and just show those bitches up with your 3-point skills.
They're more flexible about job position and pay, while young men usually hold out for higher paying, higher position jobs that will make them the breadwinner. Because you see, despite the world...
She just got to it. I kind of stepped on it there, but this is what we were talking about with the entitlement. That job is beneath me. I deserve more money. Okay, but you're only allowed to do that because you have somebody else paying your bills. And if it was either take this job or you don't get to eat, you'd take the fucking job.
Well, unless you don't like eating.
We have a problem with young people, and this has been going for a while. I mean, there were studies that coming out of college.
Yep. That's him again, isn't it?
Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
There've been studies, and this was a few years ago, but that showed kids coming out of college expected to be making about $100,000.
Yeah,
which is retardedly unrealistic.
Yeah, if you walk out being like a mechanical engineer, maybe, then you're going to work at a really good company. But even them, they're not going to start at that. but that they're fed this delusion that the degree is some sort of double your money magic glitch. It's just not true. You have to have realistic expectations. If you're not in a field that's highly specialized and you have a job lined up, you may not start there.
Nope.
Progressing and the role of women changing, the role of men has not changed. Every woman is a feminist until the dinner bill comes. But what's crazy is women might be the ones paying that dinner bill soon. A study from the UK found women aged 22 to 29 earned about $1,000 more annually than men,
Hang on.
completely reversing the traditional gender pay gap for this age group. In the US,
All right. Remember that the gender pay gap has never been it was a lifetime earnings gap.
No, Monkey, you just heard it. It's reversed. Now we're the victims.
Well, we
So
actually are now.
$5.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, bud.
No, I was just doing a cheap shell.
we actually are now. They're paying women more to make up for a bullshit statistic that was never real, and men are making less. It's different metrics. Yes, exactly. Now they're actually looking, and Tina is making more than Tom at the same job, where before it was Tom made more money over an entire lifetime versus Tina, who only worked 6 years of that whole time. Anyway.
a 2022 Pew Research Center analysis showed that women under 30 out-earned men in many metropolitan areas, with median earnings at or above 100% of men's in cities.
But see, this is one of those statistics I can't trust because in New York and Washington metro areas, young women earn more than what young men earn when examining median annual earnings among full-time year-round workers.
What jobs, though?
Exactly. How many of those are sitting in an office making $60,000 a year, and how many of those are sweeping the street for $30,000 a year?
Yeah, are you talking garbage men versus what HR departments? I mean, those are there's gonna be a pay discrepancy. But what I heard is that we're being gypped out of a bunch of money.
Yes.
So if you guys want to help some oppressed men, donate to the links in the description or pinned at the top of the chat, because we're being victimized here. And this is the most dangerous and hardest job ever, according to the legendary Hassan Piker.
This goes on to tell us that in 2019 in Los Angeles, those groups were the same. It's only 2% off there. But this is the bullshit way feminists have been doing the wage gap forever, because once it was pointed out that the study that they've talked about so many times was bullshit, they then started doing this shit where women were more likely to do things like cashiering and men were more likely to be construction workers. Well, who's going to make more money? The minimum wage cashier or the construction guy who you have to pay or he's going to quit and you don't get your building built?
Yeah, he's going to break his back trying to fucking move bags of concrete and steel. You have to pay that guy more. I'm sorry. Unless you're hiring illegal.
And that's what was happening, and that's why it used to look like men made so much more than women, because they would use stupid ass studies like this instead of going, men in that field and women in that field, let's look at their pay.
Yeah, you can't have generalities like that and expect it to work out properly.
And in the few cases where they did do that, they still didn't do it based on the specific job. So, like, there's a difference from running the cashier or the cash register at Walmart and being the CEO of Walmart.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway.
It's like New York and Washington, D.C. That may not sound like a lot of money now, but it's a growing trend that has never been seen before. It's so bad that it's really starting to affect the dating world.
And what it really means is that women are getting the higher paying jobs, and it's not that women are making more in those jobs, it's just more women have those jobs. So it does affect men, but it's just slightly different in what exactly. It's not that women are necessarily being paid more, like the UK study suggested. It's just that where your office might have been 50%, or sorry, I'd say 75% men back in the day. Now it's 75% women. So that flipped.
How sustainable do you think that'll be in the long term? Like that, at some point, that's got to fall apart.
It doesn't have to.
Yeah, because eventually, with so many women working high-end jobs, they're not going to be having kids. So you're going to have a birth rate problem, like a massive one, like on the level of like Japan.
Well, unlike Japan, we do, at least at this moment, have a ton of people who want to come in here, so it's an easily fixable thing for us. It destroys the country overall. So maybe 100 years, this would be long term, absolutely devastating to the culture of the United States.
Well, there's some real dystopian thoughts going through my head.
I understand.
Women have never been this resigned to staying single. They are responding to major demographic shifts, including huge and growing gender gaps in economic and educational attainment, political affiliation, and beliefs about what family should look like. More women than men are attending college, buying houses, and focusing on their friendships and careers over dating and marriage.
So women can manage to buy houses, but you men can't figure it out, huh?
Well, men are dumb. I've seen sitcoms.
More women. This actually does get to part of the problem. More women than men are attending college. It used to be vastly different, but
yeah,
society decided we had to pump up women, and men got left behind.
Well, they're just men. I mean, ew.
Instead of bringing women up to the level of men, they pushed men down, because that's what communism does.
Yeah.
The challenges of finding a romantic partner have been made more complicated by a growing divide in education and career prospects between men and women. In 2024, 40% of American women ages 25 to 34 had a bachelor's degree, according to Pew, compared to 37% of men. A bachelor's degree increases net lifetime earnings by an estimated $1 million. Women are doing comparative.
I assure you that's an average and not for everyone.
Yeah, there's no... What's the working 40 years of work, 50 years,
something like that?
So that's $20,000 a year, maybe. But what I don't get about this is, on paper, Jack, men and women's bachelor's degrees should have nothing to do with whether or not they find a romantic partner.
You'd think so, but I don't have a PhD, so.
But this is part of the problem, is that so many of it's a general difference between men and women, that this kind of thing does absolutely, whether women like it or not, or whether you gay men out there who pretend you like women like it or not, women don't want men who earn less than them. Will some put up with it? Sure. But is that a desire of theirs? Is there any little girl sitting at home right now holding on to her hope chest saying, one day I hope to out-earn my husband?
Hope chest.
No, that shit doesn't. No,
that doesn't happen. Women want somebody that makes more than them.
They want a provider.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, somebody on... We saw this in that one divorce thing that came out, where divorced men were getting remarried at staggeringly higher rates than divorced women.
Yeah.
And it mostly boiled down to the women not wanting to have somebody financially, what's the word I'm looking for here, worse off than them. Where the men were like, fuck it, I'm going to marry the Hooters girl.
Yeah, because we're way less picky on that shit. The standards are different, and women still have that innate desire. Tommy Laird even said it. She wants a provider.
Yep.
Well, if you're in the upper echelons, you're talking about 1 to 5% of the population who have a much better chance of selection. So they're not going to pick you, because there's more women than there are men, and especially in that percentage group, you're seriously talking about very few people that you think are the only ones that can qualify for you. And women always think there's way more men in that category than there are.
Yeah. Anyway.
Comparatively well when it comes to education in their early years in the labor force, and men are doing comparatively badly. Men's economic struggles seem to be having the biggest effect on women. without a college degree, whose marriage rates by 45 have plummeted to 52% for those born between 1930 and 1980, according to research by Cornell University. Young men without a degree are...
Wait, hold that thought, because we got to talk about those age ranges. So, from the ages of, or the age demographic where their marriage rates have dropped, what are we talking? Up to 95 years old, Jack.
Oh.
From these people were born between 1930, which would make them 95, and 1980, which would make them 45. So 45 to 95-year-old women just aren't getting married like they used to.
Because they're probably dead. I mean,
shit.
Not a lot of 90-year-olds like, I'm going to go get it all sexied up so I could get me a man.
Anyway.
Struggling so much as a group that...
Marriage by 45, yeah. So if you're not married by 45, you're probably not getting married, which I don't think is really that shocking.
No, also I feel a little judged.
That 94-year-old woman, she's holding out. She's holding out.
There simply aren't enough with steady jobs and earnings for non-college women to date. Men are poor, women most affected. Modern women...
Well, I mean, that is true because women, whether you guys want to admit it or not, want a man who makes more than you.
Yeah.
Or at least as much as you.
It's a bit of a double standard, ladies.
Understand, but it's not one of those double standards that I hate. It's one that is innate.
Yes.
We are the hunters or the providers. Understatement, thank you. Parents need to let their kids sink or swim. I've seen real life examples of lazy kids into the late 30s becoming great workers when the food runs out. Well, yeah. But as a parent, it's not sink or swim. It's get out of the boat and swim. And if you can't make it, I'll throw you a life raft.
Are no longer tied to their gender role. Birth control has freed them from the prison that is their biology, and they are making their own money, sometimes more than men. They can have it all. They can do anything. They can be...
They can't have it all. See, that's the thing. They're not having families. That's part of having it all. And the reality of even going back to, the 50s, 60s, all of this shit, Jack, the men couldn't have done things the way that they did without a partner. And women have it in their head, I don't need no partner. And they're abandoning the idea of family because of it. Men worked to have a family and provide for the family. Women are working for themselves. They're the most selfish fuckers on the whole planet is Western women.
I would argue they're doing it to impress other women.
Anything. While at the same time, men are still expected to be the provider. And more importantly, many men still want to be the provider, but they can't. And women, though strong and independent, still...
Well, when it comes to the men can't be the provider, we've already talked about the work side of that, but there's another point of that, is that you have these women who don't want no man. So not only do you have a problem in the job market and the economy, you have a problem in the dating market.
Yeah.
I mean, look at what she showed earlier. There were two different polls that both showed 63% of women don't want to have babies and 50% of men do. There's a math problem there.
What? I don't know. Math is hard.
There's a huge issue with that. So it's not just that they can't provide because they don't have the right job. There's nobody to provide for. Anyway.
Want men to be the provider.
And as a woman, I want a strong man who is a protector and a provider that will go to war if need be, that will protect me, protect my family, make money.
Basically, men are like, we're worried we're not making enough money. And women are like, we're worried men are not making enough money. Hello class, I am Miss On Head. I am substituting for your teacher today. She was arrested for molesting a 12-year-old boy.
That tracks.
I laughed way too hard at that shit.
I mean, yeah.
That's not something to laugh at, but I mean, how true is it?
It's a little too true. Also, do you ever want to introduce yourself as On Head? That sounds like a training course on blowjobs.
Right? I wonder if she knew that when she did it.
Probably. She's not as dumb as she pretends.
Miss on head is better than Miss Head. Not by a
Is
lot, but
it?
it is a little bit. All right.
So today we are learning about.
Wait, Ebony says I was dozing off. You were dozing off and you're number one? What the fuck are the rest of y'all doing?
We've already put them to sleep with this shit.
Ebony is killing it and she was sleeping.
Well, let's face it. Ebony is really awesome.
She is.
I've had the opportunity to speak with her a few times, and she seems really cool. So if she wants to take a nap during the show, I'm fine with that. But it's other people that are slacking, not her. She's managed to maintain the second spot.
Faithless, he just took number one back from you, Ebony. Gonna need another comment in there.
The graph. This is the growth in productivity versus hourly compensation graph. And you can trace almost everything bad happening in society back to this graph. As you can see, productivity increased while compensation barely grew over the same time period. Notice they tracked very closely up until around 1972. Now, what happened around 1972, class? Well, the top marginal tax rate was reduced from 70% in 1964 to 50% by 1981.
How would the top marginal tax rate have anything to do with stagnated wages?
Something numbers.
What you're saying is that people got a tax break, so then they decided not to give people raises.
Yeah.
There's another thing that happens in 72 around there that she briefly mentions. But you also had when was the Refugees Act?
Oh shit, I don't know.
There's a lot of stuff that happened in this time, but the biggest one of them wasn't the top marginal tax rate. For the record, most people didn't pay 70%. That's what tax loopholes are for.
Yeah, no shit.
And when you're looking at what has happened when there's tax cuts typically lead to more taxes coming in. The issue hasn't been tax cuts. It's that when we've had it, and Reagan was horrible for this, is that more money comes in, but we spend so much more on top of it. In order to get his tax cuts, Reagan made deals which put a shit ton of pork into the budget. It just doesn't make any sense for you to point to this. And this is where I really think there's another place where she really gets it wrong because of her communist leanings. It's got to be that tax cut. That would only make sense if those people had been being paid with taxes. See what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I get you.
Because on paper, those folks now have even more money to pay with. So even if they just kept things steady on that rise, they would have still been making more money because they weren't paying as much in taxes.
Federal minimum wage
rich people are bad.
Began to stagnate. Income going to the 1% rose.
The federal minimum wage began to stagnate, is what she said there. I'd have to look at the federal minimum wage again, but go out there, Shoe, I'll give you this challenge. Go out and look at what the first federal minimum wage was and go to a inflation calculator. Last I knew, that $7 and whatever cents an hour it is was still much more than the original federal minimum wage when adjusted for inflation. We might, after Biden's inflation, be close to where it actually needs to change again to keep up with the original 35 cents that it used to be. People making the minimum wage just hasn't kept up with inflation. Oh, it has, actually. And in most states, or in the states that don't have the federal minimum as their minimum, because states can have a higher one, like California does, Oregon, New York. They are way above what the original one
was from 9% in the 60s to 16% in
Hang on.
2000. Federal minimum wage began to stagnate. Income going to the 1% rose from 9% in the 60s to 16% in 2023.
Again, that doesn't mean anything. I hate the politics of envy. The rich people made more money. Well, why? Well, because we're buying more shit. There's more money in the economy, and that top 1% tend to be producers.
No, they're bastards, monkey. You don't understand. They got stuff I don't got, so they're bad.
CEOs also went from making 20 times more than the average worker to making 350 times more.
Okay, and that caused men today not to be able to get jobs because one guy is making 300 times more than the people.
They took my job because they got more money than me.
I'll ask this for you, Shu, if you're watching this. Elon Musk making as much money as he does, what the hell does that have to do with how much money? Because what she's playing here is the wealth gap argument.
Yeah, it's stupid.
What does that have to do with even an Amazon employee? Or sorry, not Amazon, Tesla employee.
Look, your hate facts. No, it's just he makes too much money. He's rich. Rich is bad.
If he took all of the money, if he took a salary exactly the same as the lowest, the janitor at Tesla, right?
Okay.
And all that other money just goes into a bank account that's owned by Tesla. Nobody ever touches it. How does that improve the life of the other janitor?
Shut up.
If you want to say you have to pay this much, we're going to fight over those amounts, but at least say that. The whole idea of,
Okay.
My internet is pissing me off tonight.
I imagine it's getting a little frustrating because you're always like mid-rant when it cuts out.
All I was going to say is fuck off with that wealth gap bullshit. It's meaningless nonsense for commies to try to get a revolution in this country that's going to lead to death and misery. That's it. That's what communism brings.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Than the average worker. Anything else? Anything else happen around 1972? Yes, Jimmy, that is correct. Women joined the workforce around this time, but we don't have to get into that today.
That's actually far more relevant. Because this leads to a massive unemployment issue in the early 80s, is the amazing influx of women into the workforce. There just so many women entered the workforce. And look, I'm not saying women can't work, by all means work. But when you're talking about why men have fallen behind where they used to be, the fact that they're now sharing the job opportunities with women is part of that problem.
Well, some would say wages were driven down by 50% or more of the population suddenly jumping into the workforce because now you have so much more competition.
Absolutely. But no, let's use a commie talking point instead.
Oh, it's so much easier just to blame money.
Hey, Shu, if you're going to make a video where you reference any of my stuff, if you need a direct quote, just hit me up.
Fact is, hard work no longer guarantees success, and the will to work.
Hard work has never guaranteed success.
No, it just guarantees that you're a worker. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. There were hardworking farmers who never got their farm off the ground.
There were hardworking guys at the gulag.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean anything. It just means they worked hard. Do you work smart? That's probably a better question.
Hard work is one of the tools you need. Without it, are you more likely to fail? Sure. But is it a guarantee of, was it, I need to know the time in history where it was a guarantee of success.
It was in the land of imagination.
is tied to the fruits of your labor. And young men are fed up today because 90% of that fruit is rotten. Now, is there some truth to modern young people being lazy? Sure, I guess. Every generation had lazy people.
Yes, every generation had lazy people. Hippies, I'm looking at you. The difference is the last two generations, millennials and now Zs, have been told that their laziness is justified. You can't, because you couldn't get a job if you wanted one, because then they're not going to go look.
Oh, why try?
Yeah, this is what we talk about with the low expectations Democrats put on black people. You shouldn't even try to get ahead, but you're going to be kept down. Do you think that helps the black community or hurts them?
Yeah. That's another thing that hit the 70s was the Great Society. Did you drop again? Man, no wonder you get hurt all the time. You're dropping left and right.
We're so close to the end, damn it.
That's why it's doing that.
Pissing me off. Elon, fix your shit, man. Get one of those H-1B visa people to make Starlink better.
You're probably better off getting some illegals to cut those trees down.
Dude, I was in Virginia, right? And as we're driving through there's people laying cable everywhere. My father-in-law, who lives in the middle of butt fucking nowhere, has fiber. I am so pissed. And they've been laying fiber out there for apparently 2 or 3 years now. I can't even get a standard cable connection brought out here. Anyway.
I'm convinced the cable companies are conspiring against you, dude.
Fuck. Anyway, here we go.
And we do basically live in late-stage mouse utopia, after all. Young people today are faced with two options: revolution or escapism. And a lot of them...
No! Trying!
That is such a weird dichotomy to throw out.
Are choosing escapism. Many have basically given up, but it's not like they didn't try. They tried and...
Okay, I need evidence of them trying. Because that's what I'm not seeing, Jack.
Yeah, I'm not hearing trying. I'm hearing excuses and whining.
Yeah, I'm hearing you telling me they can't do it. You haven't given me an example of somebody who's gone out, and don't tell me, oh, they went to college. That's not trying.
No, that's stage one.
How many of them went out there and got a janitorial job because that's the job that was there? And worked their way up and learned skills and started their own janitorial company. Oh, wait, we can't think like that because you can't get ahead. This is a problem in America. Going back, I know, repeating, but our can-do spirit has been stomped the fuck out. Instead of can-do, like, oh my God, the whole world is against you. We live in the greatest country in the most spoiled fucking time in history. And you got these motherfuckers out there like, oh, I just can't.
It's so hard to try. I got to get up and put pants on.
I put pants on. See, I did try. I need evidence of the trying. That's what I need.
Yeah. Yeah, some people probably legitimately do try and fail. And I understand that, but it's a small number of what we're talking about. There are most people that are just not trying.
Okay, let me take what you just said. They tried and failed. Everybody tries and fails.
What? No, you give up as soon as you fail. See, step one, try. Step two, failure. Step three, give up because things got hard.
Try again. Whatever happened to that? Now it's like, oh my God, they tried and now it's not worth trying anymore.
No, because it got hard. And I was told no, and my fragile ego was bruised.
Bunch of pussies.
Yeah. Life's
Many
hard.
have
Suck
basically
it up.
Given up, but it's not like they didn't try. They tried and they found out the juice just isn't worth the squeeze, whether it's college, dating, or the job market. And in a way,
The juice isn't worth the squeeze. Well, when you only squeeze one orange and you're like, it didn't fill the whole glass, you didn't really try.
many young men are kind of choosing revolution. The never-before-seen large shift rightward in young men is a small revolution in a way. They're saying, this.
The reason there's never before been such a shift right wing for young men is because men have always been more right wing and they've been pushed to the left over the last several decades. There was a time, Jack, you got to go back to your 40s, your 50s, your 60s. With the rise of unions and Democrats, getting in bed with the mob on that. Sorry, had to take the cheap shot. Where you did see a push of men going more towards the leftist ideology because they were in the unions and that's what the unions told them to do. So go unions. You've never had the chance for that many men to shift the way that they are right now. But it's because they've all become little bitches and it's by training. And they're growing up and realizing they don't have to be a bitch anymore.
Yeah.
And the side telling them that they don't have to be a bitch is the right.
This isn't working for me. This sucks. I hate this. I want something different. This is also manifesting on the Democrat side in general. The young men that are still voting left are voting further left. You saw this recently in New York City where Zoran Mem.
I just like this picture because she points it out, but the prominent people in this are women.
Donnie, a self-proclaimed Democratic socialist, won the Democratic primary. Young men are...
Okay. I haven't seen the exit polls for this, and she doesn't bring them up. But did, what's his name, get any more young men than, who's the last mayor, Adams?
I don't know, but I mean, look, New York is heavily left wing, so
Yeah.
you're going to have some really skewed results.
And they've often wanted more socialist bullshit. So this is one of those times where you're seeing causation and there might not actually be some. The real story here is that nobody that far left has ever been successful because they weren't as charismatic as this lying piece of shit is.
Yeah.
Which does matter in politics.
Oh, absolutely.
And you do have the just general acceptance of socialism in the United States, especially among the left.
Tired of the establishment, left and right. They're tired of the system and they want to burn it down and start again. They want something that works for them because this is not working for them.
Sounds a lot like I deserve free stuff, so let's destroy everything that I don't like.
But again, she takes this, what she just did there was, sorry, Shoe, but intellectually dishonest, or maybe you just didn't put enough thought into it. She says men left and right are rebelling. No, I haven't seen anything that's showing me that the young men who went for Trump are rebelling against Trump, saying, no, fuck the whole establishment. They're still with the guy that brought them.
Yeah, maybe the rebellion is they're moving to the right and voting for Trump because they're sick of this commie nonsense.
Now, if we see somebody else who comes out and is saying, hey, it's okay to be a man, and then they fail, then you can go, they're tired of the system. You can say that they're tired of the feminist system that they've been forced to live in. Sure. But you can't that they're
Young men. Sorry, I was going to sing YMCA.
Hang on just a second. Fuck.
Oh. I'm loving it. Oh, sorry, now I'm hungry. We got the cat really high on catnip, and now she's sleeping it off.
Hi.
Hi.
Fuck it. We just switched to the other internet. It's almost over.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was saying. I don't care.
If you wake up on
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Thank you so much. Understatement. I've also seen people trying but moving too quickly. They will do a job for a year, then buy into their own hype, trying to start a business and fail. Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. That is another problem. Well, arrogance is a dangerous thing, and a lot of people like get really overconfident, and it drifts into arrogance. So they're like, "I could do this better," and then they fuck it all up because they don't have enough experience. That's why sometimes it's good to start at the bottom. You learn everybody's job on the way to the top.
And you also have people who will get a job and they'll work for a year and they're like, oh, I deserve a promotion, and they don't get it. And they're like, well, obviously it's not worth trying. This is what we saw with the quiet quitter bullshit.
Yeah. It's really sad because like there's no such thing as too much knowledge.
No.
Unless you're talking about Lovecraftian monsters. But learning, the more you learn, the more you know, and that's valuable. Knowledge is power, and in this case, money. So people that only work a job for a year and then think they could do it better, yeah, they're buying into their own bullshit.
Want something that works for them because this is not working for them.
If you wake up one morning and you find yourself in a society where 23-year-olds with 4-year college degrees and like initiative who aren't smoking weed every day, if they can't make enough to buy a car, much less a home, much less get married, much less have children, then why should you be surprised when half of them say they prefer socialism?
Talk about false dichotomies there.
Yeah.
One, what degree did they get?
Yeah, that makes a huge difference. Like, you have a creative writing degree because you're not going to make that kind of money with that.
Yeah.
Oh, quite likely. I'm sorry, unless you're Stephen King, chances are that's a worthless degree.
Most college degrees are worthless.
Yeah.
Just being honest. The only reason they have any worth is because people are like, I'm not hiring you without one, even though you don't need it for this job.
Yeah, they're going to train you in their way anyway, so...
I really wanted to make it at least to this point, which I'm glad we did, because I got into an argument with somebody for calling this man a communist today. I've been telling you guys for fucking years that fiscally, he's a commie. He always has been. And if you go look at his writings and his public statements, it hasn't been hidden. There's a reason ShoeOnHead knew how to find this fucking clip.
Yeah, he's a very left-leaning fiscal character. He's not a conservative when it comes to finance at all.
Yeah, and he never has been. And he does exactly what she's been doing this whole time. It's not their fault they can't get ahead. Start with what degree it was. Having a 4-year degree, sure, it shows you accomplished something. But if that degree is in underwater basket weaving, how many underwater basket weaving jobs are there?
Yeah, what's the demand versus the supply? Because that matters. And it matters how motivated you are, how much you're trying. Do you really expect to own a home at 24? I mean,
Yes, they do.
That's a bit unrealistic.
The thing that I saw him on where I called him a commie today, he was talking about Bill Ackman. And he says that Bill Ackman's not a talented guy and he doesn't, I'm paraphrasing, but he doesn't deserve his wealth. And he says this, I think a hedge fund, people like Ackman, who was a hedge fund manager, should be able to make a living. He decides who's making too much money and who's not. You know what really decides that? The market, motherfucker.
Yeah, the market, how good you are at it. Just because somebody has a job doesn't mean they're meant to be successful in it. I've had lots of jobs where I sucked at it. It's just the way it is.
There are tons of people, Tucker Carlson included, who I think have way more money than their talent allows for.
Oh
but
yeah.
when it-
Yeah, he was rich before though.
yeah, I mean, his name gets him into it, and his money gets him into it. But he did well for himself.
Yeah.
But there's a reason he didn't talk a lot of fiscal issues on his show, because he was on a conservative network, so he stuck to social issues. He basically pulled what the anti-SJWs did back in those days.
Yeah.
I got to keep my communist side hidden. But yeah, anybody who disagrees with me on this guy being a commie just hasn't paid attention to him.
An understatement makes a good point. No one wants to put in the 10 years, learn a business inside and out, and then go be an entrepreneur. Now everybody's just an entrepreneur. Remember, Kevin Samuels always talked about to women, and they'd be like, I'm an entrepreneur. Well, how many people do you have working under you? None. What do? I'm a hairdresser. You're not an entrepreneur, right? You're a contract worker.
Yep.
That's a very different thing. But understatement, I agree. A lot of people nowadays, they don't want to put the work in. They don't have the long term. They have the short term only.
Yep.
And in that short term, they expect to be CEO.
Huh. Fox News should hire that guy. There is an entire generation of fighting aged men who are enraged and feel like they have nothing to live for. You should probably start caring.
Yeah, they're called China, and they're gonna start a war, honey. Don't worry. All those pussy fighting age men that you're talking about that can't even get up to go to a job are gonna go and start a revolution. That's gonna be the most easily defeated revolution in the history of revolutions.
Yeah, they're going to go on to Call of Duty and call somebody an N-bomb. That's going to be their revolution.
Yeah, because if they're too lazy to get up and work for actual incentive called money, sorry, I'm not real concerned about their revolution. Because you know what older people have? Guns and experience. That's the dumbest fucking argument I've ever heard. Oh, the young people are going to... They say this shit every 20 years or so. The young people are going to rise up. No, they're not. They're the laziest fucking people on the planet.
I don't disagree with her that you should pay attention to the problems of men, because that's
absolutely true. Yeah, but it's not gonna. I'm sorry, the pot smoking Call of Duty guys, led by Darkside Phil, are not exactly high on my concern list right now. I'm more concerned about the Chinese parachuting in.
I just think that she's concentrating on the wrong things, and if you really want to talk about what's happening, you hit on a few really good points.
Yeah.
You skipped a couple you should have hit on, like the number of guys going to college has dropped, especially compared to women. The way we're educating men and the way we're beating them down about being men, and what Joy Behar said there, teach men not to be sexist. Fuck you, whore. That's what they need to spend $20 million on. You've demonized the shit out of us.
Yep.
Especially the cishet white men. And then you're like,
the worst kind.
We have been bending over backwards to kiss your asses, make sure women aren't upset about anything, and they get upset about fucking everything. And I'm not talking in your personal relationships. I'm talking about in society as a whole, to where we literally saw women whining about the air conditioner at work.
The sexism of the air conditioning at work.
Yes.
When they saw this airing on Fox News, they saw an angry woman nagging in their faces about how everything wrong in the world is their fault. An all too familiar thing they have been hearing for far too long.
True.
But unfortunately for Democrats, nobody under the age of 60 watches Fox News, so this is not really
Except it blew up all over social media. Stop pretending nobody saw this.
Yeah, this was everywhere. I'm sorry, men aren't going to rise up and have your glorious commie revolution. What they're going to do is instill patriarchy.
Yeah. What do you think they're going to rise up and give you? And I'm saying this in general to the commies out there. If the young men rose up because things are just too bad for them, how do they fix that? The easiest fix for that is to get women out of the workforce.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I would expect is a massive seduction effort to knock up chicks and get them out of the workforce. So guys,
And
get out there and bang a bunch of chicks.
For you stupid motherfuckers out there who think that communism is the answer, do y'all know what happened in Russia? How you got a job? They told you what you were going to do.
Yeah. Hey, you didn't get a choice. You did that job.
You didn't get to go, that pay is below me. And if you're going to either do what they fucking tell you to do or you go into the gulag.
Yeah, and there it's work or die. So
yeah, we're not talking cushy American, sometimes raped in the ass, but otherwise basically a 4-star hotel prison.
Yeah, it's
we're talking sketchy. work camps, motherfucker.
Yeah.
For Democrats, nobody under the age of 60 watches Fox News, so this is not really going to have an effect on young men whatsoever. So keep that $20 million. You might still...
It's not going to have any effect on young men, especially the ones who move to the right, because we're not listening to women. That's why. Not because it was on Fox News, Jack.
Yeah.
It's because Andrew Wilson, that dumb motherfucker, can own Tommy Lauren.
Yeah. Not in the literal sense right now, but maybe after the revolution.
Yeah.
Need it unless we get dragged into another war in the Middle East. If we do get dragged into another war in the Middle East, young men might come running back to the Democratic Party. Maybe not even a George Bush II electric boogaloo will have men coming back to the Democratic Party. Hopefully we don't find out. And as I'm editing,
I don't think it will, because it's not getting rid of you can maybe motivate men to vote for you so they don't have to go off to war. But then they'll immediately go back and be like, oh, yeah, these bitches hate me. So maybe you prevent a war, but you're still going to lose the men because how you treat them.
Yeah, plus who's the biggest warmongers right now? It's the left.
Mm-hmm.
This right now, a lot of young people, even the podcast bros, seem pretty upset about the Epstein thing, but we know Democrats won't take advantage of the situation in order to protect the Clintons, so maybe not even this will save them, but...
I saw Ro Khanna try to take advantage of this.
Yeah,
and he said he was going to introduce a bill to release the Epstein files so that Trump can't keep them hidden. They shouldn't be taking advantage of this for political reasons. That is so fucking gross.
Yeah, you're standing on the bodies of raped children.
Yeah.
That's barbaric. Of course, these are the same people that want dead babies for Moloch at Planned Parenthood or whatever. So, look, I mean, I kind of expected it.
I get the point she's trying to make there. And politically, yeah, that's what happens in politics, but you just had Biden in office. He could have released it at any time.
Mm-hmm.
It's so transparent to be like, now we care about those raped kids.
Yeah.
Suddenly it's important. It hasn't been for 40 fucking years. Anyway.
We'll see, I guess. Hold on one second. That's better. So that was that video. What do you think of the male loser epidemic? Do you agree with Tommy Lauren? Is it all men's fault? Leave your comments below. I read them all. I am probably reading them right now as you type them. Wait, don't write that. No, you can't say that. No, it doesn't matter if it's with an A. If you like this video, please subscribe.
All right, that's the end. I let her get her final joke off.
You let Shoe get off.
I like that she's standing up for men's issues. I do. And she's not doing it in the way of Pearl.
Thank God.
No, she's not just repeating what other people are saying. And I appreciate that. And I believe she's sincere in her wants, especially now with her own kid. But you have to understand a lot of what you're seemingly arguing for here is part of the problem. Making us more socialist and more communistic is not going to help men.
It's not going to help anybody.
No.
In fact, it'll make everybody poorer, because that's what communism does. Stage one, murder a bunch of people. Not really a good system of governance.
What we need to do is stop elevating women. And look, that's not saying don't let women get ahead. Those are different things. Women aren't getting ahead. We're putting them ahead. That's an issue. We need to stop with, oh my God, there's too many men in this field. And yes, we need to close our fucking border and go after people who abuse the H-1B system. There's a ton of it that goes into it, more than just wages have stagnated since 72 because of tax cut. That's not even part of it.
No, that's a very strange viewpoint to take. I'm a little confused by why she thinks that matters as much as she does. There's a lot more nuance to this than she's portraying here. I think she got some things right, but a few things are very clearly she's a little off base on. Probably needs to learn a little bit more.
Well, her instinct as a commie is to always bring it back to the commie talking points.
Of course, that's the brainwashing.
If it's any fiscal stuff, it's got to come back to it's just the damn capitalists taking advantage of the workers. And in fairness, that's not all she said, but that part of it is meaningless to what's really going on here. What's really going on here is feminism. Yeah. It's feminism, which is an offshoot of communism. So it is what it is.
Yeah, it's crazy that the feminist movement really did get kind of hijacked by the communists. I think it was a nefarious plot from the beginning, but there are people that will disagree.
How do communists get their stuff through? They sow division. Yeah. So here we go. We got a sex war. Got to have women not acting like themselves. We got to destroy the nuclear family in America, not in Russia. That they sure as fuck weren't doing this in Soviet Russia.
No, because that's not successful. You're not going to have a successful population. You end up with what we've got, which is aging population with fewer kids.
We have a cultural problem. We really do. And nobody's going to like the fixes because part of it does returning to gender norms. Part of it does involve letting men get ahead on an equal playing field. And on an equal playing field, more often than not, men will win out. We're more aggressive. We are willing to sacrifice more. And if you let that come through, men will be fine. Women will have to go back to working as cashiers.
Yeah, but they're kind of doing that anyway. Most women are working specific types of jobs. Most women don't want to be CEOs. They may have been told they want that, but deep down when they come out and admit it, they don't want to do that shit because it involves way too much time away from home.
Lester's logic says, and we're more humble. No, we're not. And that's part of why we succeed. Humility doesn't help you succeed. There's a great episode of House where Foreman is mad at him for being egotistical. And he goes, what, you think I'd be a better doctor if I was humble?
Yeah, well, he's not wrong.
No.
We're humble in the sense that we don't brag about going out and like hauling bags of concrete around all day because that's just what you're expected to do.
Humility is for losers. I'm just going to say that. Humility is for losers. Genuine humility is one thing, but the people who have to make sure you know how humble they are, they're fucking losers is what they're telling you.
That's sort of like saying, like, do you know what kind of car do you know who I am? Shut up. Ugh.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been 5 hours, and hopefully you enjoyed the process. Shue, if you ever want to come on and chat about this, I'll be nice, I promise. You're always welcome, and thank you for the very easy. What's the word I'm saying here. Work.
Content.
Content. That's it. Thank you.
Fodder.
That's the most monkey statement ever. Humility is
Yeah.
for losers. Winners don't have to be humble. I mean, it's nice if they are, but there is a middle ground between humble and braggadocious.
Yeah, it involves douchebaggery.
No, you can just be, I did that, and go on with your life. That humility is like, no, Tommy did so much better. When you know damn good and well you did better.
Well, there's a difference between being a bitch and being humble,
Yeah.
You don't have to sit around and brag, but you can be like, yeah, I did that, and move on. You don't have to be...
I think bragging works.
It can. It depends how it's done, really, because there's the good kind of bragging, and then there's the annoying kind of bragging. We've all seen that guy.
You should only be bragging if you have something to brag about.
That's a good point.
Yeah. And if you did something great and you're like, I did something great, good on you. I have no problem with that. It's the guys who didn't do anything great who still try. Like the guys were like, women shouldn't get to vote because you had to go to war to be able to vote. And they've never even gone to the post office, much less enlisted in any federal agency or the military. They take advantage, or they take credit for shit they never did.
Yeah, Blumenthal and his stolen valor.
Yes, fuck off with that shit. Anyway, guys, we're wrapping up. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you for the donations. You guys are so kind. Jack, anything on the show?
I dropped some links into the chat for some cool videos. As always, thank you so much for the donations. You guys are awesome. And thank you for sticking with us. Also, I'm wishing Dixie Rose a speedy recovery from the ICU.
Oh, this feels like it's cheating.
What?
I'm looking up who becomes the number one chatter of the evening as the fourth place spot. Where is it? There it is on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Jack Sunshine.
What? How'd I do that?
You are the number 4 spot.
How is that even possible? Because I've barely been in chat.
That means everybody else needs to work harder.
No, that's ridiculous. I dropped 2 links and I've said a handful of things to people. That's ludicrous. Scum has said way more stuff than I did. Yeah,
Rig,
Darth
I
Bandos
agree.
commented way more. Yeah, I agree. There's something funny going on there.
It's got to have some kind of time frame on it.
It's got to, because I've barely been talking in chat. That makes no sense whatsoever.
Jack, a pleasure as always.
Always glad to be here.
Everyone, have a wonderful night. Take care of yourselves. We'll see you on the next one.
Bye, everybody. Stay sexy.
I know I told you you could be number 1 if you're number 4. But let's be honest, compared to nuts, y'all suck.